Iverson's averaged 14 points a game, shooting 51% for the floor. Donovan Mitchell, he's going to be involved in the three-point contest tomorrow night. And, of course, Sunday night, he's going to be in the NBA All-Star Game. One less candidate for the Browns when it comes to their search for a new defensive coordinator. Reports this morning say Charlie Bolin, staying with the New York Giants as their DC, also gets another title, that being of run game coordinator. Pitchers and catchers for the Guardians had the first workout of spring on Thursday in Goodyear. Position players report on Sunday. First full squad workout for the Guardians is happening Tuesday. Cactus League opener. A week from tomorrow, Guardians taking on the Reds in Goodyear. This winter Events in Italy update is sponsored by MGM Northfield Park. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park. Women's hockey quarterfinal action this afternoon. The United States is taking on Italy. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards, a goal and 3 assists in 4 games so far in the tourney. Men's curling this morning. The United States losing to Canada 6-3. Women's curling, things are going a little bit better. The United States just got 4 in the 6th end and lead Canada 6-3. They're now playing in the 7th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Can you finally say it? Is Indiana a better football program right now than Ohio State?
And how does someone fall out of love with a sport? I think one of us can explain how. It's the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
We're going international today.
Oh.
Have we ever gone international before?
I don't know.
Yes.
We have? Who do we have on?
Daniel Kim from Korea during the pandemic to talk KBO baseball.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was in Korea, right? He wasn't based here.
Have we hit Europe yet, though?
No, he was in Korea. You're right. I think we've gone European once or twice.
Well,
when
we're
the
going
Browns,
to the Olympics.
When the Browns played there, I'm sure we've had somebody on.
Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. We're going to the Olympics at 11 o'clock. One of our local competitors in the Olympics,
yes.
U.S. Olympic freestyle skier Kira Dosa is going to join us from Italy.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
That'll be cool.
One of your neighbors is going to hurl her body into the air and do flips upside down and land on her skis, and you're going to get to hear from her today.
Yeah.
Awesome.
11 o'clock. So we're looking forward to that. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My pal over there is Andy Baskin.
Yes. Look at you. You got a baseball in your hand. You are ready for baseball season. That's a legit ball from the ballpark.
Is.
Yeah.
It's perfect because if you're looking on YouTube, our computers are all crooked.
Oh,
so
I didn't realize that.
I use the baseball as a prop so that I'm not reading upside down.
And that's that's what happens to a baseball
sideways.
after it leaves the stadium, huh? Somebody worked hard, maybe ripped the suit or took it away from a kid. Now
it's right there propping up the computer because I don't like to read sideways.
Now it's nothing.
Up and downhill, I guess is the way I should say it.
I don't think
everybody
it was made for
reads
that,
sideways. Nobody reads vertically.
Depends how you are. If you're just chilling.
Imagine
plenty of people.
Imagine if we wrote vertically instead. Anyhow.
These are the things that keep you up at night.
Well, no, it's the thing that just popped into my head after we talked about the baseball.
Yeah.
All-Star Weekend's coming up in the NBA. Woo-hoo! We're gonna do a little exercise involving one of my favorite aspects of All-Star Weekends and one of my favorite teams. So it'd be three-point shootouts.
Oh, I thought it was a celebrity game.
The Cleveland Cavaliers. We're going to talk NBA with Law Murray from The Athletic. And Eric Edholm will talk a little draft with us coming up at 1 o'clock and a little NFL. As teams looking for coaches like crazy this offseason, Andy, it was fun, wasn't it?
Oh, man, what a blast. Could it have been any better than sitting here trying to figure out who the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns is going to be?
Or the Arizona Cardinals.
Cleveland Browns. Who cares about
or the
team?
Las Vegas Raiders.
Atlanta.
I mean, just
LA,
keep adding
Vegas. Sorry.
Keep adding teams and teams and teams because there were so many teams that were looking for head coaches this go round. Kind of a strange situation.
Not really.
More than most. More than most years.
Yeah, a little bit more. Not much though. You're normally looking at a third of the league turnover every year, aren't we?
No, not a third.
Feels that way,
But,
doesn't it?
Well, it kind of does. But this year there was a ton. And some guys landed in good situations. Some guys landed in opportunities that might pay off down the road. There are all kinds of different ways you can approach this, right?
Correct, Amundo.
Well, the Rich Eisen show, and Rich from the NFL Network and formerly of ESPN and now maybe of ESPN since ESPN runs the NFL Network, whatever it is, Rich still does a show. And Rich had one of his former coworkers on the show, and that was Mike Mayock. And Mike Mayock, of course, longtime NFL Network guy, also former general manager of the Raiders. That didn't go real well, but by God, he was there. Mm-hmm. Rich Eisen was talking to him about the new hires and all that stuff and said, who's in a good situation? What team could you maybe see popping a little bit? And here's how Mike Mayock responded.
I think a team that can play well quickly with a new coach would be Atlanta with Stefanski.
Okay. Why?
Because I think he knows what he's doing. Whenever he gets a competent quarterback, he's winning 11 or 12 games, and that's where the asterisk lies, is where's Michael Penix going to come down this year, and what do you do with Kirk Cousins? They just kind of redid his contract to give him a little wiggle room, but they're probably going to have to release him. I think there's a deadline in there in March where they're going to have to release him or redo a contract. So what does the new regime think about Michael Penix? They got Matt Ryan. They've got Kevin Stefanski. That's a Philly connection, those two guys. And Ian Cunningham, the new GM. I think that's a team ready to win quickly, but it's all going to be on Michael Penix. And I think Kevin.
So that was Rich Eisen following up. But Mike Mayock saying team that might be able to have instant success is the Atlanta Falcons with Kevin Stefanski. 10 new coaches. I mean, it's silly. And, this year, Andy, they're, it's almost a third of the league. But as you sit here in February and we look at the teams and the coaches and the players and everything, it made me think, all right, in Atlanta, they have some pretty good skill position guys. Bijan Robinson, terrific. Kyle Pitts, if he resigns, maybe finally found it. Drake London, terrific wide receiver. Offensive line's pretty solid. We'll see what they do at quarterback. But there's a situation that's a pretty good one to land in. And so that's not bad.
When you ask this question right away, though, I do think Kevin's going to be successful. I don't know if it's this year or next or the year after that, but I think Kevin, but if you ask me what team would I want to drop into, but I don't, there's any question. It's either the Bills or the Ravens. You want to be Jesse Minter or Joe Brady, don't you?
I would think that that's pretty accurate. You might want to be the Giants too.
Yeah, I could see that.
Giants have some talent on both sides of the ball.
I to have a shot at taking Buffalo or to take Baltimore.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like the I don't know, instant pudding of being able to get dropped in and say, "Oh, look at this, it's done." That didn't take very long.
I thought his answer about Atlanta was, it's like, oh, okay. I was a little surprised by it, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, of all the openings that were out there last year, Kevin wasn't my first thought.
No.
When you said the question, I was like, oh, it's got to be Buffalo. No, maybe Baltimore. Baltimore.
You would
and I was going
so.
back and forth on that.
Yeah. Just an hour ago, Sports Illustrated put up a story, realistic goals for all 10 NFL new head coaches and their new teams in 2026. And with the Arizona Cardinals, Mike LaFleur. Picture of Mike, by the way. Mike's got one of those hairstyles going where, he's got great hair. Got great hair on top. He shaved the sides. He looks like he's ready to be in WWE. It's one of those one of those drastic haircuts. It says 7 to 8 wins for the Arizona Cardinals with LaFleur.
I wonder why he did that.
I don't know. It's an interesting look.
To make you look younger?
I don't know.
He does look younger with that haircut.
I don't know. He looks like he's the Miz, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit like the Miz.
I can see that.
Yeah. The Atlanta Falcons, Sports Illustrated with Kevin Stefanski say playoffs. Baltimore Ravens with Jesse Minter, playoffs
Sure.
and defensive growth. Buffalo Bills with Joe Brady, divisional round or bust. Makes sense. Cleveland Browns, Todd Monken.
5 wins.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah.
Las Vegas Raiders, Clint Kubiak, 7 to 8 wins.
I was say 6.
Miami Dolphins with Jeff Hafley, equal or better their win total from last year, and it wasn't good. New York Giants, John Harbaugh, makes the Giants a playoff contender. Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike McCarthy, playoffs. Tennessee Titans, Robert Saleh, 6 to 8 wins. And Cleveland Browns with Todd Monken,
2 wins. 3 wins.
8 wins.
8 wins.
8 wins.
Wow.
And you know what? I don't think that's out of line.
Well, you're a field goal, a good special teams play away from making the playoffs then, right? If you put it in that perspective.
Well,
maybe twice you've got to pull that off.
Keep this in mind. Todd might be taking over the best defense in the NFL. Might. Of the coaches who were hired this go-round, he might be in the best situation defensively. Now, he's not going to have much to do with that. He's going to hire a defensive coordinator and then keep his fingers crossed.
He thinks this team is going to be 3 wins better than they were last year simply by changing the coach and figuring out where the quarterback situation is?
They say, and a gal named Ava wrote it, new Browns coach Todd Monken looking to improve on an offense that struggled greatly in 2025. Won 5 games thanks to their stellar defense, largely because. But that unit has taken a massive hit with Jim Schwartz resigning from his position. If Monken can steer Cleveland back on track, improve their win total, would make for a promising first season. If
8 wins is successful for a first season,
I would think
I'm totally
they'd be very happy with that.
That's very optimistic. I don't have the same kind of optimism.
I think it's viable to have that optimism. Now, I'm not sure if I do yet, but the defense should get you 4 to 6 wins alone.
They got you 5 this year.
Right. The defense alone should get you 4 to 6. And if Andrew Berry is accurate in his and honest when he said significant assets go into this side, the offensive side of the ball. If he's legit about that, Andy, well, then it's got to get better, right?
I would think so.
And if your defense is going to win you 4 to 6, can your offense win you 3? That means 7 to 9 wins.
Can your special teams win you a game or two, too?
Let's not even think about that.
Well, you want to call them the offense? Because your special teams can lose you games, as we found out.
Well,
as we know
that can
firsthand.
be. That can be. Doesn't lose a guy a job. Got him a good job.
Do you really think he's 3 wins better than Kevin Stefanski? How many wins did they say?
No, it's not Todd Monken. It's if they decide to put assets into the offense. I think that's fair. I really do. I mean, I thought this team was a little bit better than 5 wins, but the offense ended up being as bad as we thought it was going to be. Folks, Mike Mayock says Falcons are the team that could make the big jump with a new head coach. Just happens to be our old head coach. Sports Illustrated says 8 wins for the Browns next year. You buying that? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on the...
When something breaks...
That one's still going on. The United States currently leading Canada 6-5 there in the 8th end. Want to get highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Ten NFL teams with new head coaches. We just played a little snippet of Mike Mayock on the Rich Eisen show saying, Eisen asked him which team could make a big jump with their new head coach, which team could be set up for success. He said Atlanta with Kevin Stefanski. Sports Illustrated has realistic goals. That's their story. Realistic goals for the new coaches. And under Atlanta, they actually say, questions surrounding Penix, of course, a quarterback, but the Falcons have too talented of a roster not to be making the playoffs, especially in the NFC South. Then said if Kevin Stefanski can lead a dysfunctional Brown squad, don't let Mr. Haslam hear that word, a dysfunctional Brown squad to the playoffs twice in a much tougher AFC North, he should be able to bring the Falcons back to the playoffs for the first time since 2017. So that's all well and good. But then Sports Illustrated has Todd Monken and the Browns winning 8 games next year. They think they can win 8. And I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility if they add some real talent to the offense. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Phelps,
Define
Baskin.
real talent.
You better redo your offensive line. You got to get at least 3 new linemen, not rookies. 1 rookie would be great. 2 veterans, 2 rookies, 2 veterans. You've got to have some mix there. You're obviously going to draft a guy, but you also need to draft a couple or sign a couple of guys.
I'm drafting at least 2. I'm drafting at least 2 offensive linemen.
Okay, maybe that might work. But if you draft one in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, I don't know that you're counting on that person to be a starter. Their track record in that situation's not good. They drafted Zach Zinter in the 3rd. Zach hasn't emerged yet.
I'm taking 2 offensive linemen in my first 4 picks.
I can't argue with you on that.
I'm not. I don't.
Then again, I'm not Andrew Barry.
I don't even want to hear the, there was a great quarterback available at that position and we took it. No, you take the best offensive lineman available.
I know
normally
we'd
we'd sit
that's
here.
the case. They might end up doing something different at 6 with the 6th overall pick. They could go wide receiver. If they go wide receiver, I think we'll all understand that too.
I don't think we'd be mad either because I think when you get a high-profile position like wide receiver, fans like it because fans are buying jerseys of wide receivers. They're not buying offensive lineman jerseys. They're just not.
Does that 8 win
unless your last name is Thomas
thought from Sports Illustrated sit well with your Browns fans? Possible. And whoever's at quarterback would have to play better than what we had at quarterback last year. And I say that for the entire body of work, not just any one guy in particular. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. Mike and Stowe, get things going. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Well,
we're good.
I just told Dan I'm headed to New Orleans or bust right now. I'm at the Medina County line filling up, and I'm going to get down a little after midnight. I'm going down to work, fish, and enjoy a little Mardi Gras.
Wow.
Are you hauling punchkis down there or what?
What's that? No, I got a little. This will be actually, believe it or not, I'm pushing 60, and this will be my 3rd Fat Tuesday in the last 4 years. Andy, how about that?
That's awesome. Good for
Nice.
you. You know what's funny?
You're taking Todd Monken with you?
Every day is Fat Tuesday for me, just so you know.
Well,
at least it's been since I was 26.
It doesn't have to be that way, Andy. I used to be that way too. I got after it. So,
all right. I appreciate it.
There you go.
So, I wanted to. I would love. You're right, Jeff. Anything's possible. When you, especially like you look at the Patriots, that just goes to show just how much you really can when you get things right. Make some adjustments, but they have a quarterback that you can really count on. So it's a little, disproportionate, I think. But I don't see the 8 wins. I think it's a little excessive potentially. But I think there's going to be a little bit more of a drop back potential in the defense. I know the parts are still there, but the guy who was, put it together for us, I know we know what he did, but the first 3 picks should be offensive linemen. I want the kid out of Utah at number 6. He's still there. That's who I want. And then, I wouldn't even mind if they win another offensive lineman at 24. I don't even care. Do what you got to do to get it right. You didn't do anything last year, so now you got to kind of make up for it. Receivers, I already know that, but I just don't see the 8 wins. It just seems a little pushing it. Because we're still trying to figure things out at quarterback. And
you did win 5, Mike.
I know. You're right, Jeff. And I just think I don't see that our division got any worse. We did have a lot of coach turnover, and that kind of makes me wonder what's going to happen this year. You never know. That's kind of the wild card in it all, right? Because not every coach, regardless of who he inherits, just makes it work. It doesn't always go that way. Nothing's for sure. So, but I just want to see them just put pieces in the right places, get more starters. We're 2 years of building back from getting, I think, to respectability, but I do think after next year, not this year coming up, but the following one, we can make a really big jump. I just think we need too much going in. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Mike, drive safely.
I think if they got 8 wins next year, we would consider Todd Bunkin's first year a success. 8 wins will be a success. I know you're one under 500, but
true. I would think 7 wins would probably be a success as well.
I think you'd feel
after 3 and 5, Andy. Yeah, I would think 7 would be. You would think, all right, that's a step in the right direction.
Is 9 a rousing success? I'm not thinking they're getting
9 would be an incredible
to be
success.
over 500 next year would be.
But it comes back to what's Andrew Berry going to do to the offense? What are they going to do? If you roll out anything that resembles the offensive talent that you rolled out last year, you're not going to win more than 6 games.
I just feel like no matter what the quarterback situation is, it's always going to be patience, no matter who it is. Watson's like if you put Watson out there, you have to ask for instant success because that it's over when this thing. I mean that thing just it just feels like they're trying to get something out of it, and if he can be successful this year, I don't even want to talk about a future after that because no one's talking about that, but. He'll have the opportunity to have instant success, but if you go with Sanders. You go with Gabriel, you bring in somebody, you're going to have a little bit of patience. I think the only way you don't walk into a season without having offensive patience is if you bring in a free agent quarterback that, goes out there and wins right away or proves to you that the offense can move the football down the field and you'll have opportunities to win. Free agent is the only avenue, I think, for the Browns where they or Watson, if they think they need to have instant success. Because I still think with Sanders, there's a learning curve, and I think people will be patient with that. No one has patience for Gabriel, but you still have to accept the fact that he'd be a second-year quarterback, and especially if they drafted somebody. Mm-hmm. I mean, if they draft somebody, that person will be a darling, especially if they're over 6'2". Right?
Be a nice change of pace.
Why does it seem so hard to do that?
You got me. The SI story does say realistic goals. Okay, but that's not they weren't predictions. So 8 might be a little high. It just depends. To me, this entire offseason depends on what Andrew Berry does with the offense. And if he can go for it a little bit, unfortunately, the 2 biggest needs are where his track record might be the worst. Wide receiver and offensive line. So I'm not sitting here overflowing with confidence that they're going to make the moves that work. In theory, Andy Zach Zinter should be your starting guard on one spot.
I agree.
In theory. I mean, you drafted the guy in the 3rd round. 3rd round offensive linemen are supposed to play. And maybe Zach's ready to make a move. And we're not even counting on him, not even thinking about him in this equation. And if he ends up being a guy who can make that step and become a starter, well, then you need 4. And if Joel Bitonio comes back, well, then you need 3.
Draft 1, you're probably going to put them out there right away first week, right?
If you draft a first rounder, sure. Yeah. You might even, if he's a second rounder. I mean, Joel Bitonio was a 2nd round pick. That worked out. If you, and as you said, top 4 picks, you take 2 offensive linemen in the top 4, they're going to be on the field to start the season. I would think, wouldn't you?
Yes. If you're a wide receiver and offensive lineman, there's no way you're not starting the season as a starter. You're going from college to the pros. If you get drafted, and if you're one of those first round picks, I think this team, especially at wide receiver and at offensive line, you're probably looking at starting right out of college. 2 guys.
I think
that feels young on the offensive line, but I could see if you went with a rookie at wide receiver and a rookie at one of the linemen, that's okay. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wonder what, like DeJuan Jones to me is still that is an X factor that can make you feel better at left tackle. If he can be the guy that they want him to be, man, that would solve a gigantic problem. He needs to be healthy though, and he needs to be, if you're not on the field, you're crushing us.
Well, then if that's the case, I mean, we're playing real devil's advocate, looking at it optimistically. And before I do that, last year, obviously, Andrew Berry drafted and added some talent to the team, but didn't address the 2 biggest needs on the team. Did not draft an offensive lineman, did not draft a wide receiver. Instead, drafted 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks. The quarterback selections, 2 of them, it's still befuddling. You wonder why they did that. But Zinter, 3rd-round pick in the year before, he's supposed to be able to be on the football field. DeJuan Jones, 4th-round pick, his size, if he's healthy, he would be on the football field. So
2.
Maybe there are 2 guys right there, Andy, who can step in and actually play for you. Can Whippler play center for you? See, I don't think there are 3 guys in the last 3 drafts now who we have our fingers crossed might be able to do something. That's not going to be good enough. You can't cross your fingers and hope that these guys play, which is why I think they'll be drafting at least 1, if not 2, and signing at least 1, if not 2, because you just can't leave that to chance.
I mean, I don't know what the money situation is, but sometimes that doesn't seem to matter. But with Monken here, you'd love to see them go after Tyler Linderbaum from Baltimore at center.
Yeah, he's expected to be he's the number 1 free agent offensive lineman, and he's expected to cost you a little bit of money.
Okay. It's only money, Jeff.
I'm not saying it's not my money.
I don't. Is there a 3rd apron in the NFL?
Well, if you're Linderbaum, do you want to play here?
Did you like playing for Monken? That's the question.
Well, did he play for Monken or did he play for Harbaugh?
I'm sure he's around him every day.
His offensive line coach is here.
Okay, come on. Let's bring him.
Maybe.
Pretty sure his agent's here, too.
Maybe. I mean, that could all work. And if so, that's a no-brainer signing, isn't it?
Yes.
He's mid-20s.
I mean, you talk about
sign him, you put him in the middle of the line, and you build around him.
And you've just started the complete rebuild of your offensive line.
And you build around him.
In the right direction. Yeah, I'd love it. Man, that would be great.
Do they need to look outside for a quarterback?
He's worth the cash. Let's see if they can go out and get him right away.
There's one guy.
That's a huge win. If Andrew Berry wants to go out and get a huge win, going out and getting Tyler Linderbaum from Baltimore would be a huge win right out of the gate.
It would. Is the quarterback here? Is he not? Some guys will tell you he's here. A gentleman who we talked about earlier who was just on the station says, no, he's not here, but here's who it should be. And another guy says, I'd be game if there are Super Bowl contenders. Who are those guys, and should you do it? Coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Ooh.
90.
women's curling, things may be shaping up just as bad because right now Canada scored 3 in the 9th end and lead the U.S. 8-7. They're now in the 10th and final end. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
We're going to the Olympics. Coming up at 11 o'clock, so about 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
Kira Dosa, freestyle aerials, local gal. She's going to be joining us from Italy. Spent 16 years training in Brecksville in gymnastics and now in the Olympics in aerials. Kira's going to join us coming up in a little bit.
Says something for that gymnastics program they have out there in Brecksville.
Absolutely. Well, Brecksville gymnastics is silly good. High school team, they win state. I mean, just write it down.
What goes through your mind before you stand at the top of the hill and say, okay, I'm going to go down the slope and I'm going to flip myself upside down and try to do as many aerobatic things as I possibly can and then land on my feet. Easy.
Andy, I'm not the person to ask. You can ask Kira coming up in about 18 minutes.
I'm pretty excited about that.
Don't ask me.
Her family's got to be. I mean, the Edwards family, all the families from Northeast Ohio that have athletes competing. I love it.
That's
every
outstanding. She's going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. The key to the thing for the Browns this offseason. Key to the thing. All right, do you have your quarterback, right? We all know that. The fact that both Andrew Berry and Todd Monken have said looking outside has spurred a lot of conversation for
Jeff,
the two of us.
You make people mad when you say it, when you tell them exactly what the Browns said.
I know.
Well, you hate Shedeur. I can't believe you just said that. Can't believe you said the Browns are going to be looking at the outside. The Browns said they were looking from the outside.
Yeah.
Wasn't us.
Yeah. Andrew Berry said it right after in his big after the season press conference. Veteran outside options, whatever it was we're looking outside
That's
as well.
Their job.
As
man.
well. Okay, now he didn't say we're getting one. He said we're looking outside as well. Todd Monken has said the same thing. With that thought in mind, who could that be? Well, Derek Carr is in retirement. And Derek Carr has said, I might come out of retirement. But Derek Carr also said, I'll come out of retirement for a team with a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, thanks. There go the Browns off your list. That was pretty easy. And you got that permanent Sharpie? All right, give me the permanent one.
Yeah.
See ya.
Derek Carr's quote on his podcast on Thursday, coming out of retirement. Would I do it? Yep. Would I do it for anybody? Absolutely not. I'd have to be healthy, and I'd want a chance to win a Super Bowl. And obviously, that's a tough thing to find. That's hard to do. That's not easy. I've had to say no a couple of times so far. So somebody asked him, Andy. Yeah, he's been asked about coming out of retirement. So
it kind of tells you the state of affairs. We get every once in a while people will call in and say, "Oh, why are we trying to pick up somebody else's garbage? What are we doing? What are we doing?" I don't know. If we're trying to drag guys out of retirement, that's not a good sign either. Yeah. It's really not a good sign if you're an active quarterback on the team.
Well, but he's only 34, 35. I mean, he's the way they're playing a quarterback now. If at his age, he could be there for another good 3-4 years. If he comes back out of retirement. Ben Solak writes for ESPN, and Ben was on the morning show yesterday, the afternoon show yesterday, excuse me. And we had talked about what he wrote earlier in the week because he was talking about quarterbacks and everything for various teams and what they could do for the many quarterback-needy teams around the NFL. Here's what he told the afternoon guys about the Browns.
I think that we're going to see his market get inflated, in particular this offseason, because the quarterback class is so bad, right? After Fernando Mendoza, the draft is really not an exciting spot. The best options on the trade market are Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa in terms of pure talent. A Malik Willis signing is extremely high risk, high reward, which is one of the reasons why I projected for the Browns, because I think that's the sort of move that Andrew Berry kind of needs to be making at this stage in his GMing tenure there in Cleveland. And so it comes with a ton of risk. If you look at what those guys got as a percent of the cap, and then you adjust it for 2026 numbers, $20 million is about what we should expect from Malik Willis. I would not be surprised if it's more, given, like I said, the dearth of options. That's what I'm projecting for Malik. I am in no way, shape, or form ignorant of how much risk comes with signing a player with this little experience.
Malik Willis to the Browns. And we had mentioned that Ben talked about that earlier when he wrote a story earlier in the week. I find that one hard to fathom. If the Browns tried that and pulled it off, I'd say it's twofold. One, it's not my money, but where are they going to find the money? They always seem to be able to find money when they need to, Andy. I get that. He would be a fit for what Todd Monken says he wants in a quarterback, which is, the ability to pick up yards with your legs. He had that with Lamar Jackson, clearly. He's not the biggest guy, but he is very mobile, and he actually had a couple of nice moments with Green Bay in the last 2 years. But, boy, it's a real small sample size with Malik Willis, and it would almost – now, you wouldn't be giving up huge assets to get him, just money. He's a free agent. You could just sign him. I personally think he's going to end up in Miami with two guys that he worked with in Green Bay, Hafley and their new GM. But could the Browns, would it be a big gamble for them to go out and sign Malik Willis, or would it just be adding to the quarterback group? Because if you sign him, he's starting ahead of Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel.
I still think you've got to do some, cap gymnastics with Deshaun to bring a guy in like him. They brought up, I was listening to this interview yesterday, and does anyone not have Matt Flynn fear? Where you think, remember what happened in Seattle?
Yeah, he came out of Green Bay and they signed him.
And a huge deal. And then he ends up going to Seattle, and then Russell Wilson takes over the show.
Well, they drafted Russell, and Russell beat him out.
Yeah, and so that's I
see that to me is the gamble on Malik Willis. You sign him.
It's not Sam Darnold. Darnold, we just saw what he did. Whether kind of where Darnold can take you, and if things work out right, take you to the Super Bowl.
Well, let me give you another thought on it.
Okay.
Malik Willis was a third-round draft choice, and it took him a while. It took him not doing well in Tennessee. It took him going to Green Bay and settling in there and learning a little bit, and then in limited opportunities, played pretty well. Well, we have a third-round draft choice. We have a fifth-round draft choice. Should you just be patient with those guys and let them develop? Because Malik Willis,
well, if you like Shedeur Sanders, then for sure you're like, okay, let's wait it out. Let's figure this thing out. They need a veteran on the roster. I keep looking I've talked about it for a while. Mary Kay said it yesterday. 40% chance of Deshaun Watson starting next year. 40.
Who says 40?
It was said yesterday during their interview, and then I went back just to kind of double check and see if anybody else was. You look up a little bit of research there, it'll tell you. I read 40% chance of him starting, 40% chance of Shedeur starting, 20% chance of someone else starting. That's not a good way to go into a season either. I don't like that.
Or it is, because maybe you have two viable options, which means you don't need Derek Carr to say, I'm not coming to you anyway. You're not going to win a Super Bowl.
I don't even. Derek Carr was like, where?
I would just be concerned about tying up cash in a guy who's not a surefire starting quarterback in the NFL big time. I don't think you need a stopgap measure at quarterback, and I wonder if Malik Willis will be more than that. I kind of think he will. But if you have Watson for at least another year, you have Shedeur, and you have Dylan Gabriel, do you need to take a gamble on a guy who there is a little bit of a gamble to?
I think there's enough there to see what Shedeur has for next year and what Watson's going to do. I don't know that I'm taking the gamble.
I don't know that I would either.
I was just in this weird spot. I don't feel confident about anything that's coming down the quarterback pipe here. I don't. Nothing. I feel like they're going to give Watson every opportunity to win the job. I think they're going to give Sanders an opportunity to maybe win the job. I don't have that same confidence. I think if we are in the weirdest place, we're like in quarterback limbo. I feel like, let me say it, we're in quarterback hell. That's where we are right now, because we don't have any kind of clear defining message about what the future is, and hopefully it'll come to it'll come to fruition here after we get through some of these camps or after the draft. But right now, I kind of feel like is it Sanders' job to win, or is it Watson's?
You're not going to like.
We going to sit here?
You're not going to like my answer
going into camp.
You're not going to like my answer.
Okay, give it to me.
I'm not going to give you a solid answer.
Great.
Because I have no idea what Todd Monken thinks about quarterbacks.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't know that we've ever really – I mean, we've always been in spots where maybe, they need to have an open competition. They need to do this. I mean, we're limbo. Like, we're in total limbo right now on a quarterback.
I think you're right. I mean, Todd Monken said all the right things when he was hired. You know, the video that, with Shedeur and everything, we tried to draft you, blah, blah, blah. Well, what's he going to do? There's a camera there. If he likes Shedeur, great. If he doesn't, well, he's going to be nice anyway. He's the new coach. Why would you come in and alienate anybody? It says he's intrigued about working with Deshaun Watson. All right, smart move. I mean, that's what you're supposed to say. Hasn't said much about Dillon Gabriel. I think that might be telling, but you never know. And he also mentioned, as Andrew Berry did, looking outside the organization. If they were sold on anybody, Andy, would they even say that?
No, not at all.
See, that's what I think. I mean, you wouldn't even bring that up because if you're Andrew Berry and you say, external veteran options, and then you don't do it.
Or are you doing that to put pressure on the guys that are already here, saying, hey, we're going to make this competition. And we may bring some other people in the door.
Which could be the case. There's no way. We know for sure. There's no way Dillon Gabriel feels comfortable about his situation.
No way. They need to do me a favor. They need to trade him.
Yeah, well, maybe.
They need to trade him.
Maybe. What if Todd Monken likes him? I'm just saying. We don't know. We don't know what Todd thinks.
The alternative on that is if Todd really likes him, then if you want to give him every opportunity in the world and put him in the best place, then you would have to trade Shedeur.
I would think that's true. And, does Todd really like Deshaun Watson? If he does, he's got him for a year anyway. And so that's why the external veteran option thing.
But does he have him for a year? Like, what if he starts him and it doesn't work? And now all of a sudden we've got
bench him.
Well, then we go back to here we go again. This was a stopgap head coach. Oh, I can't believe we're saying that. Like, what is the pressure on Monken to win?
Let's not look at him that way.
I hate doing that.
He's here now, so as long as he's here, he's the coach.
Yes, and it's like they said. We were talking to.
I never heard Andrew Berry or Jimmy Haslam say he's our bridge head coach.
Yeah.
So if it's folks like us saying it, well, then who cares? Seriously. I mean, if Monken goes out and in 2 years has the team in the playoffs, he's nobody's bridge.
Wasn't it Scott Petrak who we were talking to earlier in the week who was saying that, when you change head coaches, it's a $100 million proposition.
Yeah, it's not
cheap.
cheap.
You're changing out all kinds of coaches. You got to get the stationery changed. That's tough stuff. You got to go back and redo the voicemail. It's a lot of work.
You do.
It's a lot of work.
Hi, you've reached Todd Monken, head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
No, it'd be
At the tone, please leave your name and number. I'll have Andrew call you back.
You're in trouble if they've got the generic greeting. Thank you for calling the Cleveland Browns. You've reached the desk of head coach, beep, Todd Monken. Beep. I can't come to the phone right now.
Golly. We go to Italy next. She's a local gal. She'll be competing in the aerials at the Olympics. The aerials is that event where you go down on skis, you hit the big bump, and you go flying in the air and twist like crazy. In other words, oh my goodness. Kira Dosa going to join us next right here on Basket and Phelps.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Basket.
during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. If you have turned on a television in the last week or so, you know the Olympics are absolutely everywhere. And we are very fortunate to have several local athletes competing at the games in Italy, including the young lady who joins us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She was the 2020 state champ in vault as a high school student at Walsh Jesuit. And then like 5 years ago, stumbled into aerials. And she's Kira Dosa. She joins us right now. Kira, welcome.
Hey,
Good
Kira.
to have you with us.
Hi, guys. Glad to be here.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We are doing well. You've been sitting over there in Italy waiting to compete. How's the whole experience been so far?
Oh, it's amazing. We got here like a week ago, and we've just been going and watching other events, which has been super cool. We've been skiing a lot, watching other events, and just hanging out in the village.
So just walk me through the whole experience. How does someone from Cleveland become a freestyle aerial skier? How does that happen?
Well, there's actually a couple of us, but I stumbled upon it in Park City on spring break.
Huh.
That's when I was introduced to it, and they told me to go. My dad's friend was telling me to go to the Utah Olympic Park pool to watch them train, and I watched them train, and I told my mom, I think I need to try that.
Wow.
So,
I mean, it is crazy. You watch these people. I've been there before, where you're going down. Was this during the summer or during the winter when they were doing it? When the first time you saw it?
it was like in the spring.
So were they jumping into water then?
Yeah, they were jumping in the water.
It's insane. Like you're going down this gigantic hill, and then you start seeing. So how are you able to? And then they end up landing in a pool. For anyone that grew up in Northeast Ohio, it was kind of like the ski water shows you would see at SeaWorld all the time. Like I was like, this is nuts. So how were you able to then kind of introduce gymnastics into that and your gymnastics background to be able to help you to learn how to do this?
It's kind of like a vault, isn't it, Kira?
Well, not really.
Okay.
It's a little bit. I mean, I thought I saw it and I was like, yeah, that looks terrifying, but I really think since I know how to flip that, like, I can do that. The first couple times I did land on my head in the water. Like, it definitely was not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Turns out having skis on your feet makes it a little bit harder to flip and twist. So there's that. Yeah.
Did you feel like you got discovered then? Or I mean, it was just that obvious to them that you were like, okay, she can do this.
I think one of the coaches was like, you definitely have like a lot of potential, but it was more of me just wanting to do it. Like, I was fully like, I was watching other girls do like the bigger jump, and I was like kind of really jealous. I was like, I think that I just like felt the need to do that. Like, I had to do it. I don't know. I was just like,
it's amazing.
Just really, really wanted to do it. But I wouldn't say that they were like recruited me or anything. I think it was more just me like liking it.
Kira Dosa joining us. She'll be competing in the women's freestyle aerials. Qualifying's next Tuesday, and the finals are coming up on Wednesday. You're 22. You didn't do this until you were 17, correct?
Yes. Yep.
That's a real quick ascent to the top of world competition. Ranked 15th in the world right now. When your first World Cup was when? Just like a year ago? 2 years? 2024?
2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Wow. That's fascinating. What's been the biggest thing to, I wouldn't say overcome, Kira, but the biggest thing to go from 16 years of training in gymnastics to competing with a similar skill set, but completely different type of sport? What's been the biggest thing to overcome?
I think when I first started, the biggest thing that like really boggled me was you're supposed to like purposely flex your feet. Like in gymnastics, you're supposed to point your toes, but with skis on, you're supposed to flex your feet. So quite the opposite. And then landing, instead of landing like straight up and down, we land on a really steep hill. So when we're training in the pool, you almost are trying to like land on your stomach, which was hard to grasp the concept of.
It does sound interesting. Now, what do you explain this one to me? You've been over there for a while. Are you training while you're there? Are you doing jumps? Are you working on things? How often do you get to do that?
We haven't done any training since we've been here. We had 2 weeks of training in Lake Placid for like our pre-Olympic training camp, but the site's not open here yet. I mean, we start training tomorrow, but no one's jumped on the site yet.
Wow.
It's a brand new site. No one is allowed to jump on it till tomorrow. So we've just been like working out in the gym, skiing, watching events, resting, recovery, all that stuff.
All right, so tell me the good stuff then. All right, so what events have you been to? Because you're kind of like a fan right now being there, right there. And then I saw your, I think it was your dad, posted a picture of you in the opening ceremonies and just like, I mean, what kind of response have you had from the folks back here in Cleveland?
A lot of people are reaching out to me that I'm like, oh my God, like that's my teacher from first grade or whatever, just crazy, like, are like, wow, I can't believe like they heard about this. Like that is crazy.
Everybody's hearing about it, Kira.
That's crazy.
How do you like the attention?
I guess it's good.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not every day. You know. All right. So here's my other question for you. So you got to get a ton of Olympic swag, right, for like the opening ceremonies and for going around. So like, what's the best stuff? What's the best gift you got as being a part of the Olympic team?
Oh my God, there's so much stuff.
So tell us what they gave you.
So right when we got off the plane, we took a red eye from New York, and right when we got off the plane, everyone was like kind of gross from the plane still. It's like, all right, guys, like we're going into team processing. Also, by the way, JD Vance is going to want to like meet you guys before you start the stuff. Like, okay, go. And we were like, we just got off the plane. So we go, we meet JD Vance, we hear him talk, whatever. And then we go through, there's a Nike exhibit, a Kappa exhibit, a Ralph Lauren exhibit, Skims, Oakley, what else? Just all that. So we got like, I think like 3 suitcases.
Oh my God.
Full of stuff. Like it's so much stuff. I don't know what to do with it all, and I don't really know how we're supposed to get it home.
May have to ship it back.
But
That's funny.
It's okay because I have 2 sisters and a mom who are the same size as me. So
That works out. So what's your favorite thing?
I like the Nike ACG stuff is my favorite. It's like their all conditions gear line.
Right.
And there's this skirt. I don't know if you've seen it, but it has a big eagle on it. It's this huge skirt. And it doubles as like a blanket. And like, it's pretty ridiculous, but that's my favorite thing that we've gotten.
It's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
When you found out you were an Olympian, like what went through you're like, I can't even imagine what that feels like. Like they said to you, okay, you're on the Olympic team. Like, how does that work? And then what went through your mind?
Well, I told my family right away. They were really excited, and I was excited too. But like, it didn't really like sink in till we got here, till opening ceremony, that like it was actually happening. So we still had 2 weeks of training left, and like, you know, anything could happen, injury, whatever. So I was trying to just like stay calm and just be like, okay, like you just got to get there. You just got to get there, get good training, just get there.
Qualifying on Tuesday, finals on Wednesday. What are you thinking? What kind of an approach are you taking into the event?
I think, honestly, I'm just so excited that I'm here right now. I kind of just want to go and do everything I know how to do and have fun. And I'm really excited for my family to be there because I mean, my one sister's never ever even seen me compete, so I'm just going to have fun, and I just want to land. I just want to put some jumps to my feet.
That's awesome.
That's the goal.
Everybody's rooting for you back here. We get excited when we see when we hear your name or we hear Layla Edwards' name or any of the other athletes from Northeast Ohio. So we're all rooting for you, and we're all pushing you for good luck when you get your opportunity here.
Kira, have fun.
Thank you. Thanks.
And tell your dad we said hi.
I will.
And then get ready. Walsh Jesuit's going to ask you for a big check if you have great success.
So
just
good.
so you know, look out.
They're going to want some swag.
Oh, yeah.
See you, Kira. Thank you. Best of luck to you coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Thank you. We're rooting for you.
Thanks, guys.
Kira Dosa joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. And again, she will be competing in the Olympics, women's aerial freestyle. And again, that's the event where you come down the hill, you hit a big thing, it propels you way up into the air, you flip like crazy, and then you hopefully stick the landing.
It's nuts. It's very
I remember the first time
I saw it.
It's very gymnastics based, and because once you go up that hill, Andy, you're flipping like you're a gymnast, and she has 16 years of training at the at World Gymnastics in Brecksville, Gymnastics World in Brecksville. So good for her. 2020 vault champ in the state of Ohio as a student at Walsh Jesuit High School.
I get nervous when I watch these Olympic skiers or I see
Andy,
stuff like
frightening.
this. You see them, and then you see like they're about to go down the hill.
You don't want to tell her that. It's frightening.
No, I'm not going to say that. And then, like, you see the whole city at the bottom, and you're like, man, my stomach starts. I start getting butterflies, even when you watch it on TV.
Well, you should.
It's interesting.
Did you happen to see Myles Garrett all over television?
Yes.
His girlfriend Chloe Kim was the two-time defending gold medalist in the snowboard halfpipe, and she ended up with silver. Can I complain about the Olympics? Am I allowed to do that?
Sure, go ahead.
The scoring on that is a weird deal. You get 3 runs, 2 of them don't count. So you just take your best score. It's like the NBA slam dunk competition. You can completely stink it up, but if you land 1, that's what they count. That stinks. Doesn't that stink?
Well, don't you? But you want your best jump to count.
Well, shouldn't you maybe average score of 2 jumps or of two of your routines?
I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. I'm going to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you want, if you got an A on a paper and you got 2 C's, you want to throw the 2 C's out, don't you?
Well, usually all tests count.
Depends on the class. If you had Professor Baskin,
apparently Heights High had a little different grading scale than everybody else.
Well, what can I say? I don't have a problem with it.
She was in first place after 2 runs, and then on the last run, one of her proteges, who she helped kind of train and brought along, had a great run and scored a 90 point something or other, and Chloe Kim was like at an 88. So she was in second place, and then she fell. And so she was done. But I guess it is a very dangerous event and tough to land those things. So maybe they're expecting you to mess up a couple of times. I don't know. I would just think you might average 2 of the 3 runs or something like that.
I'm good with just taking the top run. I'm looking forward.
Well, Miles isn't because his gal got the silver.
Hey, come on. She got the silver. Come on. Second place.
It's pretty good. She was a 2-time defending gold medalist.
In everything but the Olympics, second place is first loser, but not at the Olympics. For some reason, you're like, I won silver. Oh, my God. Are you serious? You won silver?
She was the silver medalist. Thanks to Kira Dosa for joining us. It was great. You can watch her coming up on Tuesday. She tries to qualify for the finals coming up on Wednesday in the women's freestyle aerials. I mentioned the NBA slam dunk competition. That's coming up over the weekend. So's the 3-point shootout. There's a Cleveland Cavalier in it. If you were going to pick an all-time Cleveland Cavalier 3-point contest team, who would be on it?
Oh, my God.
It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. More great choices than you might ever imagine. It's next.
assists in 4 games so far. Men's curling, the U.S. losing to Canada this morning 6-3. Women's curling, the news a lot better. Team USA wins at 98. They scored twice in the 10th and final end. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
NBA All-Star Weekend. Control your excitement. Don't get carried away. We're going to talk about the three-point shootout in particular coming up in moments on Baskin and Phelps.
Oh, man, I can't
But we
wait.
just had Kira Dosa with us, who will be competing for the United States coming up Tuesday, qualifying in the women's freestyle aerials. Now, that's an event where you fling yourself off a hill way up into the air and you spin like crazy, and hopefully you land and don't break your neck. Then there's another favorite sport of people. Well, it's true.
I mean, you put it pretty blunt.
Well,
to be honest.
That's what we do here at Baskin and Phelps,
Oh,
Andy.
we're blunt now. That's who we are?
We're all kinds of things.
Okay.
Then there's another Olympic sport where you kind of slide a little bit and you push a stone. Then you sweep like you're working at Floyd's barbershop. Clean things up. And here to tell us all about it, curling, our buddy Jeff Thomas.
Yeah!
Let's give the Olympics a miracle.
But this time on ice.
The USA has won gold.
USA! USA!
Take that, Sweden.
Word. All right, now I've made an executive decision. We're going to start with the bad news first.
Okay, bad news first.
It's Friday. I don't want to bring the show down to a downer. So the men, not so good. They lost to Canada 6-3 earlier this morning. Had a chance at multiple points, failed to pull it off.
Canada's pretty good, though, aren't they?
Yeah, the men team's really good. Here's the problem with the United States team. So they're 1-2 overall now. So there's 10 teams in the tournament. They are the second youngest squad. Average age of 25. So these are kids who maybe one day could be good, but right now they are basically wet in the bed. Just being in the Olympics for the first time.
You're saying that what you're trying to say is their livers are too healthy.
Pretty much, yes. They need to drink more.
Okay.
Well, keep touring Europe. That'll fix the problem, I'm sure.
Yes.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Damn straight. All right, so guess which team's the youngest?
Not
Canada.
the Canadians.
No, not the Canadian. No.
Germans.
Germany. They have average age of 24. So guess who the U.S. plays tomorrow? It's the curling version of Rompen Room. It's the U.S. and Germany.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so that should be a good one.
So are they still in it or no?
They
this
still
is pool
have
play or something? Or?
They still have 6 more games to play. So 10 teams total. You play each one once. So each team will do 9 games. So they're like a third of the way through the round robin tournament.
The curling takes a long time.
It's
I know
never long enough.
I know.
Jeffrey.
That's what I was going to say. This is great for you. I mean, Kira Dosa was just with us. They qualify on Tuesday. Their finals are on Wednesday. They're out of there. They're done.
That's their loss.
She's loving it, though,
exactly.
man.
But curling
she's
is
going to all the events, did the opening ceremonies. That's life.
Maybe
good.
she knows how to sweep. Maybe that'll get things going. Give her something to do.
I was watching some of the skiing stuff last night, and snowboarding in particular. I just kept thinking Spicoli. This guy's like, dude, man, gotta catch some gnarly snow.
I was watching Skeleton this morning. Those people are
that's
crazy.
insane, man.
That is crazy.
They're
Head
nuts.
first. Oh yeah,
They're
they are
absolutely nuts.
90 miles per hour head first. What a great idea.
It reminds
Their
me.
helmets are nice.
They're very, very stylish.
I'm watching those guys, and it reminds me of growing up in Cleveland Heights and going to Kane Park. And
Did you do local skeleton back in the day?
You did, Andy?
You know what we would do? We would steal the trays from the high school, or we'd get the books that had tons of wax on them.
Yeah.
And like you'd take like 30 steps, you'd run, then you'd jump on the tray, and you'd go down the hill. That's
pretty much skeleton.
That's city
really
style,
is.
isn't it? It's city style.
It is. All right, so here's the good news for you. So the guys that lost, but not the ladies. The American women victorious, beating the Canadians 9-8. So ninth
Take that,
end.
Sweden.
Yeah, take those Canadians. So in the ninth end, which is the second to last, the Canadians scored 3 times. And as a longtime Browns fan, my thought was, oh, crap. But then in the 10th and final end, the U.S. scored twice, thanks in part to the Canadian captain kind of foobarring her shot.
Ooh.
Tried a double takeout, failed.
Ooh.
left her rock in a bad spot, so the U.S. wins it. So the ladies now 2-1, and the Canadians just 1-1. So there might be hope for the women in this tournament. So they get the win.
Great.
So guys, not so good. The ladies do a good job. So that's your curling update for today.
Jeffrey, thank you very much,
All
buddy.
right, man.
There's Jeff Thomas.
We're all watching hockey
curling
later?
update.
We're all watching hockey later.
Curling update.
Absolutely. See Layla.
It's a big time right now. So we have the Olympics going on. Everybody's tied into that.
Right.
And loving every minute of it. It's been fun, and I love watching the luge and the skeleton, and I can't wait for the bobsled. One of my favorites. That's always good. And then we have the All-Star Weekend.
Yay!
In the NBA,
Yay!
where they're going to play those little exhibition pickup games, World and Stars and Stripes and everything else. But the one event that I actually really do like in the All-Star Weekend is coming up on Saturday, and that would be the three-point shootout. And we have 8 guys in it: Devin Booker, Con Knuppel, Damian Lillard, Tyrese Maxey, Donovan Mitchell, Jamal Murray, Bobby Portis Jr., and Norman Powell.
Mm-hmm.
So Donovan, though not a great three-point shooter, like Sam Merrill's in the NBA because he can shoot threes. Donovan, 3 is part of what he does. He's good at it, but he's not like, a marksman. But he's good at it. I hope he catches fire and wins the whole thing. That'd be great. And it made me think, Andy, the Cavaliers have actually had some success in the three-point shootout. The Cavaliers are one of 6 franchises that have had at least 3 winners in the three-point shootout. Mark Price won it twice. Kyrie Irving won it once. Miami's had 5 winners, 4 for the Celtics and Bulls, and then Golden State, Sacramento, and the Cavs have had 3 winners each. And I thought, we could put together our own 8-man Cleveland Cavalier three-point shootout team.
Because that's what everyone needs to do. Like, some people like to
It's called
clean.
Sports Talk. We're going to talk about sports.
Some people like to clean. Some people like to mow the lawn. We like to come up with all-star teams for three-pointers. Yes.
So we're gonna look for 8 people. If you have any suggestions, by all means, 216-474-0092. I don't think you can do this without the 2 guys who actually won it for the Cavaliers. So they're automatically on the team. That would be Mark Price, who won it twice. Dan's laughing. I didn't hear you guys coming up with anything else, so by God, here we go. Price won it twice, so
Yeah.
he's one of our contestants representing the Cavs.
Okay.
And Kyrie won one time, so he's in. Correct?
Okay, that's 2.
Okay, that's 2.
There are 2. Can I give you 2 off the top of my
Yep,
head, or
go
do you
ahead.
want to keep going? Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr is the Cavaliers' all-time leader in three-point field goal percentage at 47% while he was a member of the Cavaliers, and he is a former three-point shootout champion. Steve Kerr definitely on the team.
Jason Capono.
Jason was here only 1 year.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
I'd still put him on the team.
Jason, no, hold on. I've got a different reasoning for you.
I don't like this already. This isn't
Well,
fair.
good.
Go
Then
ahead.
you can take care of it one day when you're running the show.
Okay, go ahead.
Capono did win it twice, but Capono was only here for a year, and the Cavs, silly Cavs, traded him away. He would have been perfect playing with LeBron, who's in the same draft.
Okay.
Would have been perfect, right?
Yeah.
Dude who can knock down the three, but no, they traded him away. Anyhow, I'm not putting Capono on the team because he wasn't here long enough. Kyle Korver.
Oh, yeah.
Needs to be on the team.
How long was Kyle here, though, for?
Kyle was here like 3 years, wasn't he?
Was it 3 years?
I think Kyle
I
was.
don't know. This whole experience is starting to feel like you're going to sit on the scenic train. You are not going to move. You are not going to make noise, and you're going to enjoy it.
I don't know. I'm already mad because Bingo Smith can't be on it. But keep going. I'm listening. I like this. This is a fun game.
That's something to talk about.
Okay.
That's something to see, Andy. This is the in-depth
This
type
is a
of stuff
fun
we're going to
game.
have here.
I'm enjoying this. Yes.
So I
didn't think I would, but now I am.
Kyle Korver is second all-time in percentage for the Cavaliers. And this doesn't include guys who weren't here long enough or didn't take as many. Like Pete Nance is actually the Cavaliers' all-time leader in three-point percentage.
1 for 1?
He's 1 for 1. So Pete doesn't count. Kyle Korver is second at .454. And Kyle was such a great shooter that LeBron would go to him for shooting tips. Okay? So Kyle Korver's on the team.
He earned it. He earned it.
Would you agree with that one?
Yes. Kyle Korver on the team.
I don't think there's any question about that.
He'll get his jersey and T-shirt later.
There's another guy who I think absolutely has to be on this team. He is 5th all-time in Cavaliers three-point percentage. Wesley Person.
Okay.
Wesley jacked it up. That guy would let it fly. You want a great Wesley Person
How many
story?
years did he have here, though?
Wesley was here for like 5, I think. You want a great Wesley Person story?
About his brother?
Nope.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Wesley got a contract from the Cavs.
Okay.
A contract extension. This is before, and it was like a decent like 4 or 5 year contract.
Right.
And this is before dollar figures were always out about contracts from the agents.
Yeah.
And you kind of had to dig a little bit
to
find out what the contract might be worth.
And then you felt kind of dirty doing it because it's like it's other people's money. What are we doing here? Yeah. I remember those
there was some Cavs like dinner event type thing the night that Wesley got his contract, and some media folks are there, and Wesley's there, so we talked to him about his contract, and it's like, Wesley, congratulations on your contract. Yep, $39 million.
Like right out of his mouth, right away?
Absolutely. He's like, I got $39 million. This is great.
It's like winning the lottery.
It was unbelievable.
All right.
But
how many more guys we got left on this team?
Well, we only have 5 on the team.
Oh, we're only taking
We
5?
have 5 on the team. We're going to take 8.
Okay.
Because that's what they're doing in the competition. So, we got to play along.
All right, so we're 5 in.
Would you agree, Wesley Person?
Yes.
You going to give me Wesley?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, is one too obvious?
I have a guy that I think should be on the team. LeBron James.
Yeah, I was like, that's the most obvious name of all. Even though you don't think of him as a traditional, like I don't think of him as like, oh, Mr. 3-point, Mr. 3-point.
Well,
but
he's taken more threes.
Man, he's just so many.
And made more threes than any Cavalier in history.
He's hit a lot of heartbreaking threes for other teams, too.
Well,
the dagger shot.
When LeBron's not a shooter. And by shooter, I mean like Wesley Person was a shooter. Kyle Korver was a shooter. LeBron's a scorer. But, man, when LeBron would get on one of those heaters, and he's nailing those 3, he would just go nuts. I don't know how you couldn't put LeBron on this team. I think you have to.
I have another one that might sound weird. Yeah, I think you're 100% right on LeBron.
So we have 6 guys right now on the Cavaliers contestants for the 3-point shootout. Mark Price, Kyrie Irving, former champs. Steve Kerr, who won it a couple times, by the way, but not with the Cavs. Kyle Korver, Wesley Person, LeBron James.
Kevin Love.
Kevin is a guy that I think deserves consideration.
You put him on the team or consideration?
I have a list of guys to consider.
Okay.
A list of guys to consider. We're looking for 2 spots. Love your input. 216-474-0092. Kevin Love definitely needs consideration. We'll discuss that and a couple of other guys coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. Oh, the fun we're having.
What a blast.
I drive.
headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. Oh, it is Friday!
Bye to see you.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps? That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Yeah! From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff right here on 92.3 The Fan. Hard! Hard! Hard!
Man, I'd give myself such a headache if I screamed like that.
I don't know, man.
Hey, Jeffrey.
All about that
Go
curling.
curl.
We're not going to care about curling after next week, right? I just want to make sure we're done with it after this. This is our 2-week interlude of curling.
You just made him mad. You just made him mad. Jeff, did you hear what he just said?
I don't listen to the show.
Oh,
I don't blame you.
Good. You
He
can take
said
off.
we're not going to care about curling next week, right?
Are you not going to be here?
Are they still curling next week?
They
Next
curl,
week?
baby, until the end.
It's all Olympics long.
As they should, but yeah, through pretty much the rest of the Olympics.
Yeah, no, I mean after
It
the
happens
Olympics. That's what I'm
all
saying.
the time.
Yeah, they
After the
play
Olympics.
like every day the rest of the Olympics.
Yeah, I know, but we're not.
Keep
Like,
asking. I'm only into it because it's on the Olympics. Jeff's a lifer curling.
This is cool stuff, man. Just because your life's not on the button doesn't mean mine is.
Mine's on the goal line.
No. Yours is on the hog line where it's going to stay. All right, we are past my time. I'm
Yeah,
leaving.
Goodbye,
gonna
Jeff.
say,
You're not
goodbye.
getting paid.
As
You're
Mr.
You're off the clock.
As
won't let
Mr.
Jeff-
Thomas's agent, he needs to leave at
I
this
won't
time.
let Jeff
Yeah.
say anything more derogatory towards curling.
The NBA three-point shootout coming up tomorrow. Yay. Donovan Mitchell's in it for the Cavaliers. Good. Let's hope he wins. That'd be great. We're putting together an all-Cavalier, all-time three-point shootout contestant list. There are 8 guys in this competition.
It's poetry.
Andy and I have agreed. We have agreed on 6 guys to have in this competition. Mark Price, 2-time winner. Kyrie Irving, 1-time winner. Steve Kerr, 2-time winner, but not with the Cavs. Kyle Korver could just flat out shoot. Wesley Person, just a guy who would jack up threes and was really good at it.
Yep.
And we figure LeBron has to be on the team.
And Jason Capono. I mean, like, how is he not on that?
Jason was only here. He barely played his rookie year, and Jason's not on this one.
He was a
Even
good
though
guy.
he's a 2-time
Good
champ.
guy.
We
Put
have
him on the
other.
list.
We have other. We
What does
have
it cost
other guys.
you? So what if you put a 9th person on there?
We have other
Or a
guys.
10th
We'll,
person.
we'll have an alternate.
Man, like
Cool Ray's in Bedford. Cool Ray. Who else should be in this thing? We have 2 more
Ray.
spots.
Yeah.
I can't believe y'all disrespecting my boy Craig Elo.
Oh, we're not disrespecting. We have 2 more spots. We're open to suggestions.
Craig Elo and Ricky Davis.
Wrong way, Ricky?
Yeah, wrong way, Ricky.
I don't know about Ricky. Cool Ray,
Congratulations on your purchase.
You're not gonna be happy with me. I don't have Craig even in my list, and I know Craig could shoot that shot, but percentage-wise, he wasn't there.
Yeah, but he was always going up against Jordan and Pippen, so he wasn't supposed to be. But when he needed a shot, he was that guy.
He
Him
would be
and
the
Mark.
guy. Yes, Virginia. There is a Santa Claus. All right, Cool Ray. Thank you. He's a voting for Craig Elo. Bill's in Strongsville. Bill.
Well, Cool Ray just stole some of my thunder, but in the words of Howie Chiswick, Craig Elo for 3.
That's actually pretty good, Bill.
Well done.
Howie somehow turned 3 into a 2-syllable word, which was really good. Other guys who I think could be in this thing, Andy.
Okay.
Now, you threw out Kevin Love. How about Danny Ferry? Danny made a lot of threes for this team, and that was what ended up being his main thing. I have somebody else, and now remember, there's also an entertainment value to this. You imagine World Be Free?
That's what I was thinking too. Like all the guys prior to what they brought it in 79, 80?
Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned the name Bingo Smith.
Bingo was my first thought.
Bingo is an interesting thought, but he played in the NBA only 1 year when the three-point line was in existence.
Yeah.
And in his entire career, Bingo took only 81 threes. He was 23 of 81 on threes. So the percentage wasn't great, but remember, it wasn't a specialty then. You know, you're just jacking
he
up.
owned the corner, though.
Yeah.
He owned it.
Absolutely. Terry's in Euclid. Terry.
What's up, T?
World Be Free.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes.
He's actually 60th all time on the Cavaliers' three-point percentage list.
Right. He should be on that list.
Well, he'd be fun, wouldn't he? I mean,
You talk about jacking up threes or jacking up shots, period.
that's our guy. Save the franchise, Terry. I think World Be Free would be a guy you might think about putting on that team.
The Prince of Midair.
The Prince of Midair?
Is one of his nicknames.
Did not know that.
Now you do.
Anyhow, he was, and again, this isn't accurate because, like Pete Nance is on the list because he's 1 for 1. But World made 38% of his threes as a member of the Cavaliers. A lot of guys who did it fairly well. But I think World's a possibility. Are we allowed to say this?
No.
How about Darius Garland? We need 2 spots.
I'd probably
Darius
put
has
Elo.
a better shooting percentage on threes as a Cavalier than Kyrie Irving did. And better than Danny Ferry, and better than World Be Free.
Yeah, I didn't have Danny Ferry on there, so.
Oh, but Danny was good at the three.
Yeah, I know. But I just didn't. I'm just trying to be historic in my mind. Like, I feel bad for the older guys.
Well, they didn't shoot the three.
Well, they didn't have the three.
But even early on in the, for instance, the way the 3-point now is a dominant part of the game, you shot the three back in the day as a bailout. Oh, we're down 3. I guess we better put one up.
At the end of the game.
It was that kind of a thing. It was that kind of a deal. The Cavs have actually had some really good 3-point shooters over the years. Let me give you a couple more thoughts, a couple more guys that might be able to do it. Sam Merrill. Sam just made, 9 out of 10 threes in a game? He was in the 3-point shootout.
He's 13th.
He's really good.
He's working his way up, yeah.
31 overall in percentage for the Cavaliers, but he's really good. Just so you know, and they eliminated guys who didn't shoot enough. This is the top 10 all-time field goal percentage on threes for the Cavaliers. Steve Kerr, Kyle Korver, Jalen Tyson.
Really?
Jalen Tyson is 3rd.
Already? Wow.
Ty Jerome is 4th. Then Wesley Person, Mark Price, Boobie Gibson, 7th best 3-point percentage in Cavs history. Sam Merrill is 8th. Our buddy Maurice Williams, you knew him as Mo, 9th. And Andy, your buddy, Wally Zerbiak, 10th.
It's Wally's world. We're just living in it.
There he is. David's in Pennsylvania. Hello, David.
Hey, guys. Beautiful day for a drive back home.
Nice.
I wouldn't trust him to say, tip in an easy foul shot miss to win a game in the playoffs, but J.R. Swish could shoot him.
Oh, he could light it up, and you wouldn't need to get him a jersey.
That's right.
David?
I was also going to say Wally World. You just brought him up, so yeah.
Yeah, Wally made 40% of his threes as a member of the Cavaliers. Darnell is in Painesville. Hello, Darnell.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're well.
All right, so the last caller just took one of mine, but what about Boobie? Boobie and JR.
Boobie is 7th all-time in Cavs 3-point percentage, just over 40%.
Sounds like a shooter to me.
All right,
Let me ask you this one, Jeff. I close my eyes and try to wonder, if Campy Russell had the chance or Austin had the chance with a line, I wonder where those guys would have landed.
Campy played in the league when the 3 was around, but he said it was just a shot that, you'd get benched.
The way it is now, yeah.
You'd get benched. And Austin was a scorer. Austin wasn't a shooter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
it's like LeBron.
You
LeBron
wonder,
could really catch fire.
You wonder if their game would have changed had they used the arc.
Our social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. You can't get through on the phone lines. Somebody brought this up. The quarterback graveyard brought this up on Twitter, and then we're getting a tiny bit of backlash as well from the person who's mentioned. Jeff, you haven't said Danny Green yet.
Are we getting that from Danny?
Uh-huh.
Danny, I would put you on the team completely, but Danny only played here his first year.
He did say that. He's like, I wasn't there long enough, but I should be on this team.
Danny, there's no question.
Not on there. Yeah, that's probably
Danny could just light it up.
Of course he could.
It was all those flights sitting next to me on the plane.
Probably true.
We talked shooting for him.
Of course.
Tuck that elbow, and that elbow isn't in enough.
No, Jeff was like, Tuck that shirt in and that tie. We need to look at the way that
you
combo
need to have
works.
a tie. No, Dan. See,
Danny,
if
thank
we're
you
looking,
for listening in your off time, man.
Make the T with your thumbs.
You got a kid, Danny. You got better things to do. But overall, if you were looking at like complete body of work on guys who might have played in Cleveland, Jason Kapono would be on it. Danny Green would be on it
for sure.
Yeah, but
For
those
sure.
two guys were only here for rookies for their rookie year.
Yeah, I think the first 5 were easy. After that, it got more difficult.
I think LeBron was a no-brainer on quantity, if nothing else. Don't you think? Scott's in Euclid. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
We are well.
Guys, love the show.
Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just love the show. I just want to let you know, I mean, somebody took some of my other ones, but how about Zadrunas, man?
Zadrunas should be in there, too. I don't know.
Big Man Z can shoot that bad boy.
I don't think he should be on it, but yes, he could.
He could shoot
He
it,
could
man.
shoot.
There's a lot of times, especially when LeBron used to kick it in the corner. Big Man Z can hit us some threes. For a big man, he's one of the best big man shooters I can remember. So I don't know if anybody else said Z, but I was listening to you guys, and I was like, J.R. Smith, Boobie Gibson, all those guys. But Big Man Z, I think you should put him on there.
Z made 31% of his threes as a member of the Cavaliers, which for a big man was saying something. Why did Z have those skills? He kind of had them before the big men started shooting threes because he didn't grow until later in life. And he had kind of a thyroid thing. Remember Sarunas Jasikevičius? He was Zadrunas' best man along with our buddy Stan Kellers.
Yeah.
Co-best men in their wedding. They grew up together in Lithuania. And Sarunas told me, he said, Z was our point guard. Z would bring the ball up and down the floor, and Z would shoot from the outside. Then he grew.
Right.
And so he, you'd see Z dribble the ball down the floor, take it behind his back, and dunk.
Yeah.
It's because he did it. He grew up doing that.
Jared on Twitter wants to chime in. Thunder Dan.
Thunder Dan Marley?
Thunder Dan would have been a good one, too.
And Dan wasn't here very long, but yeah, Dan could let it fly. Definitely. Jeff's in North Olmsted. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
We are well.
Hey, so, if we're talking, I have 2 errors for you as far as three-point shooters. If we're talking like 80s, 90s, Mark Price was one that was huge for me because I grew up.
Mark's on the team. Yep.
Hearing him in Richfield Coliseum, Mark Price 4-3, like that always just, that's like a childhood memory for me. And then now the early 2000s, I might be a little bit biased because he trains my daughter, ex-Cavs player Boobie Gibson is my other one. And you know what? People forget about that 2007 series. Game 5 and 6, he was 8 for 8 for 3 in those 2 games.
Oh, he was
Everybody
going nuts.
remembers LeBron's dominance in that game, obviously, in Game 5. But Boobie had a short career because of his foot injury, ankle injuries, and things like that. But man, that kid could fill it up. His stroke was sweet. So yeah, those were my 2 favorites, obviously. And then now we look at like guys like Donovan and Merrill. But yeah, I was a huge fan of Mark, especially, and Boobie. But yeah, who cares? These guys are filling it up now. Give me Mitchell in this 3-point contest this weekend.
Wish him luck, Jeff. Thank you very much. So our 6 guys locked in: Mark Price, Kyle Korver, Steve Kerr, Kyrie Irving won the 3-point with the Cavaliers, Wesley Person, LeBron James. And then I think you can just go personal taste to finish out your team. We had a lot of guys that were there: World Be Free, Danny Ferry, Kevin Love, Darius, Donovan, Sam Merrill, Bingo Smith. Fun little exercise.
This was a
wasn't
good
it, Andy?
game. I enjoyed it.
Law Murray covers the NBA for The Athletic. He's going to join us next. We'll talk All-Star Weekend. We'll talk second half. We'll talk Cavaliers after the trade. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
There's one thing I could tell, like high school and college Lima, is don't cover him up because it only helps. Because absolutely, because now you're letting everybody else see that you're capable, and somebody else actually is into you. It only helps your cause.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Take a break, NBA fans. Real stuff comes back next week. All-Star game this weekend. Whatever it is the All-Star game is these days. It's going to happen, and then we get back to business. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps here, Andy Baskin over there.
Yep.
We go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline for a gentleman who covers the NBA for The Athletic. He's based in Los Angeles, California, has covered the Clippers for a very long time as well, now covering all things NBA. He's Law Murray. Hello, Law. Good to have you with us.
Hey.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me, guys.
It's early out there. Sorry we woke you up early on.
It is definitely early, and also weekend is going to be a heck of a weekend. So we're here, mid-season of the whole NBA, not regular season, but the whole NBA season, including the playoffs and the finals and all that.
True.
You had a 2/3 of the season break and then the mad dash to the playoffs. Are the Cavaliers in better shape with James Harden at point guard to make that dash to the playoffs than keeping their fingers crossed about Darius Garland being healthy, at least for this year?
I think all you can worry about is this year. I think that's all James Harden worries about is what team do you have on a year-to-year basis. And I think he put himself in a very good situation for him. And I believe that the Cavs did as well. I don't think that there is a long-term future for the Cleveland Cavaliers. It is year to year. And I think when you have all those guys together and you can count on one hand how many playoff series those guys have won, even played in, that's not a real reason to continue to have the highest paid roster in the league. Or I believe that's what it was for the Cavaliers with Garland and Mitchell, Mobley, and Jared Allen. So now you have a player who, while you have him, get integrated while you can and see what he can do for everybody else. I think everyone's focusing on James Harden and what his past team failures have been and what his numbers have been. I've had a front row seat to James for 3 seasons, and I know what his mindset is and how he needs to approach things. I know where his shortcomings have been and what he has or hasn't had to say about those. His job in Cleveland is I don't want to say it's easy, but it's simple, and that's to make all those other guys better. And I think that especially given that he was very intentional about getting to Cleveland, I think this has been a smashing first week or so for James with that team.
It's definitely put energy back. And not that they didn't have energy before, but it's put some of that LeBron kind of energy in. I'm not saying it's LeBron, but that kind of energy back into the team. Let me ask you this. What do you think Harden's going to be able to do to make Evan Mobley more aggressive, to help him with his game? Because we've already seen what's happened with Jared Allen, and it's awesome. I can't wait to see what it looks like with Evan Mobley.
It should be more of the same, and no disrespect to J.A., but it should be better. Evan is supposed to be the difference maker for the Cleveland Cavaliers. We've seen that defensively. We haven't seen that offensively. You know, Evan has been more theory than product right now, even with him being an All-Star last year, being an All-NBA selection last year. Like, Evan should be dominating cats if we're keeping it a beam. And, like, his ability to shoot outside the paint, to make some plays, to be able to put the ball on the floor without it bouncing off his foot, like, he's supposed to be a special big. And I think James is going to be a battery for him, put that battery in his backpack to be that kind of player more often. And some of that, yes, it's a matter of getting that dude the ball. James is an unselfish player, especially this phase of his career. Like, he needs touches because you're not going to just put James Harden in the corner, but, like, get that dude the ball, and what he's going to do is at this stage of his career, he's going to get other guys the ball. Like, Evan, it's up to him. Evan's got all the talent as far as I'm concerned in the world. Like, man, you've seen it, and he's a great dude as well. He's a guy who's worthy of being a steward of that franchise. But James has a lot of institutional knowledge of how to make, especially big men, better. You mentioned Jared Allen has benefited from that in a short time already. And, I mean, Evan, he just needs to get healthy and just soak up all he can. He's going to get buckets, and he's going to get them a lot easier than he ever has before.
Law Murray joining us from The Athletic, covers the NBA, has covered the Clippers for a very long time as well. James Harden coming in here, I think clearly makes this team better for the rest of this season and a run. What do you expect James to think at the end of the season when he has that option that I can't imagine that he'll pick up, and rightfully so? He should be looking for a longer-term contract. What do you think his approach will be?
It all depends on how the season ends up for them. I really feel like that's how it is with all of these good teams and the players who matter the most. You know, like, only one team's going to win the championship, right? So at the end of it, you're going to have to get some space if you're not winning it. Even if you do win it, that's how it is. Like, some of these teams are going to, you know, have to make big decisions no matter how their season ends up. And for James, I mean, again, I keep saying this, well, he's at the stage of his career where money, we keep talking about his salary and his contract situation. Like, dude is going to be 37 years old. Like, it's not like he signed on a 4-year max. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just wants to make sure that he's got the best chance to win. And he knows he can't do it by doing whatever the heck he was doing in Houston. Like, that's not where he's at anymore. So this is a mutual option that the Clippers and Harden negotiated, because the Clippers situation was they were in a spot where they needed to preserve some flexibility and figure out who was going to be on their next team. He's going to try and put himself in a position where he's compensated, he's taken care of, but, like, he's also not making so much that the team that he's on can't add the best talent around him. I think Cleveland has an understanding of that. I think anyone who covered the Clippers has understood the contracts that James signed, even the contract that James opted into to demand a trade to the Clippers in the first place. It was a matter of trying to play with as much talent as this new CBA allows for. James is very smart and very understanding of how the league business works. That's probably why he said some of what he said when he talked about loyalty. And it's like James is loyal to his best chance to win. And that is far below what fans might expect or what teams might expect. It's like, we're going to see how this season ends up, what the fit looks like, and he's going to make the best decision from there.
Let's talk about the other James, LeBron. I keep hearing splatterings of, okay, well, maybe this is his last year in L.A. Is Cleveland the destination for him next year if he decides he wants to continue to play? Or, you know, could we see LeBron, Bronny, Bryce all on the same team at some point? I think that'd be awesome if you were LeBron. Could Cleveland be the place where he ends up next year?
I really believe that is a real possibility. Like, LeBron got very emotional last month going back to Cleveland.
Sure did.
And there's a lot of this season that feels like the 2017-18 season, not just the contract status. I mean, LeBron's contract status is even more acute this time around because he doesn't even have a player option or anything like that going into next year. Like, he picked that up. He exercised it for this year. So he's got the no trade clause. Obviously, the trade deadline, thankfully, has come and gone. But this Lakers team ain't that good. And, you know, a lot of people who follow the Lakers are going to say that, well, they haven't had their best players together for most of the season. And that's true for all of those guys. But it's not like the numbers have suggested that they're going to be that good when they are all together. You know, there's a bit of a feeling of an end stage, and LeBron feels like the guy that is going to be not pushed out, but like he's going to be the guy who it seems like he's most likely to leave. Like, it's Luka Doncic's team. You know, Austin Reeves is in the prime of his career, and he's owed money next year. And he's a little bit of an easier piece to figure things out, which is kind of weird to say that about Bron, a guy who truly can play with everybody. But at this stage of his career, the shortcomings of his teammates don't make it so that LeBron elevates them like he used to. Again, LeBron is 41 years old. So if LeBron is not worried about money, and I don't know what the case is with that. We've never seen LeBron really take a pay cut like that. But if LeBron is trying to put himself in the best situation, then, yeah, a farewell tour in Cleveland makes the most sense. He could be on a team that could have a ton of talent, and if he's not making the max or anything like that, like, you're talking about a guy who gets to come to a place where he'll be celebrated every single night. Like, Lakers fans are still ungrateful for a lot of what Bron's done, you know, think that Bron's in the way of certain things. And so, like, have the farewell tour in Cleveland and end it the right way. I don't think LeBron's going out quietly. That just isn't in LeBron's nature. And
I agree.
is very smart about what he wants to do and his legacy and his place in the game. He's very open about those things. So how can you not close the door on possibly ending it where it all started?
That's a great thought. Law Murray joining us from The Athletic. Let me go back to the Harden-Garland trade for 1 second. The Clippers' motivation to make the trade, were they convinced that Harden was leaving, or was it the idea of getting somebody 10 years younger to build with that appealed to them?
Man, the Clippers were playing great basketball for 6 weeks. And you know what? They kind of extended that because they just beat the Minnesota Timberwolves and Houston Rockets on the road to go into this All-Star break. So it's like the Clippers, I know they would have preferred to just keep James, keep Ivica Zubac, and strike fear in the hearts of these Western Conference teams at the top. Not that the Clippers look like contenders, but they look like a team that you didn't want to face if they kept on going at the rate they were going for the next 2 months. I truly believe that James Harden and his representatives are the ones that assessed the situation, was like, yo, not only are we not contenders, not only do we not have a great chance to win a championship, James is doing a lot of work for a team that might be in the play-in tournament, and y'all aren't committed to him long term. And the Clippers are not the 76ers. James didn't need to go to Asia and call the president of basketball operations a liar during a camp that he had. They understand the deal. So they wanted to make the best of a situation that wasn't ideal for them. It wasn't ideal for them to lose every game but 2 in November and to start 6-21. Like, that wasn't the plan this year. And so I think when the Clippers were presented with the opportunity to pivot, they had to take a good hard look and say, okay, who's the best player you can get with this spot? And they landed on Darius Garland, a guy that has a lot of relationships with the city of Los Angeles, the franchise, as well as the head coach, Tyronn Lue, a guy that you guys are all familiar with over in Cleveland. So I think that's really what it feels like, a consolation prize. Like, the best thing for the Clippers would have been to do this on their time, to have the kind of success and maintain that, and then assess things over the summer which doesn't leave James Harden in the best position because now the team has the leverage of, hey, if you opt out, then we have that spot. And if you opt in, we have 10 days to waive you, pay you $13 million, go on from there. Nah, James Harden doesn't operate like that. James Harden dictates what he's going to do, not the basketball teams that James Harden plays in. Something for Cleveland to note, by the way. So yes. I think the Clippers just made the best of not a great situation, and hopefully Darius can get himself healthy and ready to go coming out of this All-Star break. And, like, the Cavaliers got the better player, and the Clippers just got to hope that Darius is going to be having, a chance to play his best basketball going forward.
Law, terrific insight. We thank you very much, especially getting up early for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Law.
Thank you so much.
Law Murray, The Athletic, covers the NBA, and you just heard him. He knows his stuff. So you can definitely read Law at The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Law Murray, L-A-W, Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y, T-H-E-N-U. Law Murray, the N-U. Hear what he said about LeBron James?
Yep.
We'll discuss it next on Baskin and Phelps.
headlines for The Fan earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments, headline news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Dan Mennigan.
Gentleman who covers the NBA for The Athletic, long time covering the LA Clippers as well. Law Murray was just with us, and you can go read Law at The Athletic. He was really sharp, had some great thoughts to say, and one of them involved Akron's favorite son. I'm Jeff Phelps. I'm not Akron's favorite son. That's Andy Baskin. He's not Cleveland Heights' favorite son. But Law, you asked him about...
I'm like, where are you going with this?
You asked Law about LeBron and the whole thing for next year. And when LeBron, got tears in his eyes in a very short return to Cleveland this year with the Lakers and short video. I mean, it wasn't like it was like, welcome back for the first time, LeBron, but, kind of caught him a little bit. And he seemed a little emotional about that, which was cool. That's really cool. And at this point in his career, as if he wasn't in the past, LeBron should be celebrated. I mean, he's still playing. He had a triple-double last night. Became the oldest person to ever get a triple-double in NBA history. The guy's still playing. Is he what he was when he was 30? No. Are any of us what we were when we were 30?
I am a little bit. My hair, but it's a different color. Yeah, I agree.
It's a different color.
Yeah.
You got a little parking lot up there that you didn't used to have, too.
Parking lot?
Yeah, a little recede, but that's okay.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, right up there.
Whoa!
Well, but he receded a little bit without losing it. You still have the stuff in the front. I mean, you're good to go.
Andy, I'm going to turn the cameras off. You can rough them up if you want.
That's all right.
No, you're good. You're good to go.
We'll replay one of the best of Baskin and Phelps segments.
I think he's doing the backstroke here.
We don't have any. No, I'm not doing the backstroke. You got more forehead showing than you used to, but you got plenty of hair. You'll have hair your whole life.
It's by choice.
I'll turn the cameras off. You can punch them.
It's all I have left, man. It's all I have left.
But
you're taking away my one thing.
No, you still have it. I'm jealous as hell. What are you talking about?
I know, but
you got great hair. I'm happy for you. You can grow a beard too. You just don't choose to.
Can we roll the video of my hair the way it used to look, please? Thank you.
I have pictures at home.
Oh, okay. Good.
We're not doing before and after.
No, that's not good.
It's true.
But Law Murray talked about what a perfect way it would be for LeBron to finish things up by coming back to Cleveland. Obviously, that's been in a lot of Cavalier fans' minds for some time. And on the surface, for instance, when Darius Garland was here, I thought LeBron would be the perfect guy to drop in at 3. The only problem is at that point, you'd have Darius and Donovan. They need the ball. LeBron, he has the ball. And then you've got Evan and Jarrett sitting there waving like, hello, fellas, get me the ball. And I wonder moving forward, let's just say, and Law, I wanted to make sure we talked to Law about this especially. I asked Law about James Harden, future and everything, and he said he's looking for a chance to win, but remember, he said, Cleveland, keep this in mind. He's going to do what's best for him and his future, which that's what I don't blame a player for ever doing that. But if LeBron were to come back next year, Andy, and finish up his career here.
Yep.
What would it mean? I have a former NBA player who has some really strong thoughts about it in a minute.
Yeah, I think it just closes the book on a great career, a guy that lifted this city to heights that we've never seen in my lifetime. Took us on an amazing run, came back. I mean, what a roller coaster ride it was with him. When you think about, I think about being at the Indians game that day, and when the ping pong ball fell the Cavaliers' way, looking, and then seeing Austin Carr on the stage over at the arena at that point in like tears, and realizing what had happened. And that was the first run, and we didn't get to where we thought we were going to go. And then being in tears again when he decided he wanted to go to Miami, and then being in tears again when he decided to come back. And then that final great, teardrop was when they actually won championships, and we saw the 17.6 million people fill the streets of Northeast Ohio, throughout every neighborhood. downtown, according to Anthony Lima. No, I just, and then you close the book on the end of it, and it's a great career, and it is what it is. I don't know how does that play in the front office of the Cavaliers? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of LeBron would like to come back, or I'm not even saying that. I'm hearing that everyone's writing the story that this will be his final year in Los Angeles,
and that it's the perfect finish to come to Cleveland.
Yeah, and everyone's writing that. But the problem is that there are two people that have to make that happen, and that would be LeBron James in a contract that, like Law just said, that he's never seen before.
And LeBron, though LeBron didn't always have the biggest contracts and everything,
right?
Later on in his career, I'm not going to take a pay cut to make that happen, nor should he.
No, he shouldn't have in the beginning. You think about it, when he went to Miami, he probably shouldn't have taken the cut either.
Right, and he did there to make that work.
Yeah, and so, but then the other question is that what the Cavs want to do?
Well, there's another aspect of it.
And I bring in the other factor there too, Jeff, that, Bronny's there with the Lakers right now, and then Bryce is at Arizona, redshirted this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, his future is going to be up in the air, too. I think
Which, by the way, if you're redshirted, you are still draft eligible.
Yeah.
If you want to be.
It's the age away from high school.
Yeah.
I have these visions of Gordie Howe standing out on the ice with his kids, and I have the same visions of LeBron standing out in midcourt with his kids.
Well, okay. If you're his youngest son, you probably want to play in college to enhance your draft status. Unless you went to the combine and knocked everybody for a loop. But if you think about it, Harden, great player. We're seeing that. Mitchell, great player.
Mm-hmm.
If you had LeBron at small forward, unbelievable player. Even at his age, still playing well. But then there's the same deal with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. Okay, that's a lot of guys who need the basketball there. And LeBron, I can't imagine LeBron, nor should he, think I'm the guy who can take the ball and I'm good to score 8 points a game and, whatever. In other words, be the third or fourth scoring option on a team. I don't know. Remember Lou Williams, guard in the NBA, played for Atlanta, and Lou could shoot it. Lou played for other teams too. He was just on a podcast, Run It Back, and he had some really interesting comments about the idea of LeBron and the Cavaliers moving forward. He says, and he's assuming that Harden comes back.
Okay.
So he's assuming you add LeBron to Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and Evan and Jarrett. And Lou Williams said this: history tells me that the old guard-led team usually doesn't compete for championships. He said, it all looks really good. It feels really good. I'm thinking of all the old Laker teams with Karl Malone and Gary Payton, all those guys, and they still couldn't win a championship. Remember the Lakers brought in Malone and Payton and thought,
I'm
here we
thinking
go.
of Dwayne Wade being here, and I'm thinking of Shaq being here. I've thought about that before, too.
Yeah, Lou continued here. He says, on paper, they look dangerous. But 2 of the 3 guys get a year older by this time when this conversation comes to fruition. And he said, and those are some really high numbers. It would be 42 for LeBron, which is silly, and be 37 for James Harden. And he said, when we start to have these conversations, we forget to look back at the league. He said, Victor Wembanyama is going to get better. Cade Cunningham going to get better. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going to get better. All the young stars, Anthony Edwards, they're going to get better while these 2 guys get older. And that's, though everybody, I can understand the giddiness at the idea that LeBron comes back. At some point, Father Time has to kick in a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I also think there's another angle to this too. That when LeBron was here last week, or was that 2 weeks ago, with the Lakers, when Bronny, like the fans were calling for Bronny to get in the game, they wanted to see him play after the Cavs had a substantial lead, and I can't ever remember being at a Cavs game where our fans were openly trying to root on a player who wasn't a superstar, right?
Well, it was a class reunion from his elementary school.
Oh, it was way more. I mean, yeah,
it was a joke.
I was like, what? I didn't think Old Trail was that big.
They had all the alumni together.
It was special, though. I mean, it was
Bill Belichick's kids were here.
Oh, good. I just thought it was special the way our fans treated Bronny in that game against the
born
Lakers.
in Akron, Ohio, ain't he?
I know, Jeff, but I mean they didn't.
Same way everybody's always embraced Steph Curry.
You can't think as
no rim shot.
But I can't help but think that as a father, that wouldn't make you feel good. That those they were cheering on his kid, and it wasn't. I mean, it was passionate, and it was exciting. And then when he had the dunk, man, the place was going crazy. It was awesome. And I was like, wait a minute, we have Cavs fans in here that are rooting for the Lakers, and it's like. But I think as a father, there's no way LeBron couldn't see that moment and just go, "Wow, this is kind of special." And if he had the opportunity to come back with both of his kids and play here,
well, you're including the youngest son, and
I know.
I don't know how you're doing that.
I'm just getting the math up there. We'll see. You never know.
Yeah, can I go back to the big question?
LeBron writes the story a lot of times, and that's a story I could see him writing.
Okay, but can I go back to the big question? And you're the one who said it. What do the Cavs want?
That's an issue.
That's the big question.
Yeah,
that's the big question.
That's marketing versus basketball, isn't it? Too.
I mean, you've got Schroeder, you've got Max Strus coming back. You've got a lot of guys.
I know. If LeBron wanted to come back at a league minimum and the Cavs said no, how would that go over?
It's an interesting question. Darren is in Willowick. Darren.
Hey, Darren.
Welcome to the show.
Hi. Actually win championships. What about Paul Pierce?
Well, that was Lou Williams who played
but what about like Paul Pierce and Garnett and Ray Allen?
Well, they
were all pretty old.
No, they weren't that old.
At the time that they won it.
They weren't that old.
No, Pierce had been there for quite a while. Garnett had been around a number of times.
But they
a number of teams. So
they weren't 37 and 42.
Well, I agree with that. The part about LeBron coming back, I think the Cavs need to let him know one thing and let the rest of the players know. Our number one option is Donovan Mitchell. Everyone else is a 2. Is number 2, based on who's open, who's playing well, and how they're being played. And if everyone buys into that philosophy, there shouldn't be a problem. Harden's bought into it already. He knows he's not coming in as the number one option.
Darren, I understand what you're saying. I hate it when guys get labeled as options in a game where it's played its best when it's a free-flowing unit. You know what I mean, Andy?
Yeah.
That to me is when things are absolutely their best.
I just watching Harden distribute the ball over these last 3 games has been it's been fun. And plays that I just kind of didn't expect. When you look at him and you think back at his younger days and watching him play compared to where he is right now, they were laughing on the morning show about, are you going to, now that the dates are out for the NBA Finals, are you going to put your life on hold knowing that could be a possibility? I wasn't thinking that 3 weeks ago. I can tell you that.
Darren, just so you know, the threesome with the Celtics you mentioned, Ray Allen was the oldest guy when they won their title. He was 33.
That's all?
That's a lot different than 42 and 37.
Sure.
If the NBA has a problem with these guys sitting and, load management and everything else, they don't have near the problem with it that a couple from Australia happens to have. We'll explain coming up this costly little conversation next on Baskin and Phelps.
quarterfinals. United States, Italy will go against each other at 3:10 today. Cleveland Heights native Layla Edwards with a goal and 3 assists in 4 games during the Olympic tournament. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Dan Mennigan.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk to Eric Edholm, who's been with us many times before. Eric from NFL.com does great mock draft stuff. We'll have some great thoughts for us about the Browns as they head into this offseason. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. We were just talking about and whatever that was cool. We were just talking about LeBron James. Dan's like, don't point that out. People heard that. That was great. I like that.
It was like his own guitar.
It was
like,
fun. Yeah, Dan's own little like. Bow.
No, you know what it was? It was Jeff Phelps music from John Williams.
There it was.
It was the theme to Jeff Phelps.
No, I'm not allowed to play the music that I would play for Jeff Phelps right now.
Do we want to guess?
It's the Imperial March. Why wouldn't it be?
I'm so nice to Dan, and he just gives me grief.
Yeah. Would it not be the Imperial March after such things?
What would I get? Can I get Han Solos?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
I'm so nice to Dan, and all he does is give me grief.
By the way, I wouldn't want Luke. I don't know why. I don't know. I'd rather be Han than Luke, wouldn't you?
Han was so cool.
Yeah.
So we have all this.
He was so cool.
Jeff, what would you have wanted?
We have all this stuff in the NBA now.
C-3PO or R2DO?
All this
R2D2.
talk about guys sitting out games and load management. That it's kind of died down, except it's died down in talk only. It's really still happening.
Right.
And people aren't happy about it. And we talked about this the other day where, it costs a lot of money to go to an NBA game. We had somebody who called, and I threw out the figure $600 for a family of 4. And he goes, yeah, we spent $632.
Yeah.
And, it was their big night to go.
Yeah.
Save up your money, go to a game, and have fun.
I was just talking to a buddy of mine this morning. Went to a Charge game. I was surprised at how much he spent there, but he got food and he got a bunch of other stuff. But the number was a little bit higher than I thought he was going to say.
Huh. Well, there was this dude from Australia who is apparently a big LeBron fan and a big Luka Doncic fan.
Oh, perfect. They play against each other.
Well, no, they play with each other.
I meant with each other. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. You were flashing back for a minute.
I know.
That's right. You're just playing along with the story, and I appreciate the effort.
I was trying to be here for you.
I appreciate the effort. Well, this guy apparently has some jack, and he and his gal pal decided to come to Los Angeles from Australia to watch LeBron and Luka.
Okay.
And the guy's this big fan. His name's Mark Carroll, and his girlfriend, partner, is an Australian fitness influencer, Lauren Simpson.
She likes to take pictures of herself working out.
The word hello would be apropos here. It's drawn out like hello, like that. So they come to a game this week, and they're all excited.
Woohoo!
Tuesday night, Lakers, right out there in beautiful Los Angeles, California, against the San Antonio Spurs.
Right before the All-Star break. Good job.
They show up. LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves, all listed on the injury report and sat out.
14-hour flight for that.
Oh, that's nothing. You know how much he spent on seats?
Oh, do we know?
On the tickets?
No, how much?
And the flights.
Okay.
$32K.
Oh, well worth it. Well worth it.
$32,000 to fly from Australia because he wanted to see his guys play.
Just the two of them, right?
And they sat.
32 grand?
32, yeah. They obviously didn't do a real good job researching ticket prices,
Yeah,
but 32 grand.
And also, why wouldn't you pick a time that maybe you could catch 2 games?
32 grand. Dude put something out on X. Traveled across the world to finally watch LeBron James play for the Lakers in my first ever NBA game. Row 1 seats right next to the Laker bench. And LeBron James, 5 hours before, ruled out while I'm sitting in my hotel room in Hollywood. Oh, and there are the 2 other star players. I give up. LOL. Thank God we have Disneyland tomorrow.
That's amazing. That's a lot of money to borrow.
It sure is. And then you should go look this up. Australian couple, LeBron James. Google that, and you'll probably see the story. But their pictures, they did a lot of pictures that they posted, and there's a caption on one. The dude's looking straight ahead. LeBron's off to the right, wearing a backwards cap because he's not in the game. And the guy put a caption in, "LeBron, I won't look at you tonight. I'm not angry, just disappointed." And the guy's looking straight ahead. LeBron's over to his right.
How many hits do the guys get?
I don't know on that.
Yeah.
I'm looking
maybe he
at
get his money
story.
back in social media.
Maybe that's the case.
That's what he's doing at this point. That's a lot of money to spend.
Dude had courtside seats. I can tell you, having been there and picked up ticket stubs just to see what the price was back in the day. Oh, yeah.
Wow, are you shady?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was after the game. The ticket stub was under somebody's seat baseline.
Wow.
Those seats that you get to sit in,
Thanks, yeah.
It was over $2,200. Wow. For one seat baseline. And, this is probably 7, 8, 9 years ago.
Who were they playing? Oh,
I
that's
don't
when
know.
you were there. Okay.
Yeah, it was many years
Cavs
ago.
Game.
Yeah, many years ago.
Wow.
And back then it was like $2,200. They were the Penny Marshall seats.
Gotcha.
Where Penny always sat.
Yeah. She paid $2,200 for that seat.
And
for
here's
one
this
game.
poor dude sitting right behind the Laker bench, just looking distraught.
It's a lot of money.
At least he had his hot babe girlfriend with him.
Well, she's a social influencer.
Well, you got to be a hot babe.
Big plans this weekend there, Mr. Hot Babe? Valentine's Day weekend?
Are we turning the subject now?
I don't know. You were talking. You're talking about big dates there. That's an expensive date, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not spending $32,000. I can tell you that.
Wow. Should we call home? Let Mrs. Phelps know that?
No, I think she's well aware.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Victor Wembanyama played, by the way, so that was good.
Would you pay $3,200 to see?
No.
I'm just making sure.
No. You kidding?
Just making sure.
No.
What a waste. I'm sorry, man. You know where the best seat is?
Is that a problem for the NBA, by the way?
To have this guy show up from Australia?
No, not this guy, but, people.
Mm-hmm.
This guy obviously has some disposable income.
Right.
But to have people make that kind of a financial commitment based on hoping to see the star players, guys can get injured, okay? But they sat out Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves. Those guys weren't all injured.
I don't know.
Is that a problem for the NBA?
No, because there is no guarantee that when you go see a game that the player you want to see is definitely going to be there. I mean, I remember I wanted to go see Rochelle, and Bette Midler was supposed to be there, and she got hurt in a softball game. So the next thing you know.
Okay.
Come on, man. It was a good one, wasn't it?
It was good. That took a ride, but it was out there.
But you don't. Look, there's no guarantee that someone's going to play when you show up.
Yeah, I know.
So you're rolling the dice. It's the same thing when you go to a Broadway play. Same thing. Sorry, there's a little bit of risk when you buy these tickets.
Young girl's journey from Milan to Minsk.
That's right.
It's just brutal. You guys.
Man, I'm going to miss the death blow.
Oh, here's the price on what the tickets were. You ready?
Yes.
This dude spent for 2 tickets to the game to sit behind the bench, $12,000. $6,000 a pop. Who in the hell spends $6,000 to go to a basketball game?
Is that his girlfriend or his wife? Let's be honest.
It said partner.
Partner. All right. It's obviously. Would you be impressed?
The flights were $20,000.
I got to be.
And the tickets for 2 seats were $12,000.
I got to be honest. If anybody dropped $32,000 on me for a date, I'd be impressed. That's pretty good. I'm hoping my wife will spend $32 this weekend. We'll be in great shape. Where are you guys going?
Happy Valentine's Day. How was it? Oh, are you kidding? The burger was great.
Oh,
the fries were terrific, except for the carton.
I was really impressed this time. They brought it to me in a basket instead of a bag.
The waiter was excellent. He heard me through the microphone.
Exactly, and I could understand them.
When you've been married as long as you have,
yes,
is it more important to come through on Valentine's Day, or is it less important?
I don't know.
Yeah, we know. That's the problem.
I don't know.
That's the problem.
This is coming from the guy. Probably one of the dumbest things I ever thought in my life was the
that's a long list.
No, this is a good one. The very first Mother's Day we had, once one of the kids was born, and I was like, "It's Mother's Day." So I went out and get my mom a card. I think I got my mother-in-law a card too.
Oh no!
And I was like, and someone said to me, "What'd you get your wife?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" They were like, "Dude, it's Mother's Day."
The mother of your children.
I go, oh,
she's not my mom.
Well, she's not my mom.
I've had that conversation with you on many different topics. Oh, not my mom. Jim's downtown somewhere, Jim.
Oh, Jim,
Happy Valentine's Day, Jim.
How you guys doing?
We're all right.
Mildly crazy.
Happy Valentine's Day to you guys, too. So, you guys talking about players getting trades and stuff and, missing games. And last year, I have Cavs season tickets. I couldn't go to the game against Dallas. So I put them on sale, and Luka was obviously selling the team. I put them on sale. They sold before I went to bed, woke up, and the tickets sold, and Luka was traded. And then I sold them at pretty much little over what I paid for them. And I just thought, man, that guy paid all that money for those tickets to go see Luka, and he's not even playing. And obviously Kyrie was out, and I mean they had the G League out there for Dallas that day.
Congratulations, Jim. You made out.
Yes. So, then when you guys talk about that, I thought about that instantly. So, just want to share that story. I appreciate you guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, Jim. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's just if
you
it were
roll
just,
the dice when you buy
well,
tickets.
if it were just going to a game, that's one thing, man. But the prices are so high.
Little bit of news, gentlemen. Chris Paul has officially announced his retirement from basketball.
Ooh,
really?
Mm-hmm. After 21 years, I am stepping away from basketball.
You gonna do it? You gonna play the sounder?
He retired.
Do you want him?
No, he retired.
It doesn't matter. You can still get him out of retirement.
He's done. No mas.
He retired.
I'm going home to be my own boss.
Nothing wrong with that. I respect that.
Do more commercials.
Yeah, do some more commercials.
Do more commercials. Why not? Eric Edholm writes for NFL.com. Eric, always insightful. Eric, always involved. Eric, always a guy who's good for a mock draft that'll make you say, And his pick for the Browns at number 6 might make you say, We'll tell you who it is. Eric will explain it coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
The Fan from earlier today. Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Darryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
10 picks upcoming in the 2026 NFL Draft for our Cleveland Browns. Can they screw it up? I don't think so. Maybe. Let's go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the NFL for NFL.com. He's been with us many times before. He's with us again. He's Mr. Eric Edholm. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
How you doing?
Do I detect a sense of pessimism here? I don't know.
No.
All I can say is after reading your rankings, thank God for the Jets. Thank you, Jets.
Keeping you out of the basement.
That's
I'm
right.
doing well, guys. Good to hop on with you.
Eric has the Browns ranked where on the power rankings?
31st, baby. 30. We're not 32nd. We're 31st.
Welcome to the Cleveland Browns. We're not dead last.
All you got to look at is where I had the Seahawks and Patriots this time last year. I think it was like 19th and 23rd, maybe. So we're in that range. We're getting there.
Nice. I like that. I love reading mock drafts on NFL.com. You guys, your staff does a great job. I like seeing differences that you guys have. I like the one that you released on January 30th. It came out at 7:42 a.m., and we've been holding our breath about it ever since. In the first round, you did what I think the Browns are going to do, what I think a lot of folks think they're going to do, and help me with the pronunciation. Francis Mauigoa, is that correct?
Mauigoa, I believe.
Mauigoa. Okay, thank you.
Mauigoa, yeah.
Mauigoa, the offensive tackle from Miami, who's just a big kid and really young. You have the Browns going him at 6, offensive lineman, and then you have a wide receiver going at 24, Boston, who is a big-bodied wide receiver that the Browns certainly need, Denzel from Washington. It's got to be offensive line wide receiver, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
in some order?
As we stand right now, that certainly makes a lot of sense. Those are the two positions I think you probably would be most concerned about. I mean, start on the O-line, right? I think every single member of the starting lineup is a free agent, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe one other reserve. So clearly there's going to be some changes. What they look like is anyone's guess. And also guys are on the older side too. So you're looking for youth and trying to replenish the talent up front. But yeah, Mauigoa is a big-bodied, thick-framed young guy with upside. I mean, he's still kind of growing a little bit. I mean, growing as a player is what I meant. And sometimes you watch him, you think, okay, he doesn't have elite footwork and quickness and things like that, but by the end of the game, he's gotten the job done. I think he's a really good player. But yeah, I mean, back to your question, I think, unless there's a bonanza in free agency at both positions, I would imagine that's the most likely route. But you could make a case for other directions depending on how the draft goes. And of course, there's trade activity too. So you can't ever fully say what direction they go, but it wouldn't be shocking to see receiver, O-line, receiver in some order in round one.
All right, Eric, probably drive Browns fans nuts if they drafted a wide receiver or didn't draft a wide receiver or an offensive lineman. Yet, I think if you drafted somebody from Ohio State, it wouldn't drive Browns fans crazy. And as I look at the latest mock draft on NFL.com, Caleb Downs would be a nice addition. I just don't know. I'm like, would the Browns really draft a defensive back?
Yeah, I mean, I could see maybe corner more than safety, but if you think Caleb Downs is a special player, like I do, I really think he's going to be one of the best safeties in the league, if not the best. Now he's not as physically impressive as Kyle Hamilton is, but I think he'll run well in Indy. I don't know that he'll go crazy, but anything in the 4.4 range would be more than enough. Because if you watch the tape, you see elite instincts. You see a player that, arrives when the ball is getting there and has just sort of a great feel for the game. Great range, the kind of guy who I think can cover half the field on the back end and do a darn good job of it. And so how much do you value that in a 5'11", 190-pound safety? That's the question I think NFL teams at the top are grappling with, because – and it may apply to Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame too. The positional value says weight on these guys, running backs, linebackers, safeties, but the talent screams top end.
Eric Edholm joining us. He's the lead draft writer for NFL.com. The never-ending search for a quarterback continues here in Cleveland. We have Todd Monken now as head coach. Andrew Berry and Todd Monken have both said looking outside the current quarterback room, maybe for next year's player. In your mock draft, you have Ty Simpson going to the Rams at 29.
Yeah.
Is Simpson a guy that if the Browns made a jump for him and went after him, that you would think would immediately be the guy that they think is their quarterback of the future? Because I can't imagine that they would draft somebody in the first round, anywhere in the first round, if they didn't think that. Would you? And if you were the Browns, would you look at him?
Yeah, absolutely. You got to do your homework on him. I mean, look, the thing about Ty Simpson is he may appear 29th in my mock draft now. He could go 50th. He could go in the spot that, or 40th, whatever, Tyler Shough went last year, or he could go as high as number 2 to the Jets. Now, I know that sounds a little ridiculous as I'm saying that. You guys are, some people listening are probably rolling their eyes right now saying, no player has a range of 2 to 40, right? But I think with quarterbacks, and as we saw with Shedeur and in the years past, other guys who have fallen unexpectedly, and all it takes is one team to pull the trigger or not pull the trigger at that position. It's treated differently than the other spots on the field. It just is. So, Simpson has some stuff working against him. He's a one-year starter. Half of that one season was played hurt. If you go back and watch the first half of the year, you see some exciting stuff, some high-level throws. And his toughness can't be overlooked. I think that's baked into his analysis, his evaluation rather, is the fact that, he went out there kind of banged up and far less than full strength and did an okay job. But as we've seen with one-season college starter prospects at that position, boy, it's a risk. Mitch Trubisky going over, Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson at the time were, was considered malpractice, right? It was considered a draft flub because of, the evidence those guys had put on tape and what Trubisky didn't have. So there's going to be a lot of that with Simpson. And I put him to the Rams as kind of a, hey, wouldn't this be a good situation? Stafford's back for 1 year. He gets to be the apprentice, blah, blah, blah. But really, I could absolutely see a team talking themselves into him in the first round. That's what the combine and the pre-draft process kind of helps sort out. But, yeah, I have no idea where he's going, to be honest. But I think it'll be somewhere in the top 50. And, again, it could be very high or he could have to wait a little bit.
All right, this is a very Cleveland question for you, the Cleveland area question. So Tyron Montgomery, the wide receiver from John Carroll, he lit it up, right?
Yeah.
Lit it up. But yet I went to go look at the list for the combine. He's not on there. I missed
Unbelievable.
How is that possible?
No, I was one of the guys that I think you have to put on your snubs list because, again, I'll be totally honest. I hadn't watched a snap of him prior to the Senior Bowl. I went down there not knowing a thing about him, and obviously John Carroll is very well known in NFL circles for the coaching fraternity that exists there and all the years worth of branches that have come out of it. So it's it's obviously a cool story, and obviously that gives him a heads up. I really believe that gives him an advantage. I mean, I can't think that it hurts him in any way possible. So, but he went down there, and the first day he makes this leap and grab, and I'm, grabbing for my roster. Who's number 7? Who is this guy? And played bigger than his size, played faster than what he appeared to be at first. Had very good hands. I would say the last day he maybe leveled off a little bit, but the first 2 days of practice, he made himself some money. And so some of those combine invitations had already gone out. It's a very deep receiver class. There are some things maybe kind of working against them a little bit, but just based on what I saw in the first, 48 hours that I was in Mobile, He absolutely belongs because there are some receivers on that list in Indy who will not be drafted. I saw 2 or 3 that I thought, wow. I mean, again, nothing against the kids. I'm not going to say their names right now, but I would have taken the D3 player with some upside who really put some good tape out there in Mobile over them.
Yeah, I took it personal when he got snubbed. Maybe he'll still get a shot. I don't know why. It's a Carroll thing, I guess.
It's a better story now. If he does get stubbed and then goes in the 5th round and ends up being, a real find.
Yeah, he wasn't good enough for the combine, but he's good enough to help the team win a Super Bowl. I love it. Love it. Love the story.
Eric Edholm joining us from NFL.com. We know you nailed it in the first round. Browns need offensive linemen. They need wide receivers. If they want to attack those positions a little later on in the draft, Eric, which spot's better? Which spot's better in this draft? Which one's deeper?
Yeah, I would say you if you have to skip one of the 2 positions in round 1, like if a shocking development happens and there's a player there you're not expecting, you're going to bypass one of them. I think you can probably wait at receiver of the 2 positions. There's more depth there. I just feel stronger about the top to bottom of that class, and just really the top 100. I think is where I would start. Most teams' draft boards aren't too much bigger than that, to be honest. 110, 120, 150 players at the most. They don't have 300 guys up there, right? So, they're going to be a little bit picky on the offensive line, and they're not going to give a draftable grade to somebody who doesn't deserve it. And receiver typically is a very deep group. So I would say if there's one position you feel a little bit more safe about getting someone lower down on, it's probably receiver. Whether it's a speed guy like a Brennan Thompson. Now, that's a smaller type receiver. I think they'd like to have a little bit of size of the position. Maybe, Bryce Lance, Trey Lance's brother from North Dakota State. I think he'll have a good combine. He's a very impressive athlete. Reggie Virgil from Texas Tech is another one who I think can be a day 2 pick. And there's all different types of receivers in this class, too. I don't think there are a ton of tackles. I think there are a lot of guards and centers, but I would say that the tackle depth after about, mid-round 2 starts really leveling off pretty fast.
So get him while you can.
Yep, I think that's right.
Okay.
Think we'll see 5 Buckeyes go in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, look, I could make a case that Sonny Styles is the best player in the class. I could make a case that Downs is that guy. Obviously, Arvell Reese is a fascinating prospect too, and yeah, with Tate too, and who am I forgetting?
Cade McDonald. Cade McDonald probably the other guy. Yeah,
McDonald would be the 5th probably. Yeah, that's the guy. And defensive tackle is another pretty decent crop this year too. So he's one of those players that's like right on the. He could go 20th, he could go 40th. It wouldn't shock me. It depends on how teams value that spot. I think they value it more now than they did a few years ago, to be honest. But there's some good tackles this year. I mean, we didn't have that same depth last year. So teams that missed out might want to dip in this year. Yeah, I think Tyleik Williams went, 27th or 8th? I could see him going in about the same range.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We're hoping that Todd Monken becomes Cleveland's Bruce Arians. Do we have a shot?
Yeah, that's a really good one. Yep.
Possible?
Will he wear the hat? Will he wear that?
I don't think he'll wear the hat.
Is it Kangol?
No.
Kangol, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a cool hat.
That's Bruce's turf, man. Let him have that. You got to find your own swag. It's the oversized dad jeans and the untucked shirt, I think, is
Although he did kill it during the Super Bowl, during the tight ends commercial for prostate cancer.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
He killed it.
I didn't see it. I'll have to check it out.
You got to Google it. It's great.
All right, I'll check it out. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, Browns fans obviously are looking for anybody to latch on to. And, Kevin obviously did some good things there. There's no question about it, right? Especially if we're talking relative to past coaches. I mean, that has to be obviously it wasn't smooth. You didn't have the back-to-back years of success. I mean, that was the problem, obviously, for just getting comfortable there. But, yeah, if he can be that quarterback whisperer, that guy who – kind of knows that he's going into his maybe one and only head coaching job as things stand right now. And I don't mean that as a disrespect thing. There are just so few of those jobs in a guy at his age. Again, it's like he probably had to know this is my opportunity. I have to make the most of it. And I have to sort of lean in on what I know best, which is quarterback play. if I were putting myself in his shoes, I would absolutely be part of the process as much as possible. And I know things are a little different in Cleveland, but making sure that I had somebody that I believed in that room. And again, maybe it's Shedeur, maybe it's somebody they draft this year, maybe it's a veteran. I don't know where it's coming from, but they've got to be able to, in the next 2 years, find somebody that they believe in, and he's got to be the guy that helps shepherd them.
Eric, if you'll put up with us, we'll love to have you back before the draft. So thanks, bud.
Thanks,
Sure.
Eric.
Looking forward to it. See you guys soon.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You heard what he said. More depth at wide receiver than at offensive line. What if the Browns didn't draft one high, folks? What would you think at wide receiver? And keeping their fingers crossed that they can locate one later in the draft. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All of the best segments from all of our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Eric Edholm, draft writer for NFL.com, went offensive line wide receiver for the Browns, but said there's more depth at wide receiver if you want to, maybe let it go. Do you? 216-474-0092.
Check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and, of course, Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves ahead of the off-season free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Glad you drop that one in on us. That was great. Tuesdays. Let's go.
Well, I mean, we did have a little confusion over the All-Star stuff or the Pro Bowl stuff last week.
Oh, yeah.
Because of Westwood One's
Yeah, we had to move it. So I'm glad you hammered that home for everybody.
Well, I mean, because like we were saying, every Tuesday, but we're like, but this week it's on Monday. But every Tuesday. It's a good show.
So,
I don't know if you had a chance to listen to them yet, but they break down some stuff. I enjoy it. I actually learned a thing or two.
If Eric Edholm were with us for 3 hours, we'd have gotten into this a little more deeply. He said there's more depth at wide receiver. And there were some guys later who you might be able to go get who could come in and really help you. Do you trust this team to identify those guys at wide receiver? Because the track record says don't.
So I can already give them a hint. I can help them because this does not seem to be the mantra of Browns general managers over the last decade. Pick somebody over 6'2".
Well, there is that.
Look for some height. 6'2" and above.
I understand that. I'm with that. I would see, and this is where you go back to last year. The fact that, and I know they found some guys that can play, like Mason Graham, like Carson Schlesinger, like Quinshon Judkins, Dylan Sampson. A little duplication of skill because he's a running back. Might not have needed to draft another running back, but that's okay. If you get two good ones, that's great because that can work in the NFL. You certainly didn't need two quarterbacks outside of if you weren't going to take somebody in the first. You didn't
the
need
more
two.
I look at it, it's just so silly. Like, why did they do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Take Gabriel or take Shedeur.
One or the other should have been your guy and move forward, and it set the tone for all kinds of things. And you could have used one of those picks on a wide receiver or an offensive lineman because you didn't draft either. And you have two big holes on your roster because of it. I wonder, I would think, Andy, just because we've seen the importance of an offensive line, we all know that, and then we saw basically the same group of guys go from being really pretty good. I mean, they were really good 2-3 years ago to not being as good this year because they were older and more beat up. And I would think if you have two picks in the first round here, if you took two offensive linemen, I don't know how any Browns fan who watched this team on offense this year could come out of the first round if the Browns went offensive lineman, could do anything but say, well, we needed that.
There are two things that would happen. If they drafted two offensive linemen in the first round, you would walk away saying, oh, my God, they don't act like they have to be the smartest guy in the room anymore. And they did their job. Those are the two things that would happen if they drafted two offensive linemen in the first round. Nothing sexy about it. You're not running out and buying jerseys with offensive line.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work that way. But what you are doing is giving yourself the opportunity to make the rest of the team better. Please, you're not going to hurt anybody's feelings here in town if you draft two offensive linemen.
Here's the other thing. If you're worried about this front office's track record with drafting wide receivers, I could get that. But, and I don't mean this to sound trite, if you just read all of the draft stuff that's out there, Eric Edholm, Eric does a great job. Dane Brugler, and Dane is with us, and I'm sure he'll be with us coming up. read any of the draft stuff, and they identify 3 to 5 big-time offensive linemen. Andy, you could sit in the Browns draft room. I could sit in the Browns draft room. Dan could sit in the Browns draft room, and at 6, draft a guy who's probably going to be a pretty dang good offensive lineman.
Do your job. That's all we're asking you to do.
Don't you think? I
Yes.
mean, at 6, you and I, Dan, we could nail it at offensive line. No, Dan, there are like 3 or 4 guys who everybody thinks are the top tackles in this draft. Take one of them, and he'll be able to play.
I can tell you where the same conversation back in, is that 2020? Was that the Jedrick Wills draft? 2019? One of the two. We had the same conversation. We were all looking at each other going, okay, we could do this. You just have to take either Andrew Thomas, Mekhi Becton, Jedrick Wills, or Tristan Wirfs.
At 6,
I don't remember saying Jed
Wills.
Wills.
You're going to get one of the top.
I think you were on an island saying Jed Wills.
Yeah.
Oh no, there was Jed Wills buzz for the Browns on that one. But
Jeff, did we have Jed Wills? I don't remember.
I didn't.
But I mean, it's a 50-50 shot. So even though we're sitting here right now saying, okay, we could make this move if somebody who's good, I don't know if we can. It's probably a dice roll.
I can draft a guy at 6 who's going to play at wide receiver, at offensive line. I don't know if I'd nail it at wide receiver.
I hate to say this to you. You don't want to hear this either. That I think most people could come up with a good pick in the first round. Now, you want to talk about third, fourth,
in the
five,
top
fifth.
6.
I mean, it's not,
and not
there's
even our
so
judgment.
much information on these guys.
I mean,
We
there's
say
just
that, and yet somehow there's a 50% hit rate.
Maybe in Cleveland it feels that way.
Around the league, it feels that way.
I can tell you in Baltimore, it rarely feels that way.
I mean, they just released their center and didn't pick up his 5th-year option for that exact reason.
You have one guy. Look at the history of what they've done in Baltimore, and you're going to give me the
There's-
one.
there's
By the way, I want that center here.
There are more flops in Baltimore than you want to.
Well, now that
imagine.
is actually true.
There are a good amount of flops.
Hey, looking at Eric Edholm's
I
draft
trade the flops for
right
the
now,
rings.
They didn't re-up Patrick Queen.
He has Spencer Fano going at 3, offensive tackle from Utah, the guy that the top tackle out of Utah.
I've seen him as low as 6 though for us to go get him.
Well, exactly, and then the kid from Miami that he has coming to the Browns at 6. One of those 2 guys on the board, you're going to take him. I mean, if you don't and you're the Browns, I'm going to wonder what you have going on. He has another offensive lineman going at 14, a guard going to the Ravens. I mean, I think at 6, if one of those 2 tackles is on the board, you draft him, I don't think you have to overthink it. And honestly, I think any of the 3 of us, anybody who works here at the station, anybody who's a Browns fan, who's reading draft stuff, that's probably the guy you take. Now, identifying the wide receivers might be a little more difficult, and certainly this organization has been challenged with that. And I wonder, what do you do then at 24 based on that, on what Edholm said, as most people think, offensive line, wide receiver in the first round? Interesting. Roman is in Canton. Hello, Roman.
Hey, folks, happy Friday.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Just wanted to chime in. If the Browns don't take a receiver in the top 3 rounds, that's not over 6'2", I'll think what I've thought the last 6 seasons or 6 drafts. Like, what are you doing? I don't understand them having this fixation on small receivers late in the draft. It obviously doesn't work, and we saw the unfortunate consequences of that this season with that. And one last thing I do want to mention with that Baltimore, who you said is a Baltimore center, who didn't pick up his 5th-year option.
Tyler
right?
Linderbaum, yep.
I mean, do we not have Baltimore's old offensive line coach in charge of the front?
And OC.
Yes.
And OC. So, I mean,
it's a money thing. I would think that'd be,
Yeah, true, but that could be a good plug right there.
Although, how about this, Roman? They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. I wonder if they got input from their offensive coordinator and line coach about that.
Or are they playing chess?
No,
are they
you know what I'm saying?
chess?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're the Ravens and you're assessing your own player, should we pick up the 5th-year option? I would think you'd talk to his line coach and his OC.
Right, true.
Well, they're now here,
did they-
so I wonder what they think of it.
Right, very true.
Although,
so,
would you do that knowing you were going to fire your staff?
I don't know that they knew that back in the day. Not when they picked up, not when they had the option to pick up. Roman, thank you, buddy. Jim's driving around in his car. Jimbo,
welcome.
Hey,
Andy. Hey, Jeff. I've been listening to you guys forever, and we want the center. We want that center. And I think pre-draft, we need to make – Pittsburgh actually is going to need some draft capital, and this is a thought. I think 2 third-rounders, and I don't even know if we have 2 third-rounders, for Jack Sawyer and Will Howard. And I know, Andy, you love Will Howard as much as I do.
But
it's a thought, but I don't know that they're going to let go of him now. They're going to play him probably.
I wouldn't get rid of him if I were them.
As far as in the lower end of the first round, not the third, I think we should go after Tate, Jeremiah Tate. Isn't that his name? Ohio State boy, number 17?
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate. Excuse me.
He's not going to be at the bottom of the round, Jim.
No. He'll be early.
He'll be gone?
Yeah. If the Browns want him, they're going to have to take him at 6. Browns have 10 picks in this draft, and just so everybody knows, 2 first-rounders, 3 fifths. So that's where the extra picks come from. Good luck with all that, right?
1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5. All kinds of 5s.
It's interesting counting.
That's a combination of my luggage.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
Oh, did I say that out loud? I was
Little
just thinking
Samsonite luggage
I was
thing there.
thinking it.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
the Americans are now 2-1 in women's curling. On Saturday, they will compete against Japan. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Doing a little deep thinking on the Browns roster and the draft coming up, thanks to our guest at 1 o'clock, Eric Edholm from NFL.com. If you missed that interview or any moment from our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Eric had in his mock draft offensive line, wide receiver, with the 6th and 24th picks in the draft for the Browns, which is what everybody kind of thinks.
Yes, I would think that too.
Do you think that, folks? Where's your disappointment level if that's not it?
You know, you could also think about it too throughout the week when you listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app just by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. That starts at 6 a.m. Fire it up, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then we'll take you till 2 o'clock. That's Baskin and Phelps.
Yep, we do.
Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7.
Yep.
They're live each and every day on YouTube right here, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free, the best price of all, and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It was really smooth, wasn't it, Dan?
Shoehorn.
What are we? We're grading my reads? Is that what we're doing now?
Not the read. Maybe just the insertion of the read.
Well, I'm just making sure everyone knows where they can get the best Browns coverage right here.
It's a beautiful day outside. You can get all the Fans action on YouTube.
That's true. You can get a lot more than that on YouTube.
It's like watching the Wicked Sisters and Cinderella try to put that slipper on.
It fits. Ow!
You know, I have seen, and we know it's a long way off, but this is where we are. We're going to be looking at the Browns draft situation all the way up until the draft. But I have seen some mock drafts that have the Browns going defense with that 6th pick. Dan's in Cleveland. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Good afternoon. I totally disagree with the approach you've been recently just now discussing, okay, with offensive linemen and receivers. As bad as we need these positions and the whole offensive line, it's a low bar for the coach, the way he runs offense. You can't get everybody like Tate, the receivers you want, or the top offensive linemen. You cannot fail in our situation to miss on that 6th-round pick, and that's why I want Caleb Downs as the head coach to approach.
6th overall.
6th overall, yeah, okay.
6th overall.
Yeah.
It's got to be he's a can't-miss talent, and I want to improve this defense even further going in the next season. I want to win, but you're not going to win the Super Bowl. But for Todd to develop the offense, he's got a low bar to get better receivers and better linemen with the coaches he's bringing in, okay? But they can't miss on the 6th-round pick. You can't do another Willis at left tackle like he did in 2020. I don't trust the GM selecting talent for the coach to work with. The coach has to have an overwhelming defense that will keep him in the games. If the other team can't score, his better offense this year, that won't be the top offense, but it'll be better than what we've been looking at for the last 2 years. And that's how you win going forward next year. You can't miss with Caleb Downs because he's a linebacker,
so there's two
corner
things here.
Safety kind of guy.
Yeah, let me bring this up, though. I'm just looking at draft projections. There's a chance he may not even be there at 6.
Well,
Field
I'm
Yates
telling
has him
you,
going at 5. Draft Wire has him going at 3.
Well, that could be, but at 6, if he's there, that's how you do it with our defense. If he's not there, then another pass rusher who's a chaser, fast defensive lineman that you don't need to sack everybody every play, but you want to keep them in the pocket and create hurries. I'd rather have 10 hurries and no sacks every week.
Dan, thank you very
Coach
much.
Dan sounds like he's ready for a game today.
Well,
man.
now see, part of Dan's theory I disagree with completely, and part of it I think he's absolutely right. This team is based on defense right now, and you don't want to let that slip. That's why I've seen, like, David Bailey, the defensive end from Texas Tech. I've seen him going to the Browns in a mock draft. And the thought was, you have Myles Garrett. How about you give him somebody else on the other side, and then you really go get him? And that's, I do understand that. And I understand the thought about Downs, even though safety is usually not a position where you take a guy that high. Safeties usually don't go that high in the NFL draft. Eric Turner, Browns took at number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, God rest his soul, was a great safety for this team. And, a terrific NFL player. But safety, usually not a position that goes like top 5, 6, 7 in the draft. Usually. I mean, there are obviously exceptions. But, Andy, I can understand the thought that some people, like Dan, have, that your defense is pretty good. You need to keep it excellent so that the coach can, be in some football games. I get that.
Let's do this. We'll do this next week. Ready? I'm going to tell you, what do you think the fans want? Do they want a wide receiver? They want an offensive lineman? They want anybody on defense, or do they want a quarterback? Because really, that's what you're looking at.
Yes.
No one's going to sit here and say take a running back.
Yes, and yes.
What do you think would make the fans? I'm not saying once you start drafting for the fans, you got problems.
I was going to say it doesn't matter what the fans want.
What do you think the fans would want? What would make so if the first round is over and the Browns have selected blank position? I'm not even going to give you a player.
If the Browns don't draft an offensive lineman in the first round, Browns fans, even males, will give birth.
Wow. Difficult task.
It's very difficult.
All right.
Would you agree with that?
I think that if they draft a wide receiver, no one's going to be upset about that either. I just don't want to see a wide receiver under. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, what is it when you're, I'm not trying to be height.
Prejudice against short people?
Yeah, I'm not. But like a 5'10", 5'11" wide receiver in the first round, not a good idea.
Tyreek Hill sure stunk for all those years.
Okay, again, I love this when we do the one player reference.
Guess what? You ready?
Yes.
I'm with you.
All right. You know what? You can have the day off on Monday since we agree with it.
I'm working.
Oh, you're working Monday?
Yeah.
Well, you could have
Dano and me on Monday while you're out basking in the sunshine.
We're probably going to. I'll bring the kids on, bring daughter home from school, and we'll have a lesson in presidential history. That's what we'll do.
I think that would be good.
It's all. I have a big lecture. That would be good. I have a lecture set up for Monday. So.
Kids, come around, sit around, and listen to the tales of Calvin Coolidge.
Since you put him up on the board, I'll let Rich get the last thought here from the
last
phones.
word.
Hi, Rich, in Ashtabula.
Good to see you. Good to talk to you guys. Got a question. You guys are talking about we're in dire need of wide receivers. Well, are we forgetting do we still have Luke Floria?
Yes, we do. We do have Luke Floria. I talked to him last week. Let's get him going. Let's get him rolling.
Exactly.
I want him to play.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And I got one question.
Luke Floria.
Now
Let's
that
go.
we're getting a dome.
Yes.
Are we getting cheerleaders?
You want cheerleaders?
Let's do it, Rich. Rich, that's a very valid point.
Do we want cheerleaders?
Why not?
216-474-0092. Call Afternoon Drive and let them know.
By the way, when the dome's getting ready to open, you know we're going to have that conversation.
About cheerleaders?
Heck yeah.
Well, if we haven't had cheerleaders outside, why would we have cheerleaders inside?
Schedule that one out so that I can just not be here.
Heck yeah, we want cheerleaders.
They'll be the Menigans. That'll be their nickname because you'll be so for it.
I'm just going to be on the ground, just losing.
Why don't we have a marching band?
It's going to be laying.
Why don't the Browns have a marching band again?
Talk me
Now
into.
we go.
I didn't mind the drum line. I thought the drum line was actually excellent. I thought those
I'm
guys
here
were
for the full-blown marching band. Let's get rid of all the music and all that stuff and have the marching band.
Ravens have a marching band.
It's my favorite part of college football.
Yeah, why don't we have a marching band?
I don't know.
Let's get the marching band.
We have some fine musicians here in Northeast Ohio. We could put together a fine band. We have some nice cheerleaders in Northeast Ohio. I'm sure we could fill out a squad of cheerleaders.
Can we find a wide receiver over 6'2"?
Well, no. Moment of the show, Mackenzie.
Moment of the show comes from the interview with our friend at NFL.com, Eric Edholm, talking about maybe some hope for the Browns, where he places them in the rankings.
Eric has the Browns ranked where on the power rankings?
31st, baby. We're not 32nd. We're 31st.
Welcome to the Cleveland Browns. We're not dead last.
All you got to look at is where I had the Seahawks and Patriots this time last year. I think it was like 19th and 23rd, maybe. So we're in that range. We're getting there.
Nice. That's called content, as Eric pointed it out. 19th and 23rd. Yeah, well, they asked me to write a story, so that's where I put them. Didn't work out. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Today, courtesy of Law Murray. A lot of good stuff from Law, from The Athletic, all about James Harden, covering him for years with the Clippers, and what he expects the Cavs to do with him, too. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
Mackenzie.
Well, I've only been here for 2 hours, but I'm smarter today after, guys, I went downstairs and saw the refrigerator that they have downstairs. We need one of those up here.
Oh, down, you mean on the other side? Oh, we have a fine accommodations over on the other part of the building.
I missed that part of the show. I missed the refrigerator part of the show.
Yeah.
They're cleaning the one out currently in the lobby.
It's gonna flood the lobby.
Oh, it is?
It's a great big ice block in there. We have like a couple paper towels. That baby's gonna melt. We're gonna come in on Monday. There's gonna be water everywhere.
Be swimming to work. Is it me?
Yeah, are you smarter?
Yeah, I am smarter. Law Murray talking about LeBron perhaps coming back here and how that story would play out. And then Kira Dosa. I mean, we had Olympian on the show today, and it sounded like she was in the studio. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was,
live from
kind of cool.
Italy.
I'm going to say I'm smarter after talking to Kira Dosa for this reason. She was over for the opening ceremonies.
Yeah.
When were the opening ceremonies? Refresh my. Was it last Saturday or was it Friday?
2024?
It was the Friday night.
It was a week ago
Friday.
today.
Yeah.
So last Friday. And they haven't trained.
She doesn't train till tomorrow.
And their event is on Tuesday. So they've been over there since last Friday, and they haven't done any training yet because you're not allowed on their venue because of the whole situation. I think that's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that they would make you sit around like that, but apparently they did. Good luck to Kira. Again, she's coming up on Tuesday, qualifying finals on Wednesday. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. Have a safe weekend. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. Afternoon drive. They want to know, should the Browns have cheerleaders? Next.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
And that's the show.
This is
there's this general, well, they're going to be it anyway, who matters? It's like, well, how can we say that? I'm trying to be more open-minded as opposed to, well, I guess we're just going to suck, and let's go ahead and do these two quarterbacks. That's
was that Ken impression?
That's
Is that what that was? I was trying to figure that out.
It's very like Midwest Mom when he gets very dramatic.
It sounded very zesty is what it sounded.
Oh, I didn't mean to go that way.
It sounded zesty. I don't know what to tell you.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. And I butchered his name and he's not even here today. He's going to love that. Hopefully the Peterlins aren't listening to that one. There's a gaggle of Peterlins out there that if they're listening, I just disrespected him in the greatest way you possibly could. But it's an F-off Friday. The hat's going backwards. Oh, people on... Real men don't wear their hat backwards. And apparently sound like Yosemite Sam. But it is a F-off Friday. It is the NBA wants you to believe this weekend matters. Friday, we got the Olympics going on. Not going to talk a stinking second of that crap. But we got Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Byrne, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you're out there, if you're watching us, seeing our beautiful faces, or just my face, go ahead and like our videos. We like to be liked, and make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all. Jake producing for us, Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire on the 2020s, and across from me today, in for the man whose name I just rudely butchered because it's Friday and that's where we are. Big Weege, Jake Volnick. What's up, buddy?
We're doing good. I didn't know throughout our pre-show meeting how today was going to go. I think I now have a feeling of how it's going to go after about 2.5 minutes of being into this show.
I'll tell you how it's going to go at about 6:52. Yeah. Like, for instance, I called in the morning show today. If you guys missed it, I thought, because I'm always like, it's your show, and I will tease a little bit, but I tried to be... I'll match whatever energy you have. Mm-hmm. And so apparently that just was not enough. Not for Ken and Anthony, we had a very nice sports conversation, but apparently everybody else thought we were too respectful to each other. And it was like, all right, if I had called at 6:20, I would have sounded like I was going to drive downtown and fist fight both of them. So, like, I had no in-between. That's what this last 2 weeks has been. It's been everything or nothing for me. So it's going to be either a really fun show for you today or you're going to hate your life for the next 5 hours.
I'm excited and prepared to see where this goes. I mean, I'm okay if this turns into hating my life for 5 hours because you're going to be upset and yell, then we're going to have fun. And I think at some point that we've learned today through the very beginning of this is that you're probably going to stutter through it, and that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun for me.
Your rule today is if I push back really hard or like suggest that you might be high because I think your idea is that bad, don't immediately flip-flop. That's the bar I'm setting for you today, because yesterday, Daryl and I finally got into it. We were really engaged on Caleb Downs, best player available, what do you do at 6, all that kind of stuff. And the second that I launched into him, the man cowered a little bit, and he decided he didn't want any of that smoke. I'm going to need you. If I want that smoke today, you're going to want that smoke today.
I always want the smoke. I think the debate's the fun part. I don't want to agree with you. There's no fun.
That is kind of why I signed up for it. Yeah. And just in general, obviously yesterday, the big talk of the last 2 hours was a couple different mocks had the Browns taking Caleb Downs at 6. Mm-hmm. And I think where maybe somebody like Daryl's at, or even JP, I think there's a group of people that would rather trade out of 6 than just take the best player available or take the best defensive player available. And it's funny because I think the only way I trade out of 6 is if I get a 2027 first rounder. That's really the only thing I'm interested in. Other than that, I would just go ahead and take who, within reason, the best, not the best punter, but the best player available. But it's interesting to see how many people are almost trade out first.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the same boat, though. Like, I am in a... Before I'm going and taking the Caleb Downs of the world, before I'm taking the David Bailey's or whoever else is there, defensive-wise, it's probably left over at 6. I'm probably more in the boat of I'd rather trade down, get some compensation back, whether that be even in this draft. I know people don't love like the back end of this first round. I don't think it's really that bad. But I'd rather end up with that or a 2027 pick probably than make sure that I bolster the defense right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Browns, because nobody's really expecting anything, if they have a good offseason but still win 5 games, people are going to say, oh, I expected it. Like if they have another just banger of a draft where 4 guys, huge impact year 1, but it's just the quarterback just didn't work out or whatever, no one's going to be calling for anybody's job, or nor should they, unless it's Freddie Kitchens behind the scenes, which I would be really shocked if Todd Monken came all this way, first-time head coaching job, and the man succumbed to sheer idiocy. So there's a part of me that thinks the Browns are smart to understand you just don't have to lock into any immediate thing this year. You're going to have to, and I want you to be aggressive, right? And I'm talking a lot about free agency, where people do not understand that you can have a lot of void cap. You can have a lot of dead cap. And the cap is a 3 to 5 year thing that you can backload contracts if you want to upgrade, let's say, the offensive line. The Browns could clear up to, pretty easily, $80 million just for this year alone. So there's the cap conversation can be a little bit frustrating because everybody's kind of right on it. But I don't put everything on one thing. You know, like it's all going to be building blocks. Like if they don't really pursue significant upgrades in the offensive line or wide receiver in free agency or trade, then you better hit it out of the park in this draft. You know, like it's gonna have to be. You're gonna back yourself into a corner because there's no excuse not to attack offensive line, wide receiver, and if there's somebody out there you really like, quarterback this year. There's absolutely no excuse. That doesn't mean the opposite's true. And so for trading down, to me, it's like I'll know more. I think trading down is a little in vogue when it's just, well, it's just better. It's like the ultimate, well, I don't want to do that, so I'll just do this instead. Like there is an element of people who tend to glom on to trade down this early, even if it makes sense. Again, trying to get that another pick for 2027, you help your chances to get the quarterback. There is an element of, well, I don't really know what else is going to happen here, and I don't want to take a safety, so you got to trade down. You don't really have to do anything, and that's the beauty of this.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't have to do anything. I think that the way that we look at Andrew Berry, like I think you said yesterday, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like teams would not be willing to trade up to take a safety, correct?
Yeah,
are unlikely to.
Yeah, I would like maybe edge rushers, even defense. Like, what do people usually move for? It's mostly quarterbacks, or if like whoever they had was number 1 on the board fell to the Browns' range, and that's going to depend on whatever franchise is viewing that talent.
Like I think Caleb Downs is absolutely a player that people would trade up for at this point. Like I think that you go and you look at Nick Emenwari, you look at guys like Kyle Hamilton, and they are like game changers on defense. And I think teams like the Cowboys, who we're going to get into at some point, I think a team like the Bengals could potentially be interested in like moving up and going, okay, I need a game changer on defense. Sure, it's not a pass rusher. Well, it might be. I mean, who knows how that plays out. But a guy like Caleb Downs, I think is absolutely somebody that they look at and go, okay, this is a cornerstone, a building block for our defense, even if it's not considered like the premier position. I think the safety that can kind of play all 3 levels, that can move around all over the place, is kind of becoming one of those more premier positions over the last like 3 to 5 years in the NFL, to where more people are valuing that. More people probably are going to be willing to move up. And I mean, it depends. Like I'm not so much so in the boat of like you have to trade down. Like you couldn't draft Caleb Downs. I think there's a real way to look at this. It says he's the most talented player in the draft, like hands down. And if you feel like that's what you need and he's going to change your defense for the next 10 years past Miles, okay, then make the pick. Like we'll figure out everything else, through free agency, later in the draft, whatever you have to do. But I think more often than I look at it and I go, okay, like if I am looking at players with also positional needs and players that you're getting at good value, if I can trade back into just past the top 10, I think that makes a lot of sense. Or if I'm sitting at 12 and I have an additional first-round pick this year or an additional first-round pick next year, and then I take best player available at 12, like there's still going to be great defensive talent on the board at that point, and there's going to be good offensive talent in the positions that you actually need also.
Tell me if I'm wrong, because it sounds like to me you're just trade down so you don't take the best player available because it might be defense.
No, it's more about the value I think that you're getting back. Like if you draft Caleb Downs, I'm not going to be mad. I just think if you're going to draft best player available, I think there's going to be other people at that spot because of the top of the draft is so muddied. At least that's what we think it is now, right? Like we'll figure this out over the next couple of months if the top 5 really solidifies. But it feels like it's going to be really muddy among the top. that I think somebody is falling through the cracks that, another team is going to have probably is like the third best player in the draft. And now he's at 6. Do we move up? That somebody's going to be willing to give up compensation that makes a lot of sense for you.
I just think what's funny about it is, it's kind of like I'll draw back to the idea of the kind of in vogue thing of, well, they're going to be bad, so what does it matter? And it's like, that might come to fruition. I think judging the quarterback position, lack of options, I think that's a fair position to take. I also think the woe is me, sky is falling stuff, it's just for the birds. That's not really what the offseason's about. And I think there's plenty of options. Could they have more options? Yes. Do other organizations have even more options? Yes, but that's not the point. The Browns have every option they need when it comes to fixing 99 out of 100. The problem is the one is a pretty big need. But 99 out of 100, things that they might need. And so I look at this and go, I think trading down makes sense if ... you get a next year first rounder. But overall, trading down being in vogue now, just guys, we could have this conversation in 3 weeks and Eric could feel different. If you sign Tyler Linderbaum and Elijah Vera Tucker and 2 more offensive linemen, and let's say you add Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year prove-it deal, all of a sudden you're going to go, oh, so we have 5 starting offensive linemen, and we have at least 2 wide receivers who could start. Oh, maybe, maybe we could do something different. And again, that's just one pathway, but I think this is going to be a offseason that requires a bit of flexibility, and I think that's okay. And I think the only thing I would say is trading down 2 times in 2 years puts all the pressure on 2027, where 1, the quarterback class better hit, and 2, you better actually be able to go get that quarterback, because I'm not giving you 3 years in a row to trade down. I'm not giving you 3 years in a row to, we'll figure out that quarterback thing eventually. No, at some point, you've had your time and you've had your resource, and I think that's one of the only few downsides I see here is trading out of 6, passing up a better prospect, and then a year from now, we're like, man, there were 3 quarterbacks in this, and you have the 7th pick and the 18th pick. So and nobody's willing to move off one of those 3 spots for the quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though, because you bring up the side of, okay, well, you don't have to be bad right now, and sure, I think it'd be miraculous if the Browns go out and sign 5 offensive linemen and a wide receiver, not just because they don't have the money.
I don't think they're going to sign $20 million guys.
No.
But I think I think there's a middle class in this free agency, guys, and I'll say names like Brady Christensen, Spencer Burford. Those are guys who are going to be on affordable deals that aren't going to kill you long term and aren't going to kill you short term.
Yeah, I think it'll still be interesting. They'll have to obviously field an offensive line pretty much by free agency. Enough guys that
legally,
you can throw out
they
there.
Have to.
Yes, I mean they do.
Yeah.
But I mean, by the time you get to the draft, they'll probably have an offensive line that you're probably not comfortable starting, but could reasonably be thrown. I mean, we're starting KT Levison last year. Let's be real about it. They could field an offensive line today. You're just not going to like it very much.
Actually, I would flip it the opposite way. People are not going to know the names, but if I probably will know the names, they'll be like, well, that guy's better than KT Leviston.
I'm not
a play away from Zach Zinter starting.
Yeah, I mean, so I think you can go down that route. But sure, if they field a reasonable offensive line, and then you get to a point yes, we could absolutely flip on this and, whatever it is, 2 weeks into free agency and feel like, okay, now trading down doesn't make a ton of sense. But I think where you sit right now, reasonably getting 5 offensive linemen, getting a wide receiver, doesn't make a ton of sense. We heard Andrew Berry say that, 30-year-old veterans are not going to be their target in free agency. They're not going to go sign a bunch of guys that they feel like, quote unquote, get them over the hump. You're probably looking at a lot of younger guys, a lot more guys on prove-it deals. And I don't know that the best way to attacking to getting this team better, because I don't think you should accept this team being bad, is go, hey, that unit that was top 3 last year, let's pour another first-round pick into it, where I think this team is trying to get better in 2 to 3 years, within 2 to 3 years, and try to compete right now. And the full pathway to doing that is fixing the offense, not necessarily bolstering a defense that's already in place for this year, and I mean mostly in place even going into next year.
So I want to make it clear. I'm not use free agency and then don't use draft picks to you need to double down. You need to sign a wide receiver, and then whoever, probably an IU kind of player, although I think he might be closer to 30, and then draft somebody with a top 70 pick, right? You need, if you do sign, let's say you sign 2 really good starting linemen and then a couple guys to kind of league average guys to fill out the line, well, all right, then you're going to need to add I think they need to draft at least 3 offensive linemen, 2 early, top 100, top 110, and then another one late. I still think you need to do both. I just think there's a hardlining thing of either no defense at 6 or trade down is the miracle salve that gets us everything we want, or we'll just go, wide receiver or tackle at 6, and whatever you don't do there, you do at 24. And it's like, we might get there. If they just strike out on the guys that they do have in their pool of young ascending players, it makes sense that they might get there. I don't know we should be there now, and it feels like trade down is a little bit of a beg off of just the real question about, hey, how can we just make this team as good as we can? 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Volnick Jake.
Yep, you nailed it.
Is there an underscore there?
Nope, you got it.
Thank God. On social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS NFL reporter at 420. We'll ask her about the Browns offseason, Shedeur versus Deshaun, the other quarterbacks out there, see if she's interested in the Malik Willis thing. I'll also get her take on just kind of the overall picture of the AFC North. Dan Favale, Bleacher Report, because it is NBA All-Star Weekend. We'll talk about the Cavs ceiling, the Harden move. We will get into that as well, as the morning show and I had a proper civilized discussion that our boss hated at earlier today. We'll react to that. We'll get into the baseball conversation with the Guardians back in spring training. No Olympics. Not a single damn shred of Olympics. That was very hard. 216-474-0092 is a trade down picking up steam, and we got one. Somebody's throwing it out there. Somebody's hurting for that number 6 pick. But is this the right move? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick back with you on I actually think it's a feel-good Friday. Vibes have improved. Can we all agree vibes have improved?
I feel like vibes are good.
Yeah. Not only I might listen. I'm a mush. I think everybody knows that. I'm a big emotional baby, so I like Valentine's Day because I like doing nice things for my wife. But it's going to be like 50 degrees all weekend, which is basically like we're in Havana at this point, given where we've been. And so I don't know what to say. Like, you got a pretty wide open 3-day weekend. I don't know that the vibes could be any better after how bad they've been the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's pretty good. I was joking earlier today that I feel like I was getting a sunburn through my car. I mean, part of that is because I'm exceptionally white. I mean, incredibly. You could draw
Many people have said this. Yeah. This is why you're called the Big Norwegian, because I don't care what your heritage is, your face says some sort of Viking.
Yeah, no, I was just driving. I was like, oh, the side of my neck's getting hot today. Like, this is probably not good. I'll be the one person to get a sunburn in February. But I'm enjoying it a lot more than, like, the windburn that I was getting every time I walked to my car.
Now, you are going to have a choice, judging by, and now this is going to sound really heavy-handed because I mean this in a nice way, but I don't know you can mean what I'm about to say in a nice way. Looks like you're about to lose your hair. At some point in the next decade. No, why do I wear a hat every day? All right? All right, I'm like the walking ad for Rogaine, for God's sake. But you're going to have, as a lighter man than I am, you are going to have a real decision here. Because you might have the dome for it. I'm looking at the dimensions here. You might have the dome to pull off bald. I don't. I don't even know what you would describe the shape of my gigantic dome is. But you are going to need some sunscreen every day if you do.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely going to. I've already told my girlfriend, by the way, as soon as it starts to go, it's gone. I don't care what my head looks like. I'm just going immediately. There's no holding on to it because I have exceptionally thin hair. So it probably, you're right. And if you look at my grandparents, both pretty much my grandpa's got the ring around his head going, pulls it off. It works. But he's completely bald on the top of the head. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I can't pull that off. It all comes off. We go straight bald and we are just going to live with it and make people adapt. And I'm just going to sell completely into it. And I think that's the right way to go.
I like that you got defensive with your girlfriend who probably wasn't even thinking about it.
No.
You were like, honey, one day I'm going to have to shave my head. You're just going to be okay with it.
Yeah, it was like, do you want to get dinner tonight? I'm going bald when I start to lose my hair. It was just one of those. It was in the head for sure.
Yeah. Who knows where your life's going to take you. But the worst part about the only downside of really having kids is just the honesty of it. And the amount. So I have a bald spot in the back of my dome. And then my hairline is receded. And so we got a race. We got a race to see if I'm going to get the Larry from Three Stooges ring that you talked about. And, but it's funny because my kids will just walk up. I'll be sitting on the ground, feet up in the air, reading a book. My kids just walk up behind and just one finger in the middle of the bald spot and push my head forward. And they're like, even one less hair there now. And I was like, thanks, dude. Thank you. Needed that. Don't think about it often. Don't think about it often at all. But so have a lot of kids is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I say you get payback. I say at one point you just go to pick them up from school and you actually just shave basically a headphone line in your head. So you take it all the way back and take the bald spot up and you just have a streak of hair. Get out of the car. Go give them a hug.
I just do not have the dome for it. I don't. Lance Reisland just texting, bald is beautiful. It's like, you got a great dome for this. You do. You got a great dome for that. I do not have. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like Play-Doh head. I'm Mr. Potato Head. The shape of my head is just I needed one of those helmets as a kid. I got a valley and in the middle of my my dome here, where it's gonna be kind of brain injury you think that man has. That's what it's gonna be if I shave this puppy and then walk around. It's gonna be people gonna call me Crater Head or something like that.
That's why you don't wear the headphones anymore. You wear earbuds.
Mac, I'd really like it if you stayed all the way out of this conversation. Two things that I don't want to hear your opinions on. One is balding patterns for anybody here, you lusciously haired bastard. and 2 is, bedroom activities. Now, we're talking about trading down. And it's just, I think we all kind of go in phases with this. So this is like the natural life cycle of a draft where you don't have control of a top 3 pick and there isn't an obvious quarterback, the most urgent need that you have. So I think it's only natural that, we've gone from wide receiver, tackle. Okay, do we do a Downs kind of thing, or do we trade down? We're going to get to the Ty Simpson conversation, but I thought it was interesting. There's an element right now where, because it's in vogue, because we've normalized it, because we're in that part, that I think people are just, let's do it. And I can prove it because Zach from 105 The Fan in Dallas, Zach Wolchuk, that's a great name. That's more of a Minnesota name, not necessarily a Dallas name. But anyways, he threw out this on social media. I saw Ken tweet or interact with this as well. And then the Fan put up a video on it as well down there. So it was basically the Cowboys wanted to trade up for Caleb Downs, which, again, if we look at it, like Kyle Hamilton was one of the 3 best players in the draft that he was in. He went 14th. More often than not, even the most elite safety prospects, unless you are just generational, beyond generational get out. And I can't even think of the last guy that actually typifies that. But more often than not, a guy like Caleb's going to be one of the few guys that fall out of that top 3, top 5 space. I digress. I'm now just talking a lot. But he pitched the Cowboys trading the 12th and 20th picks to Cleveland for the 6th and 39th pick. And so the idea, if you're the Browns, yes, you don't pick up an extra pick here, but you basically end up with 3 picks in the top 24, and you could conceivably get 2 immediate starters on offensive line and certainly the best wide receiver that you could possibly get. I get it. It's just, I'm at a point where if you're going to trade up, it's going to be because you're going to do something that I don't have right now, which is most likely a 2027 first round. Or sorry, I don't have enough 2027 first rounders.
I'm not even against the go get 12 and 20. I think is actually perfectly fine. I've talked about this. I think my actual sticking point where I get mad about it is that you think I'm sending 39 back. Did we just? And I understand that this is wild, and Jacksonville probably gave up way too much. It was undeniable. But you just look at the trade they made, and 2 is more valuable than 6. Travis Hunter was sitting there, is going to be valued much more higher than obviously whoever is going to be sitting there at 6. But I got a first round pick for what is now this year. I got to drop back 3 spots instead of dropping back 6 spots, and got a very high second round pick in addition to it. And now I'm giving up 39 to basically pick up 20. I don't see how that makes it rich for me to the point where I'm I'll just trade away second round picks who are also probably going to be on this roster, more likely than not, an immediate starter.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why Dallas fans like this. You move up 6 spots, and then you really only move down 19 spots. So I understand, and I think they have another second rounder as well. So I do understand. Hey, look at this great value we get. I guess from my side, I would agree, although the tricky thing is every year's different.
Yeah.
And, safety is not traditionally a people mover. Wide receiver was last year. Edge rusher can be.
I was going to say,
if it's a one tackle draft, which it isn't, can be. But I think the fascinating thing is, who are the mover ups, right? Who are the guys really willing to put it on the line over the next 2 years to do this? And how far are you willing to move down?
Yeah, I think that we can't get caught up on the fact that people aren't just moving up for Caleb Downs in this spot either, right? I think you can talk about the Rams. If Ty Simpson becomes available and he's somebody that's supposed to go at the top of the draft, now we're talking quarterback. That makes it obviously a much richer trade up. If you're talking defensive end, if it is a David Bailey or, somehow, some way, let's say Ruben Bain fell out of the top 5, which I don't think will happen, but maybe it does. It all of a sudden becomes really rich. We're not talking about a position that people aren't taking a ton of value in, but instead positions that people value very highly. And Dallas is trying to improve the defense right now because trading away Micah Parsons apparently left them with a need for a defensive player.
What?
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I mean, crazy that Jerry Jones was a game changer.
If only I could have seen that one coming down the line. He was in a contract stalemate, and you knew you could trade him at some point and replace him before the season. You could have planned it out. It feels like that would have been something you could do. I tend to be with you, by the way. 2 pick swaps. I get it. I'm not. I wouldn't kill them if they did this. I probably would just walk away going, okay.
Like if the 39th pick was like a 5th rounder, I think we feel obviously much better about it. But if I'm like getting significant value back, because moving up from 12 to 6 is not the same as moving, almost 19 spots from the 2nd round to the end of the 1st. Like we're talking the elite all-pro level talent that's going into the top 10 of the draft to, hopefully this guy's a nice starter in the 2nd round.
Well, I just look at it and it's like I thought Travis Hunter was a little overrated. I did. Yeah. The unicorn thing, at least 1 year in, has been validated. Like, it's really tough, especially with a slight build, to play two ways. He struggled on both sides of the ball, and it just kind of was an absolute crap show. It just was. And so I was never comfortable with the Browns specifically being the team to try and do that, let alone you could have put him on a team I respect. And that did not sound right.
that was real bad.
What I meant was you could have put this on the Ravens. You could have put this on the Rams, and I still think it would have been a lot to ask. But when you traded from 2 to 5, there was an understanding that, like, Mason Graham was one step below as a prospect what Travis Hunter was perceived to be. I don't want to be doing that every year, and that's where the price matters to me. It's like, one of the things that I like about, hey, if David Bailey's the best player, and if, let's say, there are 7 guys who are top 5 picks or top 3, whatever the grades are, and your guy's there, sometimes it's as easy as, well, we don't need that right now, but the NFL always needs this premier position with an elite player. Let's just go ahead and take the elite player because you can't have enough. Like, by and large, if we get to 2 rungs down, so it's like the premier players, then elite, and then there's whatever's below that. Okay, we can haggle between positional value and all this stuff. It is physically impossible at any part of an impactful part of a defense or offense to have enough of the premier talents, and where you tend to find them, the guys who are all the Joe Thomas level players, it is top 5, top 6, top 7 picks. So 6, 7. So that's why, like, for me, the reason I wouldn't do this deal with Dallas is they don't have a first rounder next year because they traded it to the Jets for Quinnen Williams. So if you told me, like, the Rams, who pick, I think, a spot later, if the Rams came along and they have 2 firsts, but if they said we'll give you 13, maybe another pick this year, like a 2nd or 3rd, and then we'll give you next year's first because we're trying to get that final piece to a championship team, whether it's Caleb Downs, David Bailey, a wide receiver, whatever the hell it is. Okay, yeah, because you just gave me something that it's almost impossible for me to get. Where even the 26th pick next year, the 28th, whatever you think the Rams are going to do next year, that has incredible value to me in a quarterback-laden draft, and I'll slide 7 spots down and hope maybe a Jordan Tyson, who I think is maybe going to fall because of the injuries. I think he can end up being the best guy in this draft. Okay, well, I'll take that. That's the scenario. Like, I'm more set on, if we're trading down, what are we getting out of this? Because, like, I'll be honest with you. If I'm trading out of the top 10, we're talking something significant next year. If we're, I'll even consider trading out of the top 20. If there's somebody back there in the Chicago territory that wants to jump up, it's going to cost you a lot more. I'd do it. Honestly, at this point, I think you're not going to do it with Miles. There's always a scarcity at corner. If somebody calls and is willing to put a 2027 first on the route for Denzel, at least you have to have these conversations, simply because it does seem like, while I think you're going to be able to take a step talent-wise this year, you really need to make sure you have a fallback in case Shedeur, Deshaun, and whoever else is going to be in that quarterback room doesn't work out this year.
Yeah, I think I'd probably draw the line at, like, Denzel. Like, not that it's not worth a conversation being had, because I think it's interesting. You're pretty flush at corner, and obviously, like, MJ Emerson's a guy who still might be around and coming off the injury. What can he do? But I think that's, like, the delicate balance of trying to go through and say, okay, well, we still need to be good defensively, especially right now, while improving the offense to try to compete. But also, yeah, like, quarterback's going to be the thing that takes you over the hump. So I think it's a conversation. I just don't think I'm willing to give up what could be practically, I mean, I don't want to overvalue Denzel, but, like, a lot of your defensive production based on the scheme that you run is the fact that you have a lockdown corner and hopefully multiple lockdown corners. Giving up Denzel makes that really scary.
I probably am with you, but I think it's the kind of conversations you have to have, because this offseason should be either you're extending Denzel because we're in that window, and it makes a lot of sense. You can really help yourself cap-wise long-term by doing that. So I think you're either doing that or you're figuring out. I think a lot of people, when they traded for Tyson Campbell, said, oh, well, this means MJ Emerson isn't going to be back. I think the Browns can have some flexibility there. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't want to. But if we're doing this and nobody's offering a 2027 first-rounder to get up to the 6th pick, well, you got to find another way because you're going to need some I'm cool with doing Shedeur, Deshaun, Dylan, or Shedeur, Deshaun, and Trey Lance, or whatever the quarterback room we can do. But you have to have a better. We can't be going to next offseason being like, it's all right, it's going to be Shedeur, Carson Beck, and the ghost of Kirk Cousins. You just can't. And I think this offseason is all about maintaining flexibility while also trying to get as good as you possibly can now. 216-474-0092. How far should the Browns be willing to go to get another 2027 first rounder? And is trading down, picking up steam? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Need to talk about the Browns? We got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. I don't think I've seen a single Browns fan just sign up and like straight ahead, absolute yes for the Cowboy, the fan in Dallas Cowboy trade, the 6 and 39 swap for 12 and 20. I don't think I've seen one person agree to it without amending it. And I actually think this time we're right. And I think they're being not grubby, but they're being the Cleveland would love this, and a little bit of a hair tussling and slightly insulting.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the big market for small market baseball trades that people always put out, where it's like, oh, yeah, I'll give you 2 top 30 prospects that probably won't turn into anything that we don't like, and you give us Jose Ramirez.
Listen,
it's good.
We'll take Stephen Kwan off your hands because we know you can't pay him in 2 years. And we got this prospect. He's our 13th best prospect. And we're going to give you some international slot money. Now, of course, that's not actually real money. It just means your organization gets to not spend that extra $2 million. That's like, but can I get a Comp B pick? No? Okay. A little bit of NFL news to pass along. Daniel Stern, who was one of the linchpins of the Baltimore offensive staff, thought to be, I guess, on his way to Cleveland. Turns out he got hired by Seattle as the pass game specialist. So let's all panic and wonder whether Todd Monken's staff is really going all together just because we don't have a defensive coordinator. Daniel Stern left us, right? All the Sterns. We have no Sterns. We have no Home Alone 1 or 2 jokes to make either. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan, never trust a man with a hyphenated first name, and head coach Jeff Hafley spoke at a Miami fan event last night and said the team is getting closer to a decision on Tua Tagovailoa. If Miami moves off of Tua, is there a landing spot that makes the most sense?
I don't think anybody wants that contract.
No. I think they're just going to cut him.
Okay, I don't think anybody
maybe
wants
like a
Tua.
pick swap. There's such a dearth of quarterbacks. Somebody will. Even if it's not as the unquestioned starter, somebody will.
Yeah, I mean, if you're signing him to a ridiculous, completely just nerf version of what he is right now, money-wise.
It's going to be a Russell Wilson type deal, right?
Right, like somebody who throws him into an idea of you're in a competition for a starter. I'm trying to think through that and what that even looks like, and I still don't know that there's a great team that's willing to take that risk.
I could see Atlanta. I think he fits some of what Kevin wants to do. I could see the Jets. I could see there's plenty of teams. Honestly, I could see Arizona swapping crappy quarterbacks and Kyler Murray getting cut and going to Miami, and then Tua getting cut and going to Arizona. I actually think Kyler might end up in Minnesota, but I think it makes sense that it's going to be somebody that plays more of a warmer weather schedule. But I do think he'll be a starter next year. Or at least he'll go into camp as the 1A in a camp battle, and then it'll be his job to lose.
Yeah, I don't know that any of the places you just named, the Jets, he would obviously probably be the 1A. I think if you walked into Atlanta, I think it makes sense for Kevin Stefanski. I don't think they're moving forward and going, no Michael Penix, please. I think they want Michael Penix to work and are going to fully give as much they can to Michael Penix working before they give up on it.
Yeah, I think they want to, but he's coming off the injury, and I think he still hasn't earned it. I mean, they gifted him the job this year, and he wasn't good, and he got hurt. Them and Minnesota.
But Nick, he comes back stronger from knee injuries, according to himself.
So do I.
I haven't had one, but I imagine I'd be twice the man I am today if I had one.
Every time I beat gout, I come back stronger than the time that I had gout before. Not true. I just don't eat pizza for a while.
The NFL has decided to... Well, they took it to court, and it was ruled that the NFLPA report cards no longer allowed to be in the mix, deemed basically unfair to organizations, which is basically stemming down from Woody Johnson get really mad that the Jets got an F. Is this a mistake by the NFL to push against this?
So tell me if I'm wrong in this. This just means that the NFLPA can't publicize them. They can still do them. They just can't release them to the media, right?
Yes, they can just not put them out to the public.
I will never understand. This is a common theme in the show. I will never understand being one of the most rich and powerful people on the planet, with wealth beyond measure, with power beyond measure, and being so upset by people thinking I run a bad organization which has no effect on anything. Wins and losses does, but the actual your cafeteria food sucks, has no effect on it. Hey, you treat their families like crap. Oh, that's a shame. It does not change anything. These soft batch Cookie Bee owners, Woody Johnson must have them the size of peas. I'm telling you, just absolute embarrassing human beings. And they're to a man, every owner seems so insecure in a way that is just so. I honestly just do not understand how you can be just, dude, fix your crap or don't care about it. You choose, but you can't put this out. It hurts my feelings. Ugh.
So much of it is, like you said, it's like the dumb stuff. Like, the weight room's not good enough. It's like, okay, well, you probably need to upgrade the weight room then. The only thing that I feel like you really catch flack over is like treatment of families. Yeah. Where it's like, oh, well, that really doesn't cost anything. I mean, maybe a little bit, but it doesn't cost that much. Like, it's pretty much put them in a better spot in the organization, like inside of the building while they're watching the games, and maybe they give them a better spread of food. Might be like the one extra thing to do. And other than that, it's like, okay, well, you probably should be good to your players' families. It's probably pretty important.
I wish we could do this for every company in America. Then publicize it. I would think that would be the funniest thing in the world. Because, you know what? Let's keep it in-house. Really only benefits the person in power. The White Sox were one of the more active teams this offseason, as we all expected, including trading Luis Robert to the Mets for infielder Luis Angel Acuna. GM Chris Getz has repeatedly touted Acuna's versatility, including his abilities as a switch hitter. We're talking more than 4 times this offseason. He's been on the record on camera. Only problem is it's a right-handed bat. Getz made light of this incident by saying that he called Acuna to tell him that they still love his versatility, even though he only hits right-handed. Big deal, little deal, or no deal. Trading for a player and not knowing that they're only a right-handed bat.
Massive deal. I ripped him last night for this. This makes no... How do you do this? It was 4 separate times, by the way, this offseason that he said he was a switch hitter. 4 separate times. He is convinced that the man can hit from the left side of the plate, and he can't. Like... Let alone just being like, oh, that's a prospect, and I thought he could hit left-handed. Like, if you're going out there and it's like, oh, bad intel from a scout. I mean, you traded for the guy, and he played in the majors last year. Like, it's not that hard to figure out. There is enough tape to go, oh, he's never hit from the left side of the plate, and that's a right-handed pitcher.
I just think it's really funny that in an organization that has watched him enough to scout him and to bring him in, nobody corrected him. So it really is a failure, and I think it's a little deal. I think it's mildly funny. I think it shows you where the Sox were. Oh, you're going to take Luis Roberts off our hand. We're not, or at least Luis Robert. I don't have to pay him $20 million this year, and I get a useful prospect with some big league. Yeah, okay. You could have given him Ralph Mouth, and I think they would have traded. By the way, also not a switch hitter. You could have, and then no chance in hell are they turning it down. Now, if he does this again, all right, maybe you just don't know baseball. I think it's funny because Chris Getz was a middle infielder that was he was like Michael Martinez or Will Wilson. So the fact that he didn't know who might well end up being the White Sox version of that same guy, of himself, and he knows so little about backup potential middle infielders, I do find that ironic and funny.
It wouldn't have been so bad if he was like, yeah, he's just got... I mean, he's got a nice little bit of power that we like. And you're like, well, he's not really a power hitter. And it's like, okay, maybe you see something we don't. I mean, it is clear as day. I could look up just Pro Baseball Reference and figure out he's not a switch hitter. That is the bare minimum before you would trade a guy. It's like, I think I might just look up what his name is and maybe how to say it.
The media held him accountable because he said it 4 times and nobody was like, hey, Chris, he's actually only a right-handed only bat, just so you know. This media saved him. Imagine if he got it. He's like, guys, why aren't we hitting Acuna from the left side?
30 games in, and he's like, why is he not hitting from the left side of the plate? We got to change ours. And they're like,
Will Venable resigns on the spot as White Sox manager. Do we actually want to have honest conversations about the Cavs, or do we want to wave our pom-poms? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
the cars, the electricity, the gas, and the cell phone.
Oh, here we go. I pay the bills. What more do I have to do? Thank you, Keith.
Hey, that stuff takes time too.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Aditi Kinkhabwala coming up at 4:20 today. A little bit of NFL talk on its way. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We got the All-Star Weekend this weekend. You ready, buddy? You start watching at about 5 o'clock, I think, is when festivities tip off. I think tomorrow, more festivities about 3, 5, 7 o'clock. All of it's great. They no longer publicize the fashion show, if they even do one.
I don't know that they do. There's like one 3-point contest like that I've even, if that'd be the one thing that like maybe. No, I'm not ready for this at all. Like, it'll probably go by and I'll be like, oh, look at a celebrity MVP. That's cool. And not watch a second of the game. And I'll be like, oh, World won. That's
I
cool.
just really don't want to see the guy from Arcade Fire play basketball ever. I feel like he's been in every celebrity NBA tournament for the All-Star. And I'm like, I don't even like that guy's music. Why am I watching him play? And also always a lot of Kevin Hart. Oh, by the way, we respect Kevin Hart. Hustles, funny, like the man's successful for a reason. I'm not running down Kevin Hart. I don't need to see him everywhere. I already got the commercials with LeBron. Between Kevin Hart and Jack Black, guys, give me time to miss you just a little bit here. At least I don't have to see Jack Black dribbling up the court at every halftime show.
There is, and maybe it's just like a lack of like pop culture knowledge for me, but every time we get to these, I look at like 75% of it and I go, I don't really know who you are or what you do. Why are you in the celebrity? Like, we couldn't just, I'm not saying you're going to go out there and pull the biggest names of all time every single, but like, I feel like we could get more notable people that just maybe can play basketball, like just a little bit.
I've always feared that I was just, I always feared like, what if, I was in Charlotte when they hosted the NBA All-Star game, and I was like, I know no one's going to ask me, and I really don't want them to, because if they do, that's how I throw an Achilles. That is, and
I would
listen.
take it in a heartbeat.
No, I would. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
And by the way, I'd sub out after 5 seconds. I'm too fat to be. You put me in a half-court game, and I'm subbing out after 5 seconds. Let alone a full court. I would just play just defense. I would just be there. It would be 4-on-5 on the offensive side of the ball, unless there was really some action where really the ball was moving and you got a couple offensive rebounds. All right, I'll come up and stand on the 3 line and take a 3 over the top.
No, you're getting this wrong. It's Celebrity All-Star Game. You find the fattest or tallest person that you're matched up against. You go up to him and you go, hey, ready to, we're gonna like jog down the court together. Okay, real slow. Like, oh no, our transition is not gonna be. You can face guard me on defense, and you'll look like the best defender of all time. But like the shot's probably going up by the time we cross half court.
No, I'm saying I have one gift on this planet, and it is the ability to bludgeon people with my bare hands. You're getting a hard foul every time you dare. But I'm getting in his cage. On the other side, you're free. You do whatever you want. You play defense on whoever you want. You come down to my yard. All right. And you're gonna lure me into a couple 3-second violations. You are, but I'll tell you, you back into me, and so help me God, I'm gonna foul you into next century. That's really, by the way, if you want to know why I like basketball, it's because I did play it like a football player. Most basketball players aren't ready for a guy that can just grab you by the arms and hold you down to the earth when he fouls you. And I thought that was really funny. Like, I loved playing basketball. I love, like everybody, who doesn't love shooting, who doesn't love, I loved swinging the ball around. But nothing brought me greater joy in organized basketball than this guy thinks he's hot stuff. He's now driving on me. He's got his back into my chest, and I'm now going to just abuse him and get away with it. And they let you get away with just about anything in most levels of basketball until you get to like the varsity in high school. Then you actually have to treat other people like humans. JV, freshmen, intramural teams, come on. You are kicking the crap out of people. just because you got time to do it.
You would have been the most, or would still be the most boring celebrity all-star game person, because all you want to see is like when the celebrities go out there, it's like, oh, how good are they at basketball? And you're just like, I'm not playing offense. I'm standing down here. They're gonna be like, get that guy off the court. Anybody else, please?
I mean, like that fat guy from the Lakers game that was like, I'm going to show LeBron how it's done. And then he couldn't hit a simple layup. That would be like me, but with defense. Like, all you pansies don't want to play defense? Get ready to see some. And then there would just never be the ball on my side. Or the big would like go out towards the 3-point line, and I just wouldn't. I would just be like, come back here. Come back here. This is my home. And he just keeps shooting 18-footers just to spite me.
Who is, I can't remember. He's a former athlete, and he puts on the whole get up with like the way too short shorts. He has the goggles.
Oh,
and then,
Anthony Adams. Is that it?
I think so.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
His name's definitely Anthony. I know that.
What is Mac, do you know what his alter ego is off the top of the head?
Oh, God, no.
I can't think of what it is, but you should just go out and do that.
I think it's like Spice Adams?
Spice Adams. It is Spice Adams.
That's
as soon
what you
as
need to
you
go out
said
and
it, I
do.
knew. Max holding in his hands like,
I'm glad I pulled that. I'm proud of myself on that one.
That's what you need to do. You need to go up and just have a quick trigger ready to fire, and then just absolutely miss everything and just like walk it off like you just pulled off the greatest shot of all time.
I am Philip Seymour Hoffman, and along came Polly. Make it rain! Jackpot! I was just yell my own slogans. Well, but I would make sure they made no sense. Like, bang biscuit, mama's train. Like, just random stuff. And just, again, it's all a mind game. If they think you're crazy, it's even tougher for them to point out how just bad I am. Believe it or not, I used to have some talent. If you tried to foot race me, you're going to win. But the little nuances of basketball, because I loved it so much, I was actually pretty okay for it and probably was better at that than most things in sports. But the running. I mean, the running. The hell are you guys thinking about? Now, I think it's time. I think I realized something today. And if you guys missed it this morning, the Morning Boys, the first two segments they spent talking about the Cavs, and at 6:20, what came up was my conversation with Daryl yesterday. And my conversation yesterday with Daryl was meant to be a bridging of the gap. It is, I am seen as anti-Harden. Well, the Harden wars are over. At the very least, they're paused. The trade's been made. So now it's let's negotiate. Let's talk about what we think of this thing going forward. And so I think they looked at it and thought I was trying to kill Daryl's buzz. And maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Daryl probably would tell you I did because I steamrolled him a couple times yesterday on accident. But like for me, yesterday was about, all right, well, they've made the trade. And I think like at the time I said, I think he'll play good regular season basketball. I think he'll probably have a couple games in the postseason that'll be good. The question is, how far over the hump does he get you? And so that's what interests me now is not, well, they're playing good basketball. Yeah. It's not. Aren't the vibes great? They are. I feel those vibes when I watch the games. I don't think it's interesting sports talk fodder. But apparently I was a Debbie Downer, and Ken and Anthony called me out for it. And I wanted to call in the moment. I did. But it was 6:20. And I was dealing with kids and getting them on the bus and waking them up and you know, all that kind of stuff. And I hadn't had my coffee yet. So I waited till 8:40. Only to be told, I guess we were too civilized with the discourse.
I mean, now a civilized discourse is no longer good, Nick. You can't have that. It's you scream at somebody and the other person's an idiot, or it's not good enough. I mean, that's apparently we're probably not doing a good job right now because I need to call you an idiot probably by the time we get out of the second hour. But
listen, you jerk. Do you think I was too, because we're spicing it up now, do you think I was too soft, I guess, on the Morning Boys?
I don't necessarily think it was like too
mild. Oh, you want to say it.
I mean,
you just did the head move. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to say it, but.
I mean, you could have brought a little fire to it. I mean, it was basically just going to be for entertainment fact. I don't like the idea of like coming in, like either calling into a show or even if like we're just here and you basically fake any enthusiasm into the conversation. If the conversation didn't leave you to get fired up, it didn't lead you to get fired up. I feel like that's like, I never want to come out and be like, now you listen here. If I really don't feel like it, I'm not going to do it.
So I was fired up, but I do tend to think like if Ken or Anthony called in right now, I think it's the show's prerogative to decide how we do this. And in fairness, 99% of the time, Lima's called in or Ken's called in here, that's kind of just not how we do it in person. We're more snarky behind each other's back, and then we're like, "Oh, I'm talking to you. I like you." Right? So I guess my point is, I wasn't really mad. I just thought it was interesting. Like, I think I'm being rational. Like, when I'm saying, like, it's 3 games, I've enjoyed it. I see what you're saying about Harden, but, the playoffs, right? Like, I'm back to, all right, we're still waiting to the playoffs to validate this thing, and if you lose again in the second round, then to me, that's not enough. Like, this move is meant for now, so I need the now success. And then there's the big picture Harden conversation, which is, all right, how do we get out of this where we don't just feel like we wasted time with him? Because Clippers fans do, because Sixers fans do, because Nets fans do. And I'd like a situation where even if it ends the way it tends to end with James, we can sit here and go, yeah, but you got that title. Or, yeah, you went to the finals once or twice without LeBron James.
So I don't think where you're going is like irrational. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think realistically it's a conversation we would have. I think the problem that you walk into is you almost start to sound like the people that were going into this season going, well, the regular season doesn't matter. Right? When you still have 82 games to play, when people still want to watch Cavs basketball, and the Harden stuff is exciting.
Isn't there part of that, though? I mean, they've got one of the easiest strength of schedule down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to get healthy, which I think aids it. And there are things to play for, the number 1 seed or at least the number 2 seed. But, by and large, what can we learn in 28 games from them that's concrete that wouldn't be disproven with one bad series?
Nothing, but I don't think anybody wants to have that conversation in the regular season, especially with the new piece. Like, I think
that's literally been the conversation the last 3 years. I haven't necessarily entertained it, but I mean, Ken and Anthony have, Baskin and Phelps have. I think you have at night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand why people might, but it's like, how great are they? Is that the conversation right now? Because I don't know I don't know what we base that off of, other than guessing until we actually see it again in the playoffs.
Yeah, but I mean, we could go through and almost look at this at any sport with any team. It's like, oh, well, it really doesn't matter until you get to the playoffs and you show it. Unless you're not a playoff team, then, well, you could argue none of it mattered anyway. But
not any team. No, there are teams where you're still figuring things out in the regular season. It's a superstar-laden team. We know they have talent. We just don't know how they match up in 7-game series, or maybe whether they have the emotional makeup or mental makeup to do it.
This is where I think that you go through and you look at, okay, well, Jared Allen right now, I think is inarguably a difference maker in the last few games that he's played, both before Harden came in and then now that Harden's here. He's obviously had a really nice stretch of games. Well, if you can continue that in the playoffs, Jared Allen's been one of the biggest proponents of you don't show up when the playoffs come around. So if I start to see that more, again, it builds hope. It still is going to ultimately boil down to, can you do it in the playoffs? But I think that you can go through in the regular season and learn things about the team. And you can go, okay, well, I know you're capable of keeping this up. Because I think even with Jared Allen, we've seen moments of him being really good, but it's a sustained period of, can you do this consistently even in the regular season, that I think he's missed. Okay, well, if over the last 20-odd games, I can go and say, all right, well, Jared Allen went through and played really well. I should expect that in the playoffs. And now I can say for sure, where I think at the end of all these years, it's been injuries and they weren't healthy. And you've had basically little excuses for every single reason. Now if I can see, okay, Jared Allen can go in the playoffs. Evan Mobley, when he comes back, has a defined role with Harden on the floor. You're not good enough. You're not getting it done. I know what I have for next season, even if I don't get there.
I may think there's still going to be excuses if they don't get it done. Right? It's just the excuses will change.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be excuses. It's been excuses year after year that has kept the team together.
Is it excuses or valid reasons? And by the way, they shouldn't have.
Yeah,
I think part of my problem is getting to the point where the only option you have is Harden. Tells me that Kobe maybe clutched his pearls too much or clutched his assets too much instead of turning Darius into something more useful earlier, so that you don't have to back yourself into this corner.
Yeah, you traded him at his all-time low. There was never going to be a worse value for Darius Garland unless the toe is completely blown up. But it's just kind of like a what you have now moment.
So as we continue to have the conversation about me and the Morning Boys today on their show, we're going to play a little audio of the interaction, a little audio of maybe somebody saying defending your boy Nicky Dubs here in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Good host. I just disagree with everything you just said. I'm sorry. I can't say I'm sorry. I respectfully, vehemently disagree with everything you just said.
I expected much more fireworks. That sucked. You guys all suck. I want more fighting.
No,
you guys have been taking shots at each other on each other's shows for weeks now, and now you're not doing it. Now you're being civil.
Well, but
you have not given listeners what they want.
I thought it was something else. I wanted to hear him out.
Nick says he's been enjoying the vibes. I did not hear. It didn't sound like you were enjoying the vibes yesterday when you kept correcting Daryl and you kept saying it's only been 3 games.
Well, guys, let's give this video. This one goes out to Keith. Keep waving those pom-poms, Lima, you damn hack. Ken, I'll be honest with you. You're the second best sixth grade coach in Streetsboro. Owen Tulsa's overrated. Meredith.
And now we're doing this.
There we go.
That's how you end it, really.
Who's the first best?
I didn't even hear who the first best was. Guy. There's a guy named Guy. That guy can coach some sixth graders in Streetsboro. That was the ending of my call into the morning show today, and I think there's this funny Instagram dog video of like 2 dogs separated by a fence, and they're barking at each other, just rabid, crazy, and then the person pulls the fence in between, and then the dog's like, "What's up, dog? How you doing?" And then you put the fence back, and all of a sudden the dogs are barking again. I started the call by saying, I'm so glad to be here on the Cavs Politburo. All right? Should I have gone with, "What's up, you jerks"? I don't think I'm very, I can't manifest mean. Like, Ken and I are both, if you get us pissed, we will be jerks to each other. But I couldn't, nobody lit the fuse. Lima really failed here. And I'm going to say it, because we knew it was Lima the whole time. Lima failed because he's the one that's supposed to work either Ken or I into the shoot.
So I don't think that you don't fake mean, but not that you fake confrontation, but you like confrontation. No. But you enjoy confrontation, which I think you were on the border of getting, and you just didn't want to, you just had to fire it up a notch. That's all it was. There's no way all of the things that they said had to have driven you nuts.
Not really. No, I love different opinions. And it's funny because JP and I occasionally get locked into a you-know-what measuring contest because of just our personalities. But I do love that JP and I have different takes. It's my favorite thing. Like, in an era where everyone gets so upset by other people having different opinions, I love it because it makes me think. One of the reasons why I love working with JP, why I love working with you, why I love having the morning boys on where they are and Baskin and Phelps existing. I love when people just have different opinions and see things in a way that I don't. And today, I'll be honest with you, I thought they were, somebody, I think it was my guy Thomas, had DM'd me or on Instagram saying, "Oh, Lima's calling you out." And I listened, and I was like, I don't agree with this assessment. I don't feel like I went to put a pity party on not pity party, dampen the vibe of Daryl yesterday, but I get it. Like, right now, there's a segment of Cavs fans who's going to say, bleep Nick Wilson, because he didn't want James Harden. So anything I stop short of saying, he's a top 75 player, it's the smartest thing I've ever seen, I was wrong a week ago. Anything short of that will not be good enough for those folks. And I just kind of have to accept it. Like, did I get carried away to a specific degree because Jonathan and I, for 2 days, we're in a you-know-what measuring contest? Yeah, a little bit. It does happen. But do I believe everything I said? Also, yes. And so, it's funny, I think I'm the centrist here. My take was, okay, yeah, I'm not a fan of James Harden, but they've made the trade. Let's see how it goes. But here's what I need. I need an NBA Finals appearance. I need a big move this summer, and I need to be in the finals in the next 2 years, if not win the finals. That's how you get ahead of this thing, and maybe how you work this thing out to being the best version of anybody's gotten of James Harden. I think that's like the whole Ken and Lima thing, and JP and Daryl. It's like, well, you like anything that is other than best vibes I've ever seen. They're going to win a championship. They can do this. They can do that. Anything short of that is somehow being a Debbie Downer. And I'm like, so we're just got to wave pom-poms now?
It's not even wave pom-poms, but I think this is the enjoy the roller coaster of the season type of cycle that we're in, where I know for a fact we get to baseball season and you tell people, well, the Guardians played 10 bad games, you write them off and it's the dumbest thing you've ever done, right? Or they played 10 great games and you say they're going to the World Series, it's a dumb, well, we'll worry about the playoffs because the Guardians aren't going to be good enough because they don't spend any money. You'll tell people that's not the right approach. But right now you're kind of having that Cavs approach of like.
But when I do that, I at least go, but if they do X, Y, and Z, or this is what they're missing. Like I am still like I'm saying, hey, I think the playoffs matter more. But even the other day, like I threw out, hey, I think I might have to re-examine my thoughts if they get the number 1 seed. If in 27 games you were racing a 7-game lead, even with a pretty soft schedule, whereas Detroit and Boston both have, I think, 2 of the 5 hardest schedules left, like even in that environment, I can go, that's an accomplishment. I mean, erasing a 7-game deficit in 27 games while still getting healthy, while factoring in James Harden, that'd be pretty impressive. But if they do it, I'm going to be like, Cavs in 6, bleep the Thunder. Because, like, I don't think, and it's not just James, historically. It's Donovan hasn't earned that yet for me. Like, Donovan's earned as much respect as I can give you to a point. Evan hasn't earned that. Jarrett hasn't earned that. Strus, like this team has, even Kenny as a head coach, the deepest he's been is the second round of the playoffs. So, like, I want these things to be true. Like, the only thing I took offense to, and it's not Lima, although Lima did put in Ken's head, and they kind of talked about it, but they didn't necessarily say it. The only thing I took offense to was the idea of, oh, Nick's rooting against the Cavs. I would rather be wrong 100 times out of 100 about some take that I had if it meant Cleveland sports did better. Right? Like, I would have loved to have had to pay off every burger bet that I made on the Browns' win totals this year if it meant that the Browns were a 9-win team or a 10-win team in the playoffs. Would have loved it. And I would have ate crap on the air about it. Because in the end, I can be wrong. I'm not infallible. So the only thing I actually might take offense with, and I don't, because it's, what are we doing? But is the idea of, oh, he's rooting against him. I don't love myself that much. I don't.
So what is it? You're just basically in wait and see mode.
No, it's going to play out. But understand that when we get into the waiting, the weight of the thing, not the waiting. Good Lord. Could have chosen
how heavy something is.
Yes. Thank you. My weight, me fat. I think the thing that I weight most, I think the regular season is about 10% of what I'm going to think. The next 27 games are about 10%. Everything else, including the postseason and this offseason, it's 90%. And when we get to the postseason, like if we get to August and LeBron isn't here, we didn't just have the capability to make another move. You drafted a guy with whatever pick you got. James Harden left because he opts out, and you're kind of left holding the bag with Donovan. It's going to be really tough to be like, well, that was all worth it. At least we tried. And by the way, swing it the other way. If you get to the finals this year, and then LeBron comes home, and you're able to find another nice prospect with that first-round pick, and we look at this roster, and maybe you make an ancillary trade for like Strus's expiring contract or something like that, then I'll be like, all right, well, you know what? I didn't see it then, and I still, it's 42-year-old LeBron. It's 37-year-old James Harden. Donovan will be 31, I think, next year. Evan, as long as he's still here, maybe still hasn't reached that. But, like, I'll at least be able to go, oh, I have things now that you've paid it off. But so much of this trade and this idea was, we got hope now. And it's like, well, hope doesn't mean diddly squat. Results do. And tangible things that you can hang on to. And that's why, there's a pretty wide margin of outcomes for this offseason and this postseason. And from the worst to the best, I'm going to feel wildly different. And we all should feel wildly different about the Harden trade attempt.
No, I agree. But it's not. I don't even think this trade was about hope, though. This trade was about getting better in the immediate because the Cavs want to go for it right now. Like they're done kicking the can down the line. They want to go for it within this year and next year. And I think, and I was with you, by the way. Like I was not gung-ho for the James Harden trade. Like when the news had broke, I was not happy about it. Did not think you were getting a fair value back. And I had a lot of questions about Harden. And still
so you flip-flopped already?
No, not necessarily flip-flopping, but I think that you can see a vision a little bit more clearly, even if just through 3 games, right? Like, and I'm where you are, by the way. I'm not fully convinced.
Was it the Wizards game that took you over the top?
No, it was more the Nuggets game. Competing against one of the top teams in the West more so was what did it for me on 4 days of being in there.
A single game. Good for you.
Just saying, it's a good game. Like I said, I'm not convinced.
Were you really if it was one game? That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying. It was one game, and it was 3 games so far. Like, I'm not convinced. But it was about getting better right now. And I think, inarguably, with where Darius is at with the injury, with where he still appears to be at with the injury, I don't think that there's an argument even through 3 games that the Cavs didn't just get better in this immediate moment by getting rid of Darius.
Okay, they won 2 games of 4. And so I guess my point is, when one guy's not playing and the other is playing, how do you know they're better? I watched
Darius play this year.
Yeah, okay, but that's another thing. We're talking about in the moment. So you got better in the moment. We don't know you got better over the next 3 years.
No,
right?
but I think it's try to get better in. But you never make a move and know I got better over the next 3 years unless I'm going out and getting like a Giannis, an elite player in their prime.
Well, but I think my point is, like, if you were, I don't love this trade and I don't really understand it. I don't know these 3 games are the ones. Like, again, I'm not trying to
wasn't that I didn't
push your
understand
vibes
it, though.
down. It's just, it's like, I see the light now. It's like, well, okay. Like, there's nothing in those 3 games that have changed how I think. It doesn't mean, by the way, that I've enjoyed the games. There's a difference between how you feel watching the games. And I will tell you, the vibes are different. Like, as much as I chide the morning show on this, Donovan looks reborn. Jarrett was already having his resurgence before he got Harden, but I mean, 3 of the 7 games that he's played really well, Evans coincide with Evan not being healthy, have been here. Like, I do think Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder have kind of been the understated part of this. Like, I like some of the stuff they're doing, and I do think they're playing better basketball. They were on the path to that before this, though. And so I just think, like, oh, yeah, cool. I'm happy to see this. Now let's see where it goes.
I still feel like the immediate thing, you weren't on a path with Darius Garland to be ready and be better to be ready by the playoffs.
And you don't know that you are now.
I know that I'm a hell of a lot better off with Harden than I was with the injured Darius Garland for this season and this season alone.
We'll
I know
see.
that for a fact.
Now that's a we'll see in the postseason.
No, it won't be because Darius won't be here and probably might still be hurt by the time the postseason comes around.
Probably might.
I mean, so I'm better this year with James Harden as long as he's healthy when I get to the postseason.
Now, Keith called us out. Owen called us out. Apparently, we were too nice to each other. Well, a caller in the next segment, which I couldn't listen into because I had to get the kiddos squared away for school, but a caller, I mostly playing him because he defended me.
That's a sucker move right there, Ken.
What?
Man, come on, Ken. You do all that big bad talking, man, and you hear Nick on the radio, and you ain't go at him, man.
Well, wait a minute.
Are you serious?
Did he yell at me?
I don't care.
No. First off, did he or did he not call in and yell at me? No, he didn't.
Care.
Didn't? Yes. Well, yeah, I'm going to treat somebody who treats me with respect respectfully. So he was respectful,
so
and I respectfully disagree with him.
On the show to defend himself. Why do all that talking then when he can't defend himself?
I'm not doing with this anymore. I don't know why that works with every. By the way, my mom, who is one of the toughest people in the world, one time, and it actually worked on her, and she has an unstoppable freight train. I think Ken's in the right to be. 1, thank you, Wayne. I like that. But 2, I like to be defended. But 2, I think I came in a very civilized manner. I thought they did too. I think Lima really is the one that failed here.
I think it's more so that when we get to. More so probably when JP's back, you'll take another shot at the Morning Boys. The Morning Boys will probably took a shot basically at you after you got off the air. So you guys are willing to be tough talking while you're not in front of each other, and then you get in front of each other. And like you said, you're like, oh, I like you, and this is nice. Let's have a conversation. Where it's like, if you're going to talk tough when you're not there, might as well talk tough while you are there.
I feel like it was talking tough. Was it not insulting enough? Now listen, you morons. Is that how I have to address every point?
No, it doesn't have to be
too
a personal
debate team
attack.
of it? What are you talking about? I think you want a personal attack.
I mean, I would like a personal attack. Let's be honest. I mean, it would make it a lot more fun. We can be real about it. Yeah, I would have loved a personal attack. Or like just a slight personal jab. Kind of when you got off the phone. It's not even something you believe. You called Ken the second best 6th grade football coach in Streetsboro, and you couldn't even tell me the first or last name of any other coach probably in Streetsboro, maybe outside of the high school.
No, it's Guy. It was Guy Rixenberg. Everybody knows Guy's Rixenberg. You don't know Guy Rixenberg?
Oh, no, apparently a football savant in the 6th grade.
He really knows the 3-3-5. I mean, really, I'll tell you, pursuit angles, Guy knows them. He knows pursuit angles. And he went to a better coaching clinic than Ken did. 216-474-0092.
Where was that one at?
Do you actually want an actual Cavs conversation right now, or vibes are up for 15 minutes, you tell me, and betting big on the Gardos in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Aditi Kinkabwala coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and Jake. I almost said JP.
That's me.
Jake, here on a Feel Good Friday.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job.
Luxaford on Twitter. I figured we'd ask this, saying, I have to know, Nick, do you start yelling at everyone when you go to commercial? Because that's what it looks like, just straight up undressing. I'll ask, do I do that? No. I think I usually am pretty cheery in between breaks. The worst you really get from me is maybe like I'm calm, and that's just I'm tired. I'm just an old man. That's really all you get there.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a single flare-up in the times that we've worked together in between a break. On the air, sure, every once in a while, but then it actually is usually quite the opposite. We could be at each other's throats for an entire segment, and then we get off the air and we're like, oh, how's the family?
All right, Mac, can you confirm, do I go full Ken Carman to any producer they've ever had off air?
This is what I mean.
What?
This right here. You're taking shots.
No, that's not a shot.
No, that is a shot.
No.
That is a shot.
It's a well-known fact that Ken gets very lippy to producers and throws staplers at them.
That's what you should have said right in the morning. You should have called in and been like, now, Ken, don't throw a stapler at me. You would have had him riled up. You would have had him good to go.
I'm stating what is I thought to be a believed fact. I'm not bringing up off-air stuff that nobody knew about.
Just press some buttons.
I mean, speaking as a producer on this show, I'm fine with it. I haven't had any issues.
You didn't really sell it there, Mac. I feel like you were.
I enjoy working on this show, which is more than can be said
way
than
to not
previous
sound like
producers.
a hostage, Mac.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mac says as he's being held.
I enjoy working on this show. You are both nice people. The best people, in fact. Please don't hurt me.
That's when Nick actually turns Mac's mic off entirely, and that's when it's good job. Now go there and get ready to get hit by a stapler. Go
I
ahead.
actually have a button. I have 2 buttons over here that nobody knows about under the desk. One is to turn anyone's mic off that I damn please. And the second one is I have like the Dr. Evil power that at any point that if I hit that second button, the floor drops beneath that chair and you're dropped into a shark tank. And like just covered in chum.
You know how bad that would be?
Because that would be great.
No, I mean, well, obviously not good.
I think that's murder,
but,
Jake.
Yes, it is.
I think that'd be like the worst thing you could do.
The problem is, not to that extent, but you would do something like that just out of fun. Mac would be having a great day on the board, and you'd be like, this would be good for air. This would be good content. Goodbye.
Nick, don't reach for the button. Don't reach for the button. No, wait, no.
I just got somebody saying, I don't know if this person wants me to put the name out there, but it just said, I enjoy the show. Just look. It's a picture of Kim Jong-un stone-faced. Oh, we do love the Supreme Leader, Mac Robinson, here. Oh, all right. So I thought it was interesting. We talked a little bit with Daryl yesterday about the Guardians with pitchers and catchers reporting. And I read Paul Hoynes today, Cleveland.com. He did his kind of divisional expectations. And I think it's going to be tough to get this division wholesale wrong because there are 2 very obviously bad teams. And then there are 3 teams that are going to be some floating, scale of interesting, whatever that means. I don't think I'd be pretty surprised if there was like an elite team in this division. That being said, he goes Chicago, Minnesota, Kansas City, Cleveland in second place, and then Detroit, and references Fangraphs projections for the Guardians are from about 75 wins to 86.7 wins. And I will tell you, I really have trouble being objective about the Guardians because I have such a soft spot for the front office and the manager. I have every frustration every other Guardians fan does, but they've earned my infinite respect in the way that they have, with diminishing financial stuff over the last 20 years, somehow continue to get blood from a stone. And it's the team that I watch the most. It's the team that I obsess about. And if we talked as much Guardians as I obsess about, you would not want to listen to this show because it would be 5 hours of Guardians every day, and it would be weird things like, not advanced analytics, but it would be weird things about like prospects. I'd be basically doing what Mac does when he gets the night show occasionally. Okay, now that was a shot. That was a shot. That's on me.
Okay. Well, that I don't enjoy.
Supreme Leader, I'm sorry. I think people picking the Guardians to win the division or to finish second in the division this year, I think are just course correcting because 3 years ago they predicted the Guardians to have the first bad season in a while. It was the 72-win season, 74-win prediction, and they just don't want to be that wrong again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit part of it. I also think that the same way that you have gone to the point where you respect the front office, the moves that they made, I think a lot of people have come around to that idea of, even this doesn't look the prettiest, this team is still going to be competitive for the AL Central pretty much right down to the wire.
I don't even know I can say that this year. It's a lot of, like, you got to look at, like, depth on all three levels, on your lineup, your staff, and your bullpen. They actually have a fair amount of depth in the bullpen. I just don't know how good the depth actually is. Like, they sent a lot of 4A type players, and they're banking on a couple of those guys, the pitching factory, leveraging them into something. They've got some young arm depth that maybe they didn't have ready last year with the kid they got from the Toronto, the Bieber deal, a couple guys that just are advancing up to AAA this year. I know Ben Lively maybe in the second half could be somebody that might be in that picture. But I don't love the starting rotation depth. And then lineup, I mean, they didn't get any better. They didn't do anything. And not just that. It's less that, you didn't sign a Austin Hayes, or you don't have any bandwidth for anyone not taking a jump forward. Like the way you've constructed this thing is not only do guys, like, everybody has to take a step forward, and a couple guys need to take moonshots forward. And that's where we start the season. Like, that's not like, I think they're playing a bit of wait and see. And I look at this and I go, my heart says, I really think, I believe in a lot of the young talent, but my brain kind of goes, I think this is the year we kind of get bit by it. Like, I don't think I can pick the Guardians to finish anywhere above third right now today. And I would probably have them, if they're lucky, to be a 500 team. Like, I think Minnesota might end up being the worst team in this division because of the fire sale and everything that's happening. I think Chicago can take a slight step forward past Minnesota because I think they added a couple interesting players, and I think Will Venable might have a clue as a manager. And so I think those guys are in their own tier. Then the Guardians are in the middle tier. And I think it's just, can Kansas City's rotation stay healthy? Because if they can, I would actually pick the Royals in a firefight for the division over the Tigers.
See, like, this is what I think is interesting, is this is basically the exact same team that you had at the end of last year, and the same team that I don't think from, like, a lineup perspective we sat there and went, you got to watch out for these guys. Like, it was a bunch of, quite frankly, like, Major League Baseball fan, not Guardians fan, probably doesn't know half the names in the lineup, or at least doesn't respect more than half the names in the lineup. And yet they ripped off one of the biggest runs in all of baseball and made the massive comeback in the AL Central.
But I think that's why I'm a little bearish on this idea, where I'm a little like, a little standoffish almost, because I'm not saying it was luck, but you got on a roll. Those things can be fluky. And I think that in the pending strike put them in the mind of, well, that's who we really are. I'm not betting on it.
But, like, this is where I think the Guardians offseason, while being completely dull, completely boring, and nobody's going to give it an A+ grade, was the exact offseason that I expected them to have, and I can't really argue against the offseason they had. I think that's
ridiculous, by the way. So my point is, last year, I could defend, I don't want to say defend, because that gets into, like, a whole argument. Okay, Santana, I get it. The Nolan Jones trade, I get it. Like, I got the moves that they made. They invested in the rotation of the bullpen. They didn't even do that this offseason.
No, so you could have put more money into the bullpen. Well, that's the one area.
Anything. They didn't. I mean this respectfully because I'm not hot about it, but, like, they did I mean, I wouldn't even say the bare minimum. Like, there's been no investment on any level in the Major League roster. It's literally, well, I hope Francisco Alamán can get in there. I hope Andrew Walters can stay healthy. Like, we're already banking on prospects to save the day one. Like, because I think what we get in the danger of is, well, they never spend. Well, no, they did spend last year. They spent about $30 million. Yeah. $35 million. The year before that, they actually spent a little less, but they spent a little bit of money. The moves just didn't work. This year, they didn't even attempt those moves. And that just has to be a designation. That has to be a distinction that is made.
Yeah, so this is a point of where I go into where I think everybody gets mad when you talk about the economics of baseball. Where you are at right now, the only way to build a legitimate contending roster is to have your young guys come up, have your guys on really cheap deals, and then be able to spend money. You don't know what you have in almost any of the young guys, the top-tier prospects that you have, and going out and trading or signing one of the free agents that are going to be that ugly mid-tier type of player is just going to roadblock that player that you actually have a lot of promise for and a lot of hope for. And then, like, you might be right. Because of that, they might end up finishing third if they don't work out.
Several of those guys have already been up and haven't produced. So it's not a roadblock if they've been given opportunities and haven't flourished. I think that's the difference. 216-474-0092. We can pick this up later because I like where you're at with this. We're just on different sides of it. Are you guys betting on the Guardians exceeding expectations? Again, Hoynesy has them as the number 2 team in this division this year. And the people have spoken on the Browns 2026 quarterback spot. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys. Nick Wilson here.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Can you finally say it? Is Indiana a better football program right now than Ohio State?
And how does someone fall out of love with a sport? I think one of us can explain how. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Aditi Kinkhabwala coming up in about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick. I know we're just talking Guardians. I'm not trying to kill Keith on a Friday and talk back-to-back segments of Guardians, but Zach Meisel and Mike Vorkunov of The Athletic have put out more details about some of the stuff going on with the Emmanuel Clase trial. And obviously he has been granted a visa to be allowed to work out and kind of reside in Arizona while all this is going on. Well, some of the text messages have come out, and they just paint Emmanuel Clase. Listen, they're already not the most morally sound folks when you're rigging pitches in baseball games, when you were trying to recreate the Black Sox in 2024, 2025. But some of the texts that have leaked out, they tried a coded language. And the first one that it's from the Reds game on May 18th, it read, "Throw a rock at the first rooster in today's fight," which goes back to the idea that the defense is trying to say, no, they only bet on cockfighting, which is dumb because they actually have the video that lines up with what is going on, and the different, they have everything that basically proves that's caca. But the idea that you sound like an idiot. You sound like this. It's so funny when they're like these, like Molly's Game, these sophisticated codes and sophisticated ways. Hey, all right, if the fuzz come in, here's where you go. Like all these different outlets to illegally gamble. And then these guys are tweeting like they watched one bad episode of like a Bone series or something, like some bad detective series to try and we're gonna outthink everybody. Hey, throw a rock at the first rooster in today's fight. Shut up. Oh, my God. What a bunch of idiots.
The crazy part, too, was that obviously the anonymous bettor that is in this case is basically saying all the money that has been transferred is because of cockfighting. And he texted Clase to throw a rock at
yeah.
The fighting was supposed to be happening in like the Dominican Republic. How is Clase going to throw a rock at it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. It should have been the text the other way. And then you've been like, oh, maybe that actually adds up. No, it doesn't. Like, how does that make any sense?
I just think if you're going to be morally unsound, could you be smart? You know what I mean? Like, don't be dumb and unethical at the same time. So that's some of the latest things going on there, some of the news breaking today. But we did have the 92.3 The Fan Twitter account today put out a poll. And obviously, we got a Didi coming up in 15 minutes. We've been talking quarterback, and we'll be talking quarterback until we actually get somebody. And we can then get back to, like, vibes being immaculate on that, too. But the poll was, which quarterback would give the Browns the best chance to win in 2026? And there are four candidates here. There's Shedeur, Deshaun, Malik Willis, and other. And I submit that I'm very surprised with 1,500 votes in that other isn't just winning by a landslide. Because I don't think that's the wrong take. Because other could be anything.
Yeah, it was so vague. It could have been Patrick Mahomes.
Literally, other could be trading out. If you're a Ty Simpson guy, like I can imagine this is the offseason where you're going to be a Mac Jones guy, and I'll be a this guy, and Mac will be a this guy, and there won't be a shred of it. If we all had the same conversation, if we put 30 quarterbacks in just a big pool and said, pick one out and tell me why that's the best quarterback, I guarantee you the overlap between that and the current Browns, I don't think you'd get people to agree on one.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it kind of lines up to this point. I also thought other was going to kind of run away with it just by the way it was worded. But the results themselves were, I would say, rather interesting and playing out in a way that I didn't think many fans probably would have let it to add up.
Yeah, I mean, 35. Now, it's always tough with Shedeur because you never know how much are the supporters weighing in on this one. Shedeur, good Lord. Shedeur takes the cake at 35% of the 1,500 votes. Then Malik Willis at 30%. Deshaun Watson at 19%. And then other at 16%. Somehow any of this, all of this, and none of this surprises me. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much you can put in a Shedeur just because I don't know how much swing is the general Shedeur thing. There's just a lot of people buying into Malik. I do think that a lot of people buying into Malik Willis in a way that I think is a lot considering everything I've said the last couple days.
Yeah, I think this is basically just everybody kind of ponying up and going, okay, well, how about the young quarterback who doesn't have a big sample size who's shown you a couple of flashes? And that's the most interesting to every Browns fan that is out there that can throw at that, because that is Shedeur, that is Malik Willis. I mean, combined, those guys have, 12 starts over the last 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have a sample size. And it's not to say that if I was voting on this poll and you took out other, that I'm voting Deshaun Watson. I'm probably not. But I think the fact that you get so heavy into, especially the Malik Willis side of it, because I can understand Shedeur. Shedeur's here. He's on a cheap contract. I thought he played relatively, well. There were flashes that it was interesting, and he's already on the roster. When Malik Willis is that high up on it, it's but he played 5 games for a much better team in the Packers. There's no concrete evidence there. And the fact that it's just the kind of hot name in free agency that you can go out and get, I think draws a lot of people because it's, but he could be good. And I know that he's not Deshaun Watson and making $50 million probably to play somewhere near the same level as the other 2 quarterbacks on the list.
I can make a case for any of these guys.
Yeah.
Shedeur didn't do a lot of things consistently outside of make big plays. And there were too many negative big plays, but he did, you can see he's got an eye for it, and I think there's a gamer thing with Shedeur that I really liked. With Deshaun, it is, it's been 7 years, but maybe we might build an offense fully around him, and if he gets healthy, we'll see. With Malik, it's, he's a dual-threat quarterback, and, he was a top 100 pick, and I think you can take advantage of some of the running stuff, even if the passing isn't where you want it. You know how I feel about other. No, those, But I think, to me, I just don't see a lot of difference in upside versus downside.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where, when we start involving figures or trading for Mac Jones or something like that, do I see a wild difference between the results with Mac Jones or Shedeur Sanders? I don't know that I do. And again, that doesn't mean that it won't be. It's just right now it's hard to commit to the guy that gives you what you need this year and that then either cedes to the right guy in 2027 or maybe blocks you from getting him. I think that's the only thing that really makes sense about Deshaun versus Shedeur is I don't know that it's built to succeed, but at least if it doesn't succeed, you're going to be in a position to go ahead and draft that quarterback likely with a top 3 pick next year.
Yeah, the entire argument that I've been making over the quarterbacks is that every name that's thrown out there right now, whether it's Malik Willis, Mac Jones, I know you've thrown out Trey Lance, but much more as a dart thrown out the legitimate starter, although you'd have a chance. All of those guys come with the exact same thing of, they've showed some flashes or just a lack of gameplay in general when it comes to Trey Lance. And it's okay, if they're really good, I probably got that guy for relatively cheap or he's already on the roster. But the risk versus reward, it's high on both sides. You could be the worst team in the NFL, and if he looks really good, you have your quarterback for the future. That's all outside of Deshaun, where that's kind of why I turn around and look at the, any of the free agent quarterbacks or anybody that you'd have to make a trade for, and I just go, it's probably why I lean Shedeur because he's here. I'm not giving up assets. I'm not committing more of the salary cap, even though it doesn't have to be a financial, massive hit, but I'm not committing anything more to basically end up with the exact same scenario. Like you said, results might be different, but it's the same scenario. I'm taking a massive risk for what could be a really good reward and could just lead us to having a top 5 pick next year if it's bad.
And I think with rolling this quarterback room, and then again, I do think Trey Lance, I continue to go back to that because it's he's a dual threat quarterback. He's got a howitzer for an arm, and I think you can build a running game with him that would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know it'll work out, but I'd rather spend $7 million on that than 50 or 40 for Malik. The nice thing about just not spending any assets on quarterback this year is you can really throw it all into, Devin Bush is back, and Hickman's got a nice extension, and now we can build a fully fleshed out offensive line, not just with 5 starters up front. We're gonna put a couple developmental guys behind there as well, and we're gonna take multiple stabs at the wide receiver. So I think any of these guys could work out, but I think we're at the point of I think anybody that you bring up, you might have a 25% chance to make it work out. And I say that math because the 75 is the unknown. It's how good is Monken really is a play caller. right? And as a maximizer, as Ross Tucker's called him. It is, all right, do those pieces work out on the offensive line in your wide receiver spot? It is, does the defense take a step back without Jim Schwartz, and what other moves can you make? Like, I just think it's so hard to gauge most of this, but I think the best chance I can give any of the quarterbacks that I've heard on any level is about 25%, which is shockingly low in the NFL, considering there are guys that I think will play better next year, like Kyler, like Tua. I just don't think they're going to do it here. 216-474-0092. So the 92.3 The Fan poll that was put up earlier today, which quarterback would give the Browns, the best chance to win in 2026? Shedeur, Deshaun, Malik Willis, or other? We'll ask Aditi Kinkhabwala of CBS Sports that coming up in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. At Northeast Factory Direct, buying a hot tub or sauna is simple, affordable, and stress-free. And their team helps you choose the right model for your space and budget without pressure, all while cutting out the middleman to deliver factory direct pricing. Unlike many special
shows, you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick here. We got the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Dan Favale, the Bleacher Report, talking NBA All-Star Weekend. Woo! What a party. These guys deserve it. Let's celebrate mediocre.
You're killing it.
I got
today.
caught between
You're
it.
killing it.
Mediocre effort. Much like the beginning of the segment. Take in the Fan wherever you go. Didn't even say that right. Listen on the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn radio apps. It's been a Friday, and to really ramp the show up a little bit, we'll talk some AFC North. We'll talk about the newish Browns regime in this offseason. We head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on CBS Sports NFL reporter Aditi Kinkhabwala. Aditi, welcome to the show.
Hi, that's really what you want to discuss? You don't want to discuss how my children just took their Valentine's presents, threw them on a beam in my living room, and have somehow gotten a ladder from the garage trying to get these squishy things off of the beams in my living room.
Oh, squishy things. Those squishy, sticky things are they're Satan. They are.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So
yes.
Why they were trying to throw them up there. And my 10-year-old, once the first one got stuck up there, apparently one of them has come down. My 10-year-old, in trying to get the first one down, threw a second one up there, attempting to hit it.
Okay. In fairness to your 10-year-old, I have thrown a Frisbee into a tree before and thought this football will dislodge the Frisbee. I do. It's not. It doesn't always work,
Okay,
but I at least get the logic.
You throw a Frisbee that accurately?
No,
really?
that's what it gets stuck in the tree because it's not accurate, Aditi. I'm not throwing it towards the tree.
You're throwing it at the football?
No.
No, the Frisbee's in the tree. The football dislodges the Frisbee. He throws the football accurately enough to hit the Frisbee, but not the Frisbee accurate enough to hit the football.
But by the way, same principle in me trying to explain what I would do as the success result of throwing at something to dislodge it.
So then I guess you don't throw the football as accurately as you think you do if you couldn't dislodge the Frisbee.
None of it's accurate. Not a damn thing, Aditi. Not one thing works out.
Every day of parenting is, what could they possibly stupefy me with next? And every day they find something else.
Most of my wife and I talking each other off the ledge, Aditi, is, can you help me understand what they were thinking? For exactly what you're saying.
I mean, but it is really fascinating to see how these little brains work and how they figure these things out for themselves. I think my son is right now throwing a football against the wall.
See?
Am I allowed to yell on the radio? Can I interrupt to discipline my child and say stop throwing the football at the ceiling and the wall? I mean,
only if you tell him I said you just got to have good aim. That's really really focus on the game.
But see, this is why we need the snow to melt. This is like go outside. I guess this is not something that someone who lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania should be whining about.
We all have cabin fever. Now, obviously, it's been a noteworthy offseason in the division you've covered for quite a while here. 3 new head coaches. I guess we can start with McCarthy, Minter, and Monken. Didn't realize they were all M's until just now.
I didn't either that they were all M's until just now either. How about that?
Well, I guess we'll ask you which hire stood out maybe the most to you.
I mean, they all stand out for different reasons. That's a very broad question. So I appreciate you're not putting me on the spot and asking which is the best, because that one I wouldn't feel comfortable answering.
Because I was a coward,
Jesse
Aditi.
Minter, you were a coward, or you were just looking out for a friend.
Yeah, let's do the second one because that sounds better.
So Jesse Minter not a surprise to go to Baltimore. I'm a huge, huge, huge fan of his. Khalil Mack and Derwin James are two of the best human superstars that I know. And what I mean by that is they are absolute superstars of the game, but also just A1 first-class human beings, great leaders, great personalities, great teammates. And the way that they talk about him, the way that they have talked about him the last couple of years, so resonates with me. I love his defenses. I love the way he teaches. I love that he's a second-generation coach. All of that, I think that he is a great fit in Baltimore. Baltimore wasn't necessarily looking to completely rip up the way that they've done business. They just wanted something fresh, and that's what they're kind of getting. So I like that hire for where they are. I have to tell you, I like Todd Monken in Cleveland. Todd Monken is a straight talker. He's not one of these 31-year-old labeled geniuses. He's a guy that's come up the hard way, the right way, had success at a variety of different levels. I love that he's not a system guy. He's not a slave to anyone's scheme. He really, truly does adapt to the skill sets of the players that he has. If you look at his resume, he's won in a variety of different ways. He's ran offenses in a variety of different ways. And I'll tell you the thing that I like the best, he's not afraid of superstars. I mean, we had Lamar Jackson late in the year, and Lamar, as you know, had one injury after another this season. And so they had decided that he would not practice one day a week. And this isn't that big of a deal. I mean, I covered the end of Ben Roethlisberger's career, the last, 5 years of his career. He was not practicing one day a week. It's not that crazy that a veteran starter would take a day off. But Todd Monken didn't like it. And you know what? He wasn't afraid to say it publicly that he didn't like it. And he didn't care that his quarterback was defending why he would take a day off. He still made his honest feelings heard. And I appreciate that because I think we see too many coaches that cater to superstars, and that's not necessarily serving anybody. So I like that. He's a guy that believes in accountability. That I think it'll be a nice jolt in that locker room. Let's see. Let's see if the offense, a lot of it has to do with a line that I heard a lot this year from coordinators is it's not as much about the X's and O's as it is about the Billies and the Joes. So let's see who the Billies and the Joes are as I get in there. And then as for Mike McCarthy, the Steelers had an opportunity to completely change the way they do business, and they chose not to. So that tells you that they don't want to remake their front office. They don't want to give any greater focus on a lot of the areas that teams have focused on in the last 10, 15 years, game management, analytics, player development, things like that. I think the hope is that you've got a coach that is a good evaluator of quarterbacks, and he'll help them figure out the quarterback situation because that's clearly been an issue for them for quite some time now.
So as you look at all the changes in the AFC North, how much more competitive, if at all, do you expect the division to be then?
I don't know. I thought the division would be really competitive last year, and in some ways, I guess it was competitive. But do we mean excellent? Do we mean like a few years ago when 3 teams made the playoffs and it felt like the toughest division in the National Football League? Or do we just mean, are these teams close to each other?
I think more so just the teams being close to each other, because I don't know that I look at Pittsburgh, Cleveland, or, to some degree, Cincinnati as like 3 legitimate playoff contenders to get in there outside of Baltimore.
Well, the quibble I would have there is that Joe Burrow is indeed an elite quarterback. He's one of the best in the game. He elevates everybody around them. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown are tremendous skill players. That line actually did play better. Joe told us when we had them that the line was playing better than any line he's had in his entire tenure in Cincinnati. Joe's got to figure out how to stay healthy. That's one thing, obviously. And that defense, I think they're going to have a philosophical reset. this offseason. My expectation is they will have a philosophical reset. And even though Al Golden is back, I think that you won't see as much confusion. And they also gave a lot of snaps to a lot of young guys who you expect to take a big jump. So if that defense can somehow get better, if you remember when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl, it was that defense that was outstanding in Kansas City. It was that defense that played really well for a lot of the season. So I don't know that they're just because of who the quarterback is and who the weapons are on offense. If they can figure out their defense, then that certainly can be a formidable team. But maybe that's a big if. I don't know. But coming back to the competitiveness, I mean, right now it doesn't. So much hinges on the health of Lamar and of Joe Burrow. So it's sort of like, can these two elite, otherworldly quarterbacks stay healthy? Because that really determines everything. And other than that, it's so early to answer this question, guys. We haven't had free agency. We haven't had the draft. How can we even say this right now? It feels grossly premature. There's so much maneuvering to be done.
That is most of my show, is thinking of things a week too early, and then a week later being like...
You're asking like 6 months too early.
Did you see this year, Aditi? I'm not relitigating 2025.
I'm giving you hope. I'm telling you that Todd Monken isn't afraid of football players and that he speaks very straight and he's not worried about being the diplomat. And his press conferences sure should be fun.
All right, Aditi, we put this poll out on Twitter earlier today, and I don't want to say I was shocked by the results. I don't know anything can shock me anymore given the options here, but it is which quarterback would give the Browns the best chance to win in 2026? Shedeur, Deshaun, or Malik Willis? Which one would you choose?
No, don't put me on the spot like that.
You gave me too much credit earlier. I am at the heart very unprofessional.
Yeah, but can I plead the fifth there? I'm compromised. I can't really. I'll say this about Malik Willis. I find him very intriguing. I was asked earlier this week on radio in Pittsburgh. I think the options were Tua. I don't remember who the other option was. There were a few options, and Tua and Malik were two of them. Who do you see potentially being a Sam Darnold type player who could possibly, a few years in, not necessarily resurrect, but show that he's more than he was initially thought? And I am very intrigued by Malik Willis. Our crew had the Green Bay Packers Week 18. We talked at length to Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur about how much Malik Willis has grown, the same way that Sam Darnold said, working under Kyle Shanahan, learning from Kyle Shanahan completely changed the way he views the game, changed the way he studies, changed the way that he can see things on a field. Malik Willis has certainly had a very similar experience with Matt LaFleur. He seems to have the competitive edge and the desire that is so necessary. He's obviously driven. He's incredibly athletic. I think all of this makes him an intriguing prospect. And he certainly played well. This isn't just chatter. In the opportunities that he had, he played well. So I'm certainly curious to see what happens this offseason with him.
Did the football work?
I have no idea what he was doing. Now my daughter is asking me for a newspaper and a palette and paint. So
did you birth MacGyver?
I mean, I have two. They are bizarre in their own ways. Oh, they are now taking... You don't even want to know what they're doing. In general, to your listeners, I am a very good parent, I promise. Guys, is mommy a good parent? Yeah. That is my child that is born in Cleveland, so she obviously has issues.
Well, okay. We didn't have to get... Now I'm pro that child. You made me choose a favorite, and I've met your oldest this summer, and he was delightful. Aditi...
My oldest is delightful.
Oh, the other one's right there, Aditi.
As I tell my children on a regular basis, I love them both equally, but I like them different. And it all depends on the day. So depending on the day, I may have a different favorite.
It's a good
so at
save.
this very moment, the son is the favorite.
That is a
she
good...
could change things, but, you know.
By the way, you're just leveraging like for love. That's all we're doing here. right, Aditi. Have a great weekend. We
Thank
appreciate you as
too.
always.
Happy Valentine's Day. Talk to y'all soon.
Aditi Kinkhabwala there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what she had to say about the Browns, about all this nonsense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Behind the scenes footage, official contest rules, and everything you need to know about the Cleveland Browns and the local sports scene. 923thefan.com.
We're all tired of winter, but never fear. Spring will arrive, and you'll be ready for it after you visit my friends at RCDRV. Jeff Phelps here for RCDRV's President's Day weekend event. It's your opportunity to save thousands on hundreds of RVs in RCDRV's heated indoor showrooms. February 14th through the 16th, President's Day weekend. Save
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
I like Todd Monken in Cleveland. Todd Monken is a straight talker. He's a guy that's come up the hard way, the right way, had success at a variety of different levels. I love that he's not a system guy. He's not a slave to anyone's team. He really, truly does adapt to the skill sets of the players that he has. If you look at his resume, he's won in a variety of different ways. He's ran offenses in a variety of different ways. And I'll tell you the thing that I like the best, he's not afraid of superstars. I think it'll be a nice jolt in that locker room. Let's see.
Aditi Kinkhabwala, CBS Sports NFL reporter in the previous segment. Loving the Monken fit as we talk about Todd Monken in Cleveland. But you guys can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with my guy here today, Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news in moves ahead this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the free Odyssey app or watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. I think what's interesting is day one they announced Todd Monken, and everybody kind of goes, huh? And then there's a lot of reaction. And then the next day, there's kind of a, oh, he's not, okay, we kind of get it, right? Like, you know, maybe this is more of our speed, given his personality and given the you know, offensive flexibility. And then it kind of went from there. The first, 3 weeks, 2 weeks of the Monken thing has only been negative. And within the last week, I'm getting pockets of people on the national level, Aditi being one of them. And in fairness, I think Aditi liked the hire at the time, much like Ross Tucker did when he joined us. But there's been more people that's like, you know, I thought about it a second time. You needed a different personality there. Todd Monken's a different personality. He's also a little bit more versatile from a scheme perspective, a little more flexible. This could actually work out. And I think it's been funny that in Cleveland it was 24 hours. Nationally, it's been about three weeks.
Yeah, I think that we got into a spot, because if I'm not mistaken, last time I was in, we did it was down to the succulent six, as you deemed the candidates for head coach for the Browns, and we each ranked them, and I think we both had Todd Monken at 6. I think we were both very uninspired. And
now I love him. I've never loved him more.
It was kind of an odd spot where you hear all of these things, and I just hear everybody kind of have that flip of, oh, you know, here are the positives, here are the things we like. And it feels like all of the negatives just kind of go out the window with this, and everybody forgets about all the reasons you didn't want him as a head coach, which is where I turn around. It's like, he's here. I'm not going to spend the next 6 months sitting here bashing him for the reasons I didn't like him, because there's no point in that. It's not changing anything. But at the same time, I still look back to the negatives of why I didn't like Todd Monken, and those don't go away. I'm okay with it. If you think it's going to work, as long as you're bought in, you made the hire. But, I mean, I come in with a relatively negative attitude that it's probably not going to work, because I didn't think it was going to work when it was the to-be, when it was still in the interview stages either.
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of this about is where's the organization and what just I think Andrew Berry and Dee Podesta and analytics and Jimmy, I think they really valued the fact that Kevin Stefanski, while I know he shared his opinions, he wasn't a pushover. I think there was a point where Kevin would just, okay, yeah, sure, we'll do this. It's not my idea. I don't love the fact that Kevin's people were so inclined to tell everyone the last year, all the things that didn't work out, that wasn't me. It was those other guys, even if some of it's true. But one of the things that I felt, I don't think I think a head coach should have a stronger personality. You can be a valuable thought partner, and you have to have non-negotiables. To be a good leader, there are certain things that aren't negotiable. And it felt like with Kevin, by and large, internally between the leadership structure, it felt like all of it was hey, there's this guy we're going to trade for and give him $230 million. And by the way, he's being accused of countless ungodly things. And he doesn't fit your system. Any one of those things should have been non-negotiable. And should have been guys, I understand, want to get better. I want to win a championship, and I think we can get better than Baker. But if it was just one unforgivable or whatever, unmentionable, non-negotiable. Thank you for reminding my own word. I think maybe you can give on it. When it's 3 strikes, you have to be able to push back on that. Now, the catch-22 of that is, who the hell knows if they actually want that from a head coach, which might end up being the thing that puts Monken in a precarious situation. It's why Greg Williams clearly didn't get the gig in 2018 and why I think maybe Jim Schwartz also was going to have a tough road to be the head coach here, even if he got the job.
It's interesting because I like looking at the different head coaches that you go out and get, and so often it is, well, that didn't work, so let's go the opposite way, which you went double offense, and usually that's like the offensive-defensive switch like we see in Miami where it's, obviously, I can't even think of Mike McDaniel didn't work.
Jeff
and then
Hafley.
Jeff Hafley, you bring in is defensive mind. And then you see the same thing in Buffalo, whereas this is we doubled down on offense, but it did feel like you went from, that guy doesn't say a whole lot, and it feels like he beats around the bush a lot, to, that's a strong personality who's going to be a straight shooter. Maybe that's what we needed.
I think it can work out, but I think Todd needs to just keep being Todd within like reason. And I think everybody has to have that room to give him that space, even if he doesn't like some of the things he's not afraid to say it. Because one thing I will say, and I think I noticed this, and I think this is something Andrew Berry really prides himself on. I think it's their PR tries to do this. They so desperately want to keep things in-house, which does make sense. I mean, I understand the militant philosophy of let's not let anything get out. The problem is that you're doing it, and then there's not good things still happening. Like, when you're a 5-win team and you've made some bad moves and things fall apart, nobody believes that you're not, like when Jimmy said, I take offense at the idea that this is a dysfunctional organization. And it's like, you won 5 games, and then the year before that, you won less than that. Like, what are we talking about here? And that's kind of where I am of like, I'm curious to see how they're going to feel the first time Todd Monken goes, I told the guy not to do that, and he did it. Meaning, like, not Andrew Berry, but when it's a player, or when it's hey, this guy got in trouble, what happened? And Todd Monken goes, he did something stupid. I think, to your point, I do think there was a bit of, hey, let's program this with somebody different than Kevin. But some of the things that I didn't like about Kevin are, I think, why Kevin lasted 6 years and why they liked him.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree with that. I also just think, because what happened with Kevin Stefanski, it feels like, is all of that, and I can't speak for, obviously, behind the scenes, but it feels like it led to a lack of accountability at the same time. Like that, let's keep everything in-house, let's make sure nothing gets out, was also, well, we can't tell everybody that, we can't let them know that Andy Dickerson is failing at his job, and we've basically replaced him with Mike Vrabel coaching the offensive line, so we can't fire him. You turn around and Bubba Ventrone is throwing away the special teams on any given week. But you can't fire Bubba because that looks like dysfunction. That doesn't look good. Where I do think, like, the positive that I look at Todd Monken is going to be that you are going to at least have to lean into that, right? Like, he is going to come out and say something, and there should be accountability held for it.
Yeah, but
those can't hide it.
Yeah, but those are two different things, right? Like, I think that was the frustration, is they said, everything's fine, we got coach better, we got to be better, and then nothing changed. And literally nobody got fired, nobody lost their job. The thing that I will say is, even if Todd Monken doesn't light a match and throw it into a gas can every single Sunday or every single Monday or whenever he meets with the media, do I think that if the special teams are failing, do I think he's just going to go, well, I guess they got to do better? No. I think someone's getting fired, or somebody's getting replaced, or somebody's getting moved around. And I think that's something that Kevin did that was very intelligent for his career, that was maybe at the expense of the current program. And now, in fairness, like, they did it with Andy Gilbert. Andy
Dickerson.
Andy Dickerson. I don't know where Gilbert came from. But Andy Dickerson, because you pretty much couldn't not do it. But, like, Bubba clearly was not going to be here this next year. You could have fired him. Even if I agreed, by the way, that Andrew Berry putting a lot of rookies on punt teams and kick teams really caused problems, we didn't see any growth from those units across 18 weeks. 216-474-0092. Aditi Kinkapwala, intrigued But the Monken hire, where are you guys 3 weeks later on that one? I don't know why I asked you about a hire we made 3 weeks ago. But the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan said yesterday that he doesn't know what the future holds for the future of quarterback
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Dan Favale of the Bleacher Report coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick, Big Weege, short for the Big Norwegian. I don't think you realize what a compliment that is. I basically call you a large Viking, and I think you should really lean into it.
I mean, I haven't pushed against it. I don't know that I've leaned into it, but I haven't pushed against it.
Inaction is no action at all, my friend.
It's not a negative action.
I think we're just getting too cute with it now. But we got, obviously, NBA All-Star Weekend coming up. The Browns are the Browns. Gardo's back in Goodyear. So much to get to. So let's get to CBS Sports NFL draft analyst Ryan Wilson. Join the Morning Boys. I would say the second best Wilson to join the Morning Boys today. And he was asked if the Browns should draft an offensive player or go with the best player available with a 6th overall pick.
Are we going to try to replicate what we did last year, but actually win football games? By that, I mean dominate defensively with Myles Garrett leading the way, but have enough duct tape and chicken wire to hold this offense together, and fingers crossed people stay healthy. I think at some point you need some dudes on offense to help out the skill position players you have out there and the quarterback, potentially year 2 quarterback that you're going to roll with. So at some point, I know we talk a lot, you hear best player available as we go down the stretch here, but at some point you have to get good football players to fill needs as well. And yeah, don't misunderstand, Francis Mauigoa is a fantastic football player, and he would be a day 1 starter. You guys know about Carnell Tate, I'm sure. He would be a day 1 starter and a huge upgrade over the wide receiver room. So that's the math you have to do.
So while I agree with Ryan, as we talked about earlier in the show, that kind of, I would lean heavier into offense and just best player available, though it's not just a sure done deal given free agency. I also like the fact that he throws out there, like, I hate that our assumption is that the best player available also isn't going to be an offensive player. Like, isn't it possible that best player available, the guy who's sitting there at 6, is also the next best player to draft?
Is it possible? Yes. But it's also possible the other thing's true. And what I struggle with the whole conversation, including the trade down thing that we started the show with, is you actually have, because your needs are so specific, you need at least 4 starting offensive linemen. And I'm talking about like in the free agent route, so that you don't have to go ahead and just draft 5 offensive linemen. And certainly at least 1 wide receiver and certainly a tight end, and then probably keep the pieces in free agency for your defense. But it's so obvious what they are that there's really no excuse to dilly-dally with them in free agency and trade. But there are a million ways to do this. And so even if I say, all right, give me David Bailey at 6, the edge out of Texas Tech, who I think could be the extension of Miles' legacy for the next decade, you still have 24, you still have 39, you still have 70. So, like, I would do that under the idea of, all right, then go get me Denzel Boston at 24, maybe whichever tackle maybe falls, maybe Monroe Freeling if he falls to 39, and then at 70 maybe get me a center or a guard, right? Like, I think there's just such a, and I get it because it's the first pick you're going to take, but there's just such a narrowed focus on 6 where it's like, I mean, if I sign 3 legit starters on the O-line and maybe a Ayuk for a wide receiver, you're going to have more flexibility. I think people are panicking about a problem that doesn't exist yet. It doesn't mean the Browns won't get to a point where it might exist if they don't take this offseason seriously or they don't get the right guys, meaning like they choose the wrong guys, which has happened. We've seen it
over and over again at offensive line.
I mean, really, it was more the Conklin extension than anything. But still, I mean, I'm just open-minded right now, and I think we should be, because if there's a chance you get there and it's like, maybe we do take David Bailey. Maybe we've got the guys, and then we can go ahead and backfill those other positions over the next, 3 or 4 picks.
I think the fear is that, especially, I think, maybe even less so than offensive line, but when you look at wide receiver, you just don't have a wide receiver one, and the odds that you find one at 24, well, I'm not saying it any way is impossible. It just feels a lot less likely that you fall out of the top 3 guys and still end up with a guy that you feel like is a wide receiver one, and don't also turn around and look at Lemon, Tyson, Tate, and go, I would have really much rather had that guy on the offensive side. All right, let's go to Browns GM Andrew Berry. Joined Nathan Zagura on the Browns YouTube channel and was asked about the type of players that Todd Monken would like to bring in.
It probably starts with more of a macro playing philosophy. Obviously with Todd's track record, there's a fair amount of flexibility, which naturally expands the player pool for you. With other candidates, they have a very specific system that has like some level of malleability built in within it, where you may have to talk a little bit more detail on some critical positions. But it's really more from a global philosophical standpoint that you have those discussions, and then once you get into the seat, you may drill down with more specificity as you're actually entering the player acquisition cycle.
Yeah, I actually think there's catch-22 here. He is right about Monken. Like I was talking with Coach Riesland. We were vibing on offensive line play, and I just was like, I remember George Warhop in Cleveland the first time running kind of very similar ideas as to what Kevin Stefanski's offenses run from a blocking perspective, and the coach's basic note was, yeah, there's some overlap there, but it's just more varied. And now, the problem is you still got to pick. I think it's a little easier when you have a very specific, like, hey, we're outside zone. I think it's a little easier to find 5 guys who just do that and do that really well. When you have varied, you're still trying to get 5 guys that do what you want and also can do multiple things, and that can be a little harder to find.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. At the same time, I'm surprised that you understood what came out of Andrew Berry's mouth. And not because I think you're dumb, but because I think he got about 4 words over 10 letters there, and he had me checked out.
Well, listen, it sure seems like the Browns are pushing Todd Monken as a maximizer. And full court press. I mean, listen, you only get to fire the new head coach bullet like once or twice if you're a GM. Pointing to this guy and go, this guy is going to save all of you. Not a bad. Listen, this is the man that outflanked Kevin Stefanski after pushing more than anyone for the Deshaun Watson trade. So maybe he's already got the drop on Monken. I don't know.
He's just sitting there. I mean, like, he was asked such a basic question and pretty much danced around and being like, well, I mean, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but just being like, well, you don't really know what type of players. It's really going to be, what global philosophy do you want to put in? And I forget all the other words used. I was just going to start throwing out 10-letter words. Specificity is a very easy word, but still feels like, at times when I hear him talk, I just feel like I'm sitting in a Harvard classroom, and it really is just, how interesting can I make this sound to anybody who doesn't care about football on the pure football level of it? But it's going to sound really good to some people in the front office.
I think it's really interesting. You find out who people are organizationally when the vibes are bad or when times are down. Andrew Berry neglected to speak at the trade deadline. Andrew Berry, I know he spoke after, both after firing Kevin and certainly after hiring Todd Monken. Hasn't really made a lot of media rounds, and the first non-press conference he pops his head up for is state-run media, where again, I don't mean to disrespect anyone, you're not getting hard questions there, and I just think that speaks a lot to me about Andrew Berry and what kind of leadership he really has. And I listen. I make fun of them. I make fun of everyone, but I think the Browns have shown their ass a little bit with how they've conducted themselves from the press side of things. I get this sense in the way they've conducted themselves and the availability and making anybody available on any platform there. I get the sense that they think that the criticism that they've received is unfair and somehow a product of the media. And my response would be, grow up. The media didn't win 8 games in 2 years. My response would be, if you're so sensitive that you can't handle criticism when your process has led to 8 wins in 2 years, I think maybe go into banking. I think maybe going, I'll be honest with you, insurance adjusters, they do not take a lot of flack from the general public. And I know these guys are smart, no matter what the results have been. But there has been this kind of general, why are you talking about us like this in general? And I'm not speaking just to us, the station. I'm talking about to the media in general. And I think there's a massive lack of self-awareness.
Well,
and it's just, I'm not trying to bash him. I'm just trying to put it on the line. Like, you do not have the success in the last 6 years to act like anything that has been said when there have not been a lot of personal attacks taken. There have not. Comparative to growing up in this town and what I know of it and what I remember of what media's been, or certainly sports radio's been, there's just been a very weird standoffishness from the Browns, while also trying to sell everybody on team-specific outlets on how great this thing is. And it's like, the content you put up on the Browns website isn't going to change people's minds. Coming here and answering questions, or going to any of the outlets in town and doing a real interview in front of people and acting like you're one of us instead of above us is something I think would be very smart, not just for Todd Monken, but for certainly Andrew Berry, who feel like I don't even remember what Andrew is anymore. Who is Andrew?
Not sure I know anymore. But we had this conversation on the fan off-season special with Lance and Daryl, and it was like, okay, you get mad when everybody says certain things about you or speaks a certain way about you, but you allow everybody else to write the narrative when you don't come out and talk, right? Like when you don't come out and set, here's why we did this, let's take accountability for it, let's own up to the real reasons as to why this is, or say anything at all and direct what the media is supposed to be saying. You let everybody else assume and take guesses, and that's where you get some of the negatives, especially while you combo it with those 8 wins.
Law Murray of The Athletic was also was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and he broke down the great start to the James Harden era in Cleveland.
I think all you can worry about is this year. I think that's all James Harden worries about, and I think he put himself in a very good situation for him. I believe that the Cavs did as well. I don't think that there is a long-term future for the Cleveland Cavaliers. It is year to year. Now you have a player who, while you have him, get integrated while you can and see what he can do for everybody else. I think everyone's focusing on James Harden and what his past team failures have been and what his numbers have been. I've had a front row seat to James for 3 seasons. I know what his mindset is and how he needs to approach things. I know where his shortcomings have been and what he has or hasn't had to say about those. His job in Cleveland is, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's simple, and that's to make all those other guys better. He was very intentional about getting to Cleveland. I think this has been a smashing first week or so for James with that team.
Obviously, the first week has looked really good. I think I actually give James Harden a lot of credit that I didn't think was going to happen in the immediate entrance is kind of the, okay, let me take a step back. Let me not be the guy who's going to go up and put up 20 shots. That's typically what he's been in his career. It's like 15 plus pretty much in every game he's taken in the last 2 years, where it really has felt like, okay, where do I fit in? What can I do even if I'm not taking shots to make this team effective? Where we've seen him in this honeymoon period, I mean, play defense when he wants to a certain degree. Still James Harden, let's not be crazy about it. But like, also, I mean, be a facilitator. And I think that has been a really big portion to all of this. I also just question how much like he hasn't won a title, and that's a concern of it, because you have that same concern with Donovan. I just have the question of, like, you put two guys who haven't won a title together that are in this stage of their career, that are as good as they are. I almost wonder if that's like should be viewed as a positive more than it is a negative, because you have two guys who are legitimately hungry and doing what it's going to take to try to achieve that.
And that is the lead. When we come back, we pit the two biggest needs against each other on 92.3 The Fan.
Fan back in 2013. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Dan Favale coming up in 40 minutes time. NBA All-Star Weekend. A little Valentine's Day from him as well. None of that. Although I will tell you, I've been, let's see, I think you're 18 with Vanessa. Or 18th or 19th Valentine's Day. Hopefully she's not listening to that. And I still feel like I fail at Valentine's Day. I don't know. I'm like I'm much in the same way I was with sports, and like if I ever attempted to fight somebody, I just don't know my own strength. So I either overkill it or underkill it. And I just, like last year we bought each other a house. I can't fire that bullet again so soon. You know what I mean?
Not unless you want to move again, but as far as I know, that's not in the cards, right?
Yeah, whatever I buy this year, whatever I was going to buy was going to be worth about 1/100th. Actually, let me see that. No, 1/1000th. Nope, keep going down. And it's funny because, like, every year I go, I try to do the same thing of like, all right, it's just Valentine's Day. And then I think that on like Monday, and by Friday it was like, it's Valentine's Day, and I've forgotten to do anything. Not great.
So have you done nothing to this point?
I did today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I basically did. I had one small part of a Valentine's Day gift done before this, and then everything else was basically yesterday. So I was in the same boat.
Once you've had children with somebody, once you have, you've laid bare all your flaws and all the good things, the bad things. They've seen the worst in you. You've seen the worst and the best and all that. It's like, yeah, here's some chocolate. Like I'd like if we were really like, listen, Valentine's Day and Sweetest Day. If it was just about I'm going to show you how much I love you, I would be bankrupt because like there's just no person that she's the bee's knees. She's everything. Like I love this person, and then I'm like, that card costs $7. You know what I mean? That's I think that's a pretty. So it's funny. Like I was thinking about this year, where it's like she want like a year subscription for massages, and I'm like, that's kind of expensive. And again, like she's worth it. I'm not saying she's not, but like trying to find like what's the dollar amount to spend. And I know that's a sliding scale, but I'm hopeless. The 20 years in, I got no damn clue.
Yeah, this is the type of thing where I celebrate Valentine's Day with my girlfriend, but I think we also both kind of agree it's like, it's Valentine's Day. Like,
no, see, you're too young to be like that. Before kids, I over-delivered constantly. And then I'm like a pilot that just can't, I'm either 30,000 feet up or I'm like just about to scrape the trees. There's just really no middle ground for me on Valentine's Day.
See, I don't think I go to the, like, I pride myself on, I think, being a good gift giver, but I do not go.
Show that's a humble brag there. You think you're a good gift giver?
I think I am.
Show your work.
I just had my girlfriend's birthday. Do you want that one?
I think, Mac, are you ready to weigh in on whether this is a good gift giver?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I had some extra change laying around her birthday this year, so
okay, that's not a great way to sell. You're a great gift giver when you're like, I had some extra change hanging around. Go ahead.
Gave my girlfriend a PS5 and took her to a $200 dinner.
Oh,
that's a flex and a half.
Yeah, I mean, you bought her love.
Hold on.
You bought her love. Wait, real quick. You bought her love. I mean, those weren't really thoughtful gifts, though.
I mean,
you threw some money at her.
Comparatively to what we normally spend on a birthday, it was significantly more.
No, yeah. But I mean, it's not just about money.
But I've done more caring gifts as well.
Show your work.
I mean, I've gone through. It's just a listening thing. I get my girlfriend stuff. So I can never remember the gifts that I give.
You were so ready for that first.
No,
I mean, great
that was this year. That's because that was like 4 days ago.
I only remember the $700 spent that one time.
Because it was 4 days ago.
Yeah, your bank account's still recovering.
Yes, correct.
But all those other ones, I've got so many that I don't remember what they were. Oh, darn memory.
I got my girlfriend a heated blanket.
The perfume, Jake. You remember the perfume?
I did. I got my girlfriend a very nice perfume because she would
Yes.
never buy it for herself, which is how I try to buy gifts for people, stuff they wouldn't buy. But she had her friend had a heated blanket and her first, in college, and she was like, "Oh, I would want one of these, but they're so expensive," and had said it like 6 months before. And then I bought her a heated blanket for Christmas.
Did you write it in a note on your phone? Or did you remember it up here?
No, I remembered up in the brain. But
yeah.
I'm not beside, by the way, putting it down in the notes. That is, if I remember, if she says something, I'm not beside myself to go, I should write that down.
216-474-0092. Has Jake proven himself to be a good gift giver? Did he say good or did he say great? I can't remember.
No, I said good.
Okay.
He said good. He said good. Jake, what did you get her any games along with the PS5, or did you just get her the game system to then buy her own games?
One, criticizing me after buying the console itself for no games is crazy.
Also, the funny thing is,
she has a PS4, so she got everything to carry over to the PS5.
Jake's about 5% more nervous because Keith's standing in the producer bay with the door open. And he looked over and saw Keith, and he's like, "Oh crap, the judgment train is here." All right, go ahead.
Everybody, no, there was nothing more to that. I answered it. I said she had a PS4 before. All the games carry over. You can play them on the PS5.
Matt can't buy himself a PS5, so him being like, "But you buy her a game?" It's a very funny. Mac, what's the most expensive thing you've ever bought a woman other than a prophylactic?
That's just an outright shot, man. Come on now.
Okay, roll with the punches, dog.
I've gotten a good dinner with my ex. All right, we'll go there.
How much did it cost?
It's over $100.
Oh, look at! I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
I want to see the receipt though, because I don't believe you. I bought her some donuts from a local store. I got her some flowers that I picked out of a field. It was a sentimental gift. She loved flowers.
You know how forgetful I am. You think I know where the damn receipt is?
All right, Supreme Leader, calm down there. 216-474-0092. Does it appear that Jake Volnick has backed up that he's a good gift giver? I'm really great, and I'm also incredibly awful. It's a consistency issue with me. Now, we've been talking, obviously, all day about the Browns' offseason, and I think it's funny that as is how we do this, we spend a lot of time on the quarterback. We spend a lot of time on BPA defense. But it's funny, like, I see people panicking about the wide receiver and O-line. I think both can be fixed. And fixed within, like, reason of good players brought in and like, you could be, at the very least, I don't know, decent at either position. But it's funny, it's going to take more to fix the O-line because you have more spots open. I think it's the biggest issue this offseason. Like, not even close.
I think the wide receiver room is not even contention for the biggest issue. Like, I mean, they need wide receiver help, but I would look at the wide receiver room and go, with a new coach, assuming that you can find some value in either Cedric Tillman or Isaiah Bond as a wide receiver 3, you're basically, it's not a small task, but you're a wide receiver 1 away. Like, of having an okay room. Like, Jerry Jeudy is a fine wide receiver 2. If you get a legitimate, like, 1,000-yard-a-year guy who can at least be somewhat helpful to you in the red zone, I think that you look at Isaiah Bond and Cedric Tillman playing between those two for wide receiver 3, like, that doesn't seem that poor to me when I look across most of the other wide receiver rooms. And if I'm trying to land middle of the pack, I go wide receiver 3. I think a guy that was projected to be drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round, and your 3rd round pick from a couple of years ago, who hasn't been terrible, just hasn't stayed healthy, and hasn't had great quarterback play, really not all that terrible.
I do think so. It's funny. I don't agree that the wide receiver spot is overblown because you need a number 1 wide receiver, and they're not. You can find one, but it's not a given you're going to.
Right.
I do think that we're selling Harold Fannin Jr. a little short in his impact on this, and I actually agree. Like, I think Jerry Jeudy's a fine number 2. And I think in how teams fit together, that's always what interests me. Like, all right, this is a really good center, but what's the right guy to go next to him? Like, it's a good number 2 receiver, but if he has to be the number 1, he's up a specific creek, right? So, like, I think it is crucial you get a number 1. I do over the next 2 years, but I think with this offensive line, I just think like the best teams in the NFL to me, and you saw it. There's a difference in the Super Bowl. One team was elite on both sides of the trenches, and I mean, even with an elite offensive line, that game was closer than it should be because of how good the New England defensive line was. But the team that, and more often than not, the team that wins the Super Bowl is stout in the trenches, and then you find the quarterback play somewhere else. So I just look at this and I go, I think it's incredibly possible, but the lengths I'm willing to go to address the offensive line, like it's 3 or 4 free agents and 3 or 4 draft picks. With a wide receiver, I have no problem if, okay, Ayuk's the guy you've been chasing for a while. Okay, cool. Then give me an Omar Cooper, give me a Jordan Tyson. Find me somewhere in the top 39 to maybe top 70 picks, a wide receiver, and I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, I just don't think they're – and honestly, it comes down to, like, the depth of the rooms, too, because right now you have 0 linemen, starting depth, actual depth, none of it. And it's like you don't need to just kind of plug and play guys, and you're like, oh, well, you could kind of like hide Luke Whippler as center, or you have a couple of like Zach Zinner. Is it really that bad if he starts at guard? No, right now it feels pretty bad if he starts at guard. Like, it does not feel like, based on how he's played and how often he's played, that you're in a good spot. It's like, I don't need to just go out and throw a couple of darts at the board. I need to legitimately land an offensive lineman, and like 4 of them, in order just for me to turn around and go, oh, like, they can actually protect my quarterback enough so I can judge the quarterback that's behind them.
216-474-0092 is wide receiver or O-line the bigger need from the Browns this year. It can't be negotiable. The Browns have to have a consistent, healthy, and productive offensive line next year. Almost anything else this offseason, to some degree, is negotiable. You're not going to give any quarterback a chance if you can't fix this offensive line to a specific degree. Hank in Akron, bringing those dulcet tones to the radio. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, Nick? So, real quick on the wide receiver part, just draft the highest Ohio State Buckeye on the board. And, that should be a standard at this point. But as far as Valentine's Day gift giving, all right, there's a specific formula that you can use for this. And it breaks down into 3 categories, okay? So category 1 is if you're single and just dating.
Mac.
Category 2 is if you're single and you're going to marry her. And then category 3 is if you're married, okay? So category 1, I'm thinking around $200 is about right, because you're looking at a nice meal and a gift, okay?
$200
you're
pretty
dating,
much has to.
You're dating and you're looking at a nice meal and a gift. Category 2 is you're going to marry this person, right? So now that's where you want to get into something a little more. You want to get into like some sort of a romantic date. So some sort of a carriage ride or a gondola ride or a hotel or something along those lines, right? So you're upping your value there. And then when you're married, you already have your anniversary, which is where I place that stock. And then as far as the anniversaries go, the 5s are more important. So the 5, 10, 15, 20s, right? But as far as being married and doing a Valentine's Day gift, I'm thinking $50 is just fine, because you've already got the anniversary and you're already married.
Now, do I tell her, hey, baby, because I already got this, $50 is good enough for you? Or is that just implied?
She already knows that you are spreading your money around the household already, especially if you have kids. You're paying for a house. You're paying for cars. You're paying for everything to do with the children. Both of you are sharing those expenses. So you don't really need to go all in on Valentine's Day, because it's more important to do the anniversary.
Now, see, what I like about this is it lets me off the hook. Hank, we appreciate you, buddy.
All right, man. Take care.
I'm a little leery to discuss what I'm going to do, because I think they might be in the truck right now, and they do tend to listen. But I try to do like 3 things. I've got 2 of the 3, and then one's like an event. I think I'm okay this year. But the problem is, after 18 years, I feel like I should know. I think that's where the concern is. 216-474-0092. Jeremy in Little Italy, you stick there, because we do want to know from you guys, is wide receiver or O-line? If you had to prioritize one above the other, where are you going with that? And more on the Browns' fixes this offseason on 92.3 The Fan.
Hi, Donnie.
the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Dan Favale of the Bleacher Report joining us in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick. Phone lines are full. And the question is wide receiver or O-line a bigger need for the Browns this offseason? Well, you guys can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps in middays, an afternoon drive with myself and JP from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free, and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand. And don't be afraid to like those videos. We do like to be liked here. It's half of why we do the job, but that's actually not true. It's all the fringe benefits. It's just... It's all of it. Now, I do think, like, to me, I don't get into non-negotiables often when it comes to an offseason. Because there's a million things that happen, and there's, okay, what's the quality of talent out there like? What's your cap situation like over the next couple of years? Draft collateral. There's so many things that factor into it. And what about the guys you already have in the room? There are not a lot of obvious $15 to $20 million starting offensive lineman this year. The Walker kid from Green Bay, the left tackle, he's going to get that money. I don't actually know he's worth it. He's a nice player. I don't think he's a great player. And that could age poorly because Green Bay linemen just continue to get better. Like, the guys they develop, like, it takes like 2 years, and then they start for 2 years, and they're pretty okay, and then they just, like Corey Linsley and J.C. Treader, who just exploded into being elite centers. I digress. Tyler Linderbaum is another one. Just a no BS. That's a $15 million player. But from that next tier down, and none of them are sure things. I need to say that. None of them are sure things. There are a lot of 26, 27, 28-year-olds still ascending offensive linemen in free agency. And guys that I think are, at the very least, hey, you can platoon with DeJuan Jones, or you can battle DeJuan Jones because you can't really depend on DeJuan. You can do this in camp, and then if he gets hurt, it's your job, right? I think you can do that relatively easy without draining your bank account. And I think you need to do that so that then when you go to the draft, then we can get a Freeling if he falls to you at 24, or a Prenon, the kid from Oregon, or Basantis at 39. Like, and then I want at least one or two more guys in the fifth round area. I want 9 new guys. In the same way we went into last offseason saying, hey, we got to get 3 new quarterbacks, and they got us 4. There's not going to be an amount of offensive linemen you can sign this offseason that's going to upset me greatly. Like, I need I can't have Zach Zinter on this roster. I'd prefer to not have KT Leviston on this roster next year. Like, I don't even want Tevin Jenkins back because not only did he not stay healthy last year, he wasn't any good. And am I still bitter about the Wyatt Teller thing? You might be right. Oh, by the way, you could still re-sign Wyatt Teller and maybe kick some of that can problem of his dead cap down another year or two. I digress. I'm just thinking out loud here. That would be the one guy that's 30 years old that I might have on this O-line, but I like, not only do I think it's plausible, you've got good players in free agency, you've got good players in the draft, and the number one thing, if you're starting a compromised quarterback on one front or another, whether it's because of health or age or whatever, talent, the number one thing you can give him is a good offensive line and a run game.
Yeah, I think the problem that a lot of people are going to have with this is that I think if there's one area that I don't trust Andrew Berry to actually nail this and get it right, it's kind of the offensive line. Like, the offensive line that we just
neglected
had.
it.
But even the swings they've taken have also been terrible.
They haven't really taken much. I mean, the biggest swing they took was Zinter, which is fair. Jed wasn't terrible.
Even the free agency moves have been bad.
Jed wasn't terrible. Jed was not great, but Jed did start for you for 5 seasons. He didn't love football. Not great. Wouldn't do it again. I'm not saying sign up for it again.
He's going to be available this year, Nick.
But Zach Zinter, Luke Whippler, like they draft, 4 offensive linemen in 6 years? That, to me, is the biggest fail. Like, the problem wasn't, they didn't work out. The problem is you took more wide receivers the last 6 years, and none of them worked out, than you did damn offensive linemen. That's not smart team building.
No, I mean, it's not. But then it's like, okay, well, you try to kind of plug that up through, free agency and trades, and the guys that you brought in were the guy you just mentioned, Tevin Jenkins. KT Levison was brought here via a trade that was like a 7th-round pick. I'm not saying that was a huge swing. Like, you signed Cornelius Lucas. That's your swing tackle. That's your guy. Somebody goes down, and we know this offensive line. Somebody's going down. Cornelius Lucas will step in. Guy's a healthy scratch every single week, like halfway through the season. And you don't even want to put him out there past KT Levison. KT somehow ascended past the this is going to be our older version and the better version of a swing tackle that we already had. And it was, somehow, some way worse.
216-474-0092. Is wide receiver or offensive line a bigger need for the Browns? Jeremy in Little Italy has been very patient here. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I absolutely think offensive line is the biggest need to address this offseason. The one thing that I keep telling myself, trying to get myself psyched up about the Todd Monken offense, is that he was able to make an extremely effective offense with, what I consider to be subpar wide receiver rooms over there in Baltimore. But one thing that I feel confident about is that no offensive guru can take the Browns' past offensive line and turn that into a top 10 offense, which I would love to see out there for the Brownies. That said, I definitely don't want to just go out there and take the best offensive lineman available at 6 because we're desperate for offensive line. Like, I think, the Browns need studs no matter where they are. So, I would love to see them draft a tackle maybe at the back of the first round and then see what we can do in the later rounds, but not interested in reaching on one at 6 just because we're desperate.
Jeremy, we appreciate you, buddy. Have a good weekend, okay? I would agree a lot. I think it's interesting just the tackle at 6 stuff because Spencer Fano is a right tackle. And so much but now, we had Coach Riz on, and Coach Rislin said, I'd play him at left tackle. And I get that happens. I do get, I get that Mauigoa as a right tackle is going to be more valuable if he ends up being a right guard. What I struggle with is, I just saw that fail in the biggest way. And that doesn't mean, listen, George Warhop is an underrated offensive line coach. And it's not just Joe Thomas who speaks very highly of him. There's a lot of guys that have played for him that think he's just the absolute best. And that he's very similar to Bill Callahan in terms of the way he does things. Man, the first thing for a new O-line coach, even if he's 64 years old, I don't want to go like, hey, turn this guy into left tackle, a spot he hasn't played since freshman year.
Yeah, it's definitely not good. I also look around, it's like the reach on 6 thing is so weird too, because I think that Fano actually is like a player that should certainly be considered at 6 based on what we've seen. But it's like, I don't know that you go out and you say that you reach if the guy's there. I also don't I'm not saying that you have to take a tackle, but it just doesn't make sense to push this thing. And first round offensive linemen are not guarantees by any means. A lot of the times I feel like a lot of your great offensive linemen actually don't end up being top 10 picks. Like Will Campbell's kind of, and I know he's young and has a lot of room to grow, but he got torn apart in the playoffs. He got torn apart really all year long, even though he was decent, but not what you want him to be with how high you drafted him.
Yeah, if Will Campbell is elite or maybe healthy, we'll find out. That's going to play out. The Patriots have said they're going to keep him on the left side. But if Will Campbell plays up to the draft position, no one's talking about him, and the Patriots have a significant chance better to win that game. At the same point, I don't know, wide receivers, NFL's not great at always identifying who's going to be the best, who should be the number 1 receiver in a class. If you have a Jamar Chase, it's obvious. Same thing with offensive line. If you have a Joe Thomas, it's obvious. But when you have four guys that are kind of graded the same level, and I feel like you've got that at tackle, a couple guys at tackle, and then like four guys at wide receiver, that you could make a compelling case for any one of those guys. And that always, like, the Justin Jefferson thing always sticks in my head, or A.J. Brown being I think it was the 48th pick by Tennessee. Like, it's just so weird. Quarterbacks and wide receiver, for being two positions that are so linked to each other and two positions that get overdrafted like a mother, somehow the NFL has done, I would say, arguably worse of a job at elevating, all right, this is QB1, this is QB2, this is QB3, than honestly tackle or guard. I will say that. 216-474-0092 is wide receiver or O-line a bigger need for the Browns this offseason. Dan Favale, the Bleacher Report, joins us. How does he view the Cavs ceiling after the Harden trade, and does he like the Harden trade? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
April 1st. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jake Volnick here on a feel-good Friday on a NBA All-Star Weekend is totally legit and definitely not a celebration of what's been a kind of lackluster year here, although I think our next guest might disagree. And so let's go ahead and get to him. On the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline of the Bleacher Report NBA writer Dan Favale. Dan, welcome to the show.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
I know this is a bit, I'm not sure if this is going to put you in occupational danger here, but as a fan, I've kind of been a little on the fence with the NBA and the product and some of the problems going on with it, which is rare for me. I'm usually pretty easy to please, so I'm not really into NBA All-Star this week, NBA All-Star Weekend. Where are you as somebody that covers the sport in this weekend of festivities?
I haven't had a huge problem with this season overall, but I think you and I fall on the majority when it comes to All-Star Weekend that I don't think that there's a lot of hype or care behind it, and I appreciate that the NBA has tried a bunch of different things, but I think we're at the point where All-Star Weekend has become so much more about the non-basketball aspect of it, which I think can be a reflection of some of the coverage of the league at large, where everyone is so focused on transactions or tanking and draft picks. So I don't know what the solve is for All-Star Weekend. I think the NBA probably needs to lean into what the NFL did and just kind of accept that nobody really cares about the Pro Bowl, but we're going to keep a lot of our traditional tenants. And so, like, I couldn't rattle off what the rosters look like to you with the way that they've set up this whole team versus world thing. And I think that's a real big problem.
So I think it's interesting to me. The NBA All-Star Weekend is symptomatic of the things that have driven me crazy about the league in general. And it's funny, like, so much of the conversation is about tanking, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I'm not pro tanking. I do think it's a problem. I kind of think it's a problem that, like, the uneven effort, uneven games, the amount of 3-point shooting going on, sloppy play. Like, I think those are bigger issues, and they're harder to solve than, like, tanking. That I feel like if anybody really wanted to solve tanking, Dan, you and I could come up with something that would work and hardline it in, like, a day. Like, I don't even think it's that hard to figure out.
I think there's definitely things they can do, and I would expect them to do something before next season, but there would be a trade-off to anything that they put in place. And I think the idea that's gained the most traction lately is sort of locking lottery odds at a certain date or having wins count towards your lottery odds at a certain date. And so that could make us see some funky things earlier in the season. And if you're counting wins, what does that do to the trade deadline? Does a team like the Jazz trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. and then play him a bunch because they're trying to win games? I think that's arguably better than what we have now. They're going to do something to fix it, but it's always going to exist so long as there's an element of the worst teams have a better chance than the field at landing the number one pick. And in a lot of those teams' defense, they tend to be the squads that do need the most help. And so I don't think there's a perfect fix, but I get the fan frustration, the media frustration over what we see from a quality perspective, just looking at the lineups on the court of the players available. Once the calendar kind of shifts to, February, even sometimes January at this point, it does get egregious.
Dan, obviously, been a fun last 3 games in Cleveland. James Harden getting into the mix, Cavs rattling off some wins. But as you take it away and you look big picture, how do you feel with the Harden for Garland swap and what it means for the Cavs in the future right now?
To be honest, I still can't even believe it or fully wrap my head around it, and I don't like it for the Cavs in a vacuum. And the two ways that changes is Darius Garland's health just so far gone that they needed to get out of the Darius Garland business, or does James Harden win them a title while he's there? Because I think the risk of this trade is if you even make it to the conference finals this year, I don't know what you're hanging your hat on because James Harden is still 10 years older than Darius Garland, could be a free agent. You have shrank your window considerably. And so if you do have a bad postseason, that's going to incite changes I guess we all thought were coming anyway. But even if you have a good postseason, if it's not a title, you still kind of put yourself out on a limb. And so I've been encouraged with a lot of the stuff I've seen from Harden in Cleveland so far, especially the chemistry he has with Sam Merrill and Jared Allen. But this is a real big risk. And while I understand it, it's still really hard for me to wrap my head around giving up on someone like Garland, who was so close to making an All-NBA team last year. He probably should have made one, in my opinion. I think he was snubbed to age up 10 years and get into the James Harden business.
Dan, what do you view as the Cavs ceiling is currently constructed this year?
I view it as they're able to make it out of the East. I think you can make a strong case that even with the Pistons playing as they are, that the Cavs should be the favorites to come out of the East. They were my pick in the preseason to come out of the East. I don't know that I would pick them against any of the top Western Conference contenders, though. Certainly not the Thunder. There's debates, if it's the Nuggets, if it's the Spurs, if it's the Timberwolves, if it's the Rockets. They'd have more of a coin toss proposition there. Their ultimate ceiling is a title, because getting to the finals, you give yourself a chance. I just don't know. I can't fathom the matchup that would happen in the NBA Finals in which they would be favored in.
Is there anything that the Cavs could show you over 27 games that would push your opinion farther to this team can give those teams in the West a run for their money?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see once Evan Mobley comes back what this team can look like defensively. And while I appreciate a lot of what they've gotten from a Dean Wade when he's healthy, Sam Merrill fighting on defense, what Jalen Tyson does, having Naquan Plowd in there, I do worry about how they match up when it comes to bigger wings or bigger, stronger perimeter players. Dennis Schroeder gives you some resistance at the point of attack, ditto for Keon Ellis. But these are all a lot of just smaller guys with really the exception of a Dean Wade or a Plowd in. And so I don't know if you want to be too reliant on them in a postseason series. Maybe in the East you go through the teams, and it's, well, how many of these teams have those types of players that could punish us that are outside of Boston? But that's the big question I have. And if the defense is really able to be fortified during this home stretch, that would make me feel a lot better about them going up against teams specifically in the finals like OKC or Denver.
Dan, it's been interesting to watch the reaction to this and then have the local reaction where there have been Donnybrook after Donnybrook about the Harden trade, and I've been in most of them. So I think it's interesting to me, though, because I think almost everyone agrees, just so you know, the Harden thing won't end well. But you're hoping for good things along the way. So if it almost feels fait accompli that it's going to end in a bad way, the way it has with the Clippers and the Sixers and the Nets, and I'm sure I'm forgetting another team out there. Houston.
Bad suit. Yeah.
What would make the Harden experience worth it for the Cavaliers, where at the end we would say, I don't love how it ended, but hell, look at the other things we got?
I think from a controllables perspective, the only thing that's going to make it worth it is winning a title. Because if on James Harden's way out, whether it's via trade or he leaves in free agency, you're not getting anything real for him at this stage in his career. The other less savory thing to consider is that what if Darius Garland is just not the Darius Garland we saw last season anymore? He never comes back from injuries, doesn't look the same on the court, doesn't have the same movement, maybe just can't stay healthy. Then you can look at it and say, oh, they gave themselves the best immediate chance, whatever they do in the postseason, even if it's getting to the conference finals, they make it to the NBA finals. They gave themselves more of a chance by making this trade. The latter scenario, though, with Garland, that's going to play out over years. Immediately, if we're looking at just this season or two, even just 3 years ahead, you trade for 36-year-old James Harden and probably commit to paying him beyond this season to win a title, and that's basically it.
So as the Cavs then move forward, if we think post-Harden era at this point, it kind of leaves questions without Darius alongside a guy like Evan Mobley, what this future looks like. As you've seen Evan kind of progress into what he is there still room for him to legitimately develop, you think, into a number one, a guy that can take a team and then take that team to the playoffs and not have to be the number two offensive option?
I think there is still a scenario for it to happen, and I'm probably higher on Evan Mobley than the consensus at the moment. I think a lot of what he showed last year when he did play and was able to finish through more physicality, and we saw the three-pointer really going down, and even just some of the passes he was making, I think that he's shown he can at least hint at getting to that level. I guess the question is, do you want to run your entire offense through him? Because at this point, that's what it means to be the best player on a championship team. I don't know if he's actually going to get there, but I still believe that that's absolutely his ceiling. But when you start to look at this roster, how the Cavs are building, how do you get him there when you look at the personnel around him? It's certainly not going to happen during the Harden years. And so what I'm fascinated to see when he comes back is the type of chemistry those two develop, or the staggering patterns the Cavs go with there, but also what happens to his offensive usage overall. Because in some ways, it's not placing blame. It's just the way that the Cavs are structured. Even when they've given Evan Mobley higher usage, they're just built to de-emphasize what it would look like if he was the best player on a championship team. And everything he does on defense, I don't think can be said enough about. But there's going to need to be that offensive leap, and I don't think you get it. Forget about some of the shots or some of the physicality or some of the efficiency. It's going to take him assuming a different role, which this team isn't really built to give him right now, and justifiably so because of how good Donovan Mitchell is, and also, one, how good James Harden is, but how ball-dominant he prefers to be.
Well, why don't we add a third ball-dominant guy in there to make it even tougher for Evan Mobley to assert himself? LeBron has been all the rage of Twitter today. Multiple NBA people going into this weekend saying, we're hearing about LeBron to Cleveland for, the goodbye tour. So LeBron to Cleveland 3.0. If they keep Harden and get LeBron this offseason, how does that change the math for next year?
I don't know how it changes things, but it'd be super interesting. And I think we saw it with Indy. We've seen it with Indy last year, and we've seen it with OKC. Having a bunch of guys that can just put the ball on the deck and put defenses in rotation in a LeBron, in a Donovan Mitchell, in a James Harden, in a Jalen Tyson, while also having someone like Sam Merrill flying around out there and two great bigs in Allen and Mobley, it's not really a bad thing. And I think LeBron has evolved as an off-ball player where maybe you'd like him to set more screens or move more away from the ball, but he's a pretty good, with the exception of this season, he's been really good shooting off the catch three-pointers. And so if you're around Donovan Mitchell and James Harden specifically, I see it working offensively. But if your five-man lineup is, Harden, Mitchell, LeBron with Allen and Mobley, you're putting a lot defensively on the shoulders of those two bigs.
All right, Dan, let's flip back to All-Star Weekend for a second. If there's one event that you feel like still has the most life in this thing, which one would it be, and which one do you think you'd have the most fun competing in?
My tongue-in-cheek answer is anything that's not the dunk contest, but I still think it really is the three-point contest, and that seems to just, draw everybody in. And this year there's the element of, Bobby Portis is kind of randomly here after being in the NBA for 10-plus years, and Damian Lillard hasn't played this season, but he's participating. How would that look if he won? So I still think that's the contest or the All-Star Weekend event that has the most juice. But, it's not for my demographic, so some people might prefer the celebrity game with all those quote-unquote content creators on the floor.
Just can't wait to see the guy from Arcade Fire for the 15th year. I do want to know, Dan, if we could do like a Cinderella meets Space Jam thing. So the Monstars come down and give you some power to just be elite at one event, but it's just this once, and then it evaporates. You still gonna choose the three-point competition over the dunk competition? Because I'll be honest, if I could be elite at dunking at 350 pounds for one night, I would sing like a bird.
So I do agree with you that would be cool, but if you look at the rest of the field, I think it would be cooler to say, hey, I beat Damian Lillard in the three-point contest rather than, I just beat Keshad Johnson in the slam dunk contest. And so I'd still pick the three-point contest for that reason. You
mean dunk contest legend Mac McClung? You wouldn't want to out-dunk him?
He didn't even want to come back for it this year. I need to see. I understand why bigger names don't participate. There's no upside for them. But think about how cool the dunk contest would be if we had if LeBron in his prime had considered doing it, or even a Zion Williamson. And then I would say, yeah, give me the ability to go toe-to-toe with those guys in the dunk contest.
So I hear what you're saying. I think they're cowards, and I think they're a little soft for not wanting to do it. And that's somebody who loves LeBron. It would be the ultimate cool thing if it was just the days of Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan, but they're too cool for school. And you know what? They're too selfish. I'll say it. Dan, we appreciate you, buddy.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Dan Favale there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in NBA All-Star Weekend in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram and I own a Ram, so if you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is easy. And right now, the auto deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram are phenomenal. And I clearly, when I went to buy my truck, I did the side-by-side comparison.
fragrance to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I view it as they're able to make it out of the East. I think you can make a strong case that even with the Pistons playing as they are, that the Cavs should be the favorites to come out of the East. They were my pick in the preseason to come out of the East. I don't know that I would pick them against any of the top Western Conference contenders, though. Certainly not the Thunder. There's debate, if it's the Nuggets, if it's the Spurs, if it's the Timberwolves, if it's the Rockets. They have more of a coin toss proposition there. Their ultimate ceiling is a title, because getting to the finals, you give yourself a chance. I just don't know. I can't fathom the matchup that would happen in the NBA Finals in which they would be favored.
Dan Favale of the Bleacher Report talking the Cavs ceiling this year in the previous segment there. And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Anthony Allant coming up in about 40 minutes. A nice time remembering how I set him up a couple weekends ago and how he really ruined his one day off a week, and then how everybody on Twitter who I thought was going to be like, good one, Nick, that's a funny bit, we're like, you're just a bad person. And I was like, okay. I thought I'd get one guy to be like, dark but funny. Nope, just most people just thinking like I'm a monster for pulling a prank on Anthony Allant that completely ruined one of his 2 days off a week.
I mean, you did make him think he was being fired. That is about the highest level of like, this is pretty bad.
I did not make him think he was going to. He made himself think. All I said was, quite frankly, that he had upset somebody and that Keith was upset and that he had to call Keith. That's no.
he's yelling from the rafters.
He just went full Italian. He peeped in the window, pointing his chest, went, "It's my fault now." I guess he's not over it. I guess he's not.
I probably wouldn't be either.
Now, did I engage co-conspirators? That I did. Yes, I did. Did I make the details incredibly real? Yes, I did. Did I discourage him when he kind of came out and was like, this is it? I sure didn't. Right? But he got himself there.
And you just aided it along the way.
Oh, my God, yeah. Yeah, just really stoked up.
I mean, you were hoping for that to be the result in every possible way.
I mean, it couldn't have gone better. Even Keith, who I had clued in previously, and I don't even know if he knows that. I clued in Keith, and then Keith, when Allant called him to be like, said some stuff, and I'm sorry, man, and I just want you to know, I'll never do it again. Keith just went, I have no idea what you're talking about. And it threw him off so bad that Anthony repeated everything, only for Keith to again say, I am sorry, buddy, I can't help you. I don't know. Like, there's just nothing better. There's just nothing better.
I think for Anthony, there was probably about nothing worse.
Oh.
Having that conversation with your boss, not great.
You do not know embarrassment until you have to explain to your boss, the guy that cuts your checks, the allegedly heinous thing that you said.
One, who do you think I am? Of course you know.
A monster. I'm starting to think that Keith is the ringleader here.
No.
Like, he's enabling you to become this monster.
Now Nick's mad because he wants ringleader status.
I don't hate the enabling part. There was some enabling going on there. What I will say is 90% of the time, Keith is the ringleader. I would like credit for thinking of this idea and the flawless execution. There's a reason I didn't bring Keith in till about 4:30. It's because I really waited to make sure that I got full credit for this, because, quite frankly, was it dastardly? Yes. Was it unnecessary? 100%. Do I get why you'd be upset? You're darn tootin'. Was it funnier than hell? You're darn right it was.
I mean, you included Matt Corrali, a good old American Christian boy, into this thing.
That's the funniest part.
That was where it was too far. When Matt Corrali texted me, that's where I knew I was cooked. That's where I knew everything was all over.
The funniest thing is I got Matt and Jax. I got the two nicest guys here at the place. and they were my co-conspirators. Oh, what a
But
day.
Jax, like, if Jax or Jake or, like, these are all nice people that we work with for the most part, except for you, Nick Wilson.
Fair.
And, like, but Jax and Mac and Pete, they'll screw around with me. We're all boys. We're having fun. Not, hey, by the way, you're getting fired and your career's ruined forever.
I don't know why we're not laughing about it yet. It's still funny as hell to me.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
I'm going to have to do that again sometime soon.
He'll probably fall for it again,
I'll
unfortunately.
have to get more clever this time because it can't come from me. I'll have to really work on the co-conspirators. And maybe this time it will come from Keith. See, what we're doing right now is we're planting seeds of doubt. We're now, for the next couple of weeks, he's just going to be on high alert.
He's gonna actually mess up, and he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, real funny, Keith."
No, Anthony, you can't say that word on air.
No, you really can't do it.
And you're not only do you not have a job here anymore, the FCC is going to fine you $50,000. Okay, you got me.
Funny.
Where's the fat man? All right, NBA All-Star Weekend. How much content you taking in?
Probably zero, if I'm going to be 100% honest. I would like to watch the three-point contest. I'm not going to be able to. That is the one thing.
It's always tough for me to accurately predict this because we are in such a sports desert that just like, okay, I know we got Daytona this weekend. I know we've got the Olympics. I'm not going to peep a second of Olympics. It's just that's just not interesting to me in any way.
They even took away my UFC this weekend.
I'm okay with that. I don't. The funny thing is, I've gotten real squeamish on certain types of violence. I can watch the same guy blow his knee up in football 13 times and talk about it's a tough football man there. I watch people get punched in the face, and I'm like, oh, it's just barbaric,
Yeah, that's what really the two guys who are agreeing contractually to punch each other in the face is too barbaric.
Yeah,
not the guy who unintentionally blew out his knee.
This is too on the nose with CTE, right? Like. I like my CTE potential to be a little more subtle. But I do think with the NBA also, like I often say, probably not going to watch a lot, and then I end up watching more. But this year, I really do think, and it's funny, like even the guys that cover the league, I think, are kind of lost in the sauce. Like it's just, and I don't like to be this guy. I don't, because I think there's enough people, like the NBA Cup, there's enough people to tell you that don't have the vision to see what I think the NBA Cup's already kind of become. Like, it's not for my generation. It's not for generations older than me. Like, the younger generations that I talk to about the NBA Cup love the idea, and we're 4 years in. I think it's 3 years in. But, 10 years from now, just don't screw it up. That's the thing. Don't tinker with it. I think people like it. I think it'll age very well. So I've always given that kind of stuff a chance. And so, I always want to be open to this idea, and I don't want to just, I'm really excited to see where the Cavs go this year. But the rest of the NBA, unless it's, and I said this a couple days ago, unless it's the Spurs versus the Thunder, I can't turn on the TV and guarantee I'm going to get good basketball. And it's funny, and it's easy to say, well, because the Wizards and the Jazz, and it's like, no, it's good established teams that just...
It was the Knicks and the Sixers the other night.
It just
It was like a 30-point, 40-point game.
You just can't trust it. And it's funny, I've said this. I do think that the tanking conversation is a red herring to throw everybody off the scent, that the three-point stuff is out of control. They're playing so fast, it's aided to a lot of sloppy and just ugly-looking basketball. We've never had a more skilled NBA in terms of from – the shortest guy to the tallest guy, everybody can do a little bit of something interesting. There's very few singular like Roy Hibberts. Sorry, Roy Hibbert, wherever you are. And yet I look at this and I go, well, the players don't care. I think maybe that's what bugs me. It's one thing to not care about the big picture. It's one the little loyalty stuff. I'm fine. I got some slack there. But the fact that the players don't care, just how mediocre of a product it is any given night, and that there's just no pride because there is an era of, well, I make $25 million or I make $50 million no matter what. And it's just like, man, that is just, it just kind of makes me sad. And then this is just a microcosm of that. This is, like this event where players don't play hard, you've had to reinvent the game 4 different ways, where it's fashion shows take the precedence over anything. This weekend is just the NBA issues on a smaller scale in a way that it's like, all right, there's a lot of self-love, there's a lot of talking each other up, and they go out, and there's not a lot of heat on any given game. And playoffs get different, I know, but I don't know. I think I just get bummed out. As somebody, and again, I'm not talking about the 90s, all right? I'm not. I'm talking about 10 years ago. I'm talking about 15 years ago. Like give me something. Give me some heat on any given game or just something I can trust.
I think the NBA has aided in this problem, as an association as well, because if you even hear Adam Silver go out and be like, well, it's a highlights league, right? Basically telling people if you want to go out and watch the game, you might as well just turn on the 16-minute recap on YouTube and you're going to get the exact same product, which should not be the case, by the way. No matter what brand of basketball you're playing, one, it still isn't the case. You still don't get the full picture of the game. And two, your game should not be defined. If I was oh, Nick, don't worry about watching NFL Sundays. Just turn on each of the touchdown highlights and you'll get the picture of the game. You would tell me I'm an idiot. That does not tell the story of everything. You miss all the defensive plays. You miss the in between the 4-yard runs that were setting up the big plays. That should still be the case in the NBA, and it is. But the NBA is not doing anything to change that. They're not trying to get people to tune in. They're not trying to draw out a much better product from the actual games. They're people are scoring. They're scoring a lot of points, and they're scoring in exciting ways. So you can go turn on the highlights on YouTube. We'll take money off of that. People still tune into the games. We'll take money off of that. And they're perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, I feel like Adam Silver is more in tune with what, keeping, managing partner expectations on the TV side or the broadcasting side than he is really dealing with the players. And it's funny. This is the least I've ever watched the NBA. I really have only watched the Cavs this year. And I'll turn on I watched a Sixers game a couple weeks ago, and I'll turn something on. And then it's so pervasive that you just get one of those little moments and you're like, okay, why am I still here? You know what I mean? Yep. And I wish, I think everyone's focusing on the wrong stuff. I think there are gameplay fixes, not that I'm smart enough to know what the perfect ones are, but there are ways to change game flow, to change how the game is played, to make it more, watchable. Right? And then, but the NBA, they don't seem to be discussing any of that. It's, hey, we got to find the Jazz owner, the Jazz organization, $500,000 for blatant tanking, which, by the way, if you really cared about tanking, $500,000? Are you bleeping kidding me?
The Cavs had a $128 million luxury tax bill prior to the deadline, and that was for trying to be good. And the Utah Jazz are intentionally losing games and getting fined less than $1 million.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, luxury tax on tanking, a tanking tax. Oh, now I'm down to clown. 216-474-0092. How much All-Star Weekend content are you going to take in this weekend in case we missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Chris Mack here to help. team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to Aditi Kinkhabwala. Her son was in the right. Something stuck up there. I'm going to throw something at it to get it down. It all comes down to, do you have accuracy, or are you Dylan Gabriel on like a pass to the line of scrimmage, little out route?
This is pure man brain, by the way.
He's
I love
a tiny little guy.
I would do the exact same thing. I'd be like, oh, it's stuck. How can I get to knock it down, right?
So,
let's not be logical about this. How can I get this to fall with something else?
So I bought I think we're 4 years in with Mongo. I have bought about 5 of these red Kong Frisbees. And it has nothing to do with Mongo, and it has nothing to do with me, because my kids will just sit there and they don't look or even guess where they're going to throw. Because, I'll just be like, hey, go throw the Frisbee for Mongo. And multiple times, it's happened in this new house where I've looked at my kids and I've seen where they were, and I'm like, you need to throw it there, meaning down the hill. Do not throw it to your, basically just say, the only place you cannot throw it is straight, right? And I got you, Dad, not this time. And they just lean back and they let go too early, and the thing flies directly where I pointed. And so around our property, and our friend's son did it too around the lake. I'm not kidding you. There are 4 red Kong Frisbees just hidden in trees or brush. And they're just lost for generations, right? I was hoping the brush around the lake would die. Nope, it is ensconced there, and it will remain there for generations.
See, when I was house sitting for you back over the summer, I had let go of it too late one time, and it went right into that same brush.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that you had multiple of them. And so I'm like, I got to go to the pet store. I got to get him a new one now. I can't just leave it there. And so I ended up finding exactly where it was. And I had to go, I found shovels that I could use to pat it down in order to be able to go out and get it. So yeah, no, I completely understand that.
Yeah, that's the new thing now. Because my kids are, a year away from being teenagers and a teenager. And I just tell them, yeah, I'm not fishing that out. This one's on you. I don't know how to do it. You'll figure it out. We're at the you'll figure it out era, which is just good parenting. I know it sounds like I'm being a spiteful D, which helps because that's what I want to be. But no, we are in the era of, oh, you don't know how to get that thing down? Well, let me know when it happens. But you break anything, you will be working it off. And then I get to just walk away and just not care. And then they come back because they broke something, and then I really care. But then we work out a payment plan, and, I'm kind of doing the compound interest thing, so maybe a couple $1,000 a year until they die. That's where I'm going for here.
That should work. I love the idea of this. That I'm almost willing to guarantee that Mac didn't find the Frisbee he threw, but one of the ones that he was just digging through, and he was like,
"No, I did get it. I did get it."
Are you positive it was that one?
Yes, I am positive it was that one.
Oh. All right. Also, big thanks to Dan Favali, who joined us earlier this hour. Let's go get 2 in case we missed it.
Very rhythmic there of you to really sounded that one out.
My brain is just we're on the good swing, right? Rough couple weeks. The weather really impacted. We've got cabin fever at the Wilson household. Everyone's been sick. We're feeling good, but we're not feeling 100% yet.
Not quite there.
That's what this weekend's about.
All right, let's start with Linnell Willingham on Westwood One Sports. Maybe trying to poke some holes in the Fernando Mendoza line. Is he good enough to be in Vegas? Is that a guy you really want? I just don't know that he was poking the stick in the right place.
I would like for my franchise quarterback I would like him to be more sexually active. That's all I'm saying. He needs.
This is why you weren't in on Tebow.
To have, I want my guy to be able to, with the pressures of being the franchise guy in Sin City, he needs something to take the edge off. And I don't want it to be something that's on the NFL's banned substance list. Who knows what the hell's being sold corner to corner in Vegas?
Are hookers on the banned substance list out in the NFL?
I mean, no.
Now I'm starting to get subconscious about how I feel about it because you all are trying to roast me for it. And you
Shout
all
out
like,
to shout out to the sex workers, though. Shout out. Big fans of the show.
That last little bit was my boy Josh Graham, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh is a very reserved individual. Didn't know we were shouting out sex workers about 6 weeks on the Infinity, whatever the hell they're called. The damn
Westwood
network
One
now.
Sports, yeah.
That one.
Yeah. Sexual activity, something that you look at for your franchise quarterback. Is that important to you?
Listen, I like all the verticals. All right. So I'm just a big data guy.
Horizontals.
So the more verticals or horizontals that you have, like one, cardio. Two, shows he's got that dog in him. No, that's weird.
Yeah, no, it was really odd.
Funny. Linnell's funny, and Josh is very funny. Ironically, I've not followed the station much as it's relaunched as Westwood One Sports, but I was very happy to see both guys get jobs because I know Josh personally. I know Linnell, not know him, but I know of him through Keith. I do think you could not have a more uneven dynamic between a team. Like, remember, like the Pittsburgh, the Raiders were the team where it's like half the dudes were convicts in the 70s.
Yeah.
Ken Stabler just was a badass, snakeskin boots, smoking, drinking, and it just made sense for that organization, right? And now, Oakland's a fine town, and you had like this marauders out there, and now you've taken them to the pit hole of America. I mean, there's like 3 things that are illegal in Nevada and certainly Las Vegas, and one of them's murder. Like, pretty much everything else is on the table in one form or fashion, or everything can be bought. And they're like, what if we got the clean-cuttest quarterback of all time, and maybe the most Christian coach in America, in the Devil's Den?
Well, this was the prime thing, because you can't just put anybody out in Vegas. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. You take the good, clean Christian who, is not going to mess, like, put him in Sin City. He's not going to do anything for him. He's going to be fine. He doesn't want any part of any of that anyway. He'll stay far away and go home after practice instead of finding what casino he can pop at.
Here's where you're wrong. Good or evil's going to win. There's not going to be like a tie. Like 15 years from now, we're not going to be like, Fernando and Clint Kubiak won some, and then the Devil won some, right? Either Clint Kubiak and Fernando Mendoza, within 5 years, will be doing hard drugs, have a harem of hookers, and be just, have their own sports book, or they're going to go in there, and the toots are leaving. They're going to run gambling out of that town.
I can tell you which one's not winning.
The cartel is going to see these guys show up and go, no mas. Like, it is going, someone's going to win. Money tends to be on the devil in that town. It's a lot of demons out there. I'm rooting for little bastards. I am. I'm rooting for the Lord.
Such an interesting thing to pick, to really be nitpicking a quarterback. Like, I just don't know if that's enough for me. I don't know that he gets down with it enough.
I mean, I do think when we talk about Tua is a very religious person. Not that I think anything less of him, but Tua and Russ are 2 of the more religious players in the NFL, and there have been some questions about other people buying into them. That doesn't mean that those people are like godless pagans, by the way, but I do think like those are 2 guys that have been accused of being, are those real dudes? Are those dogs? Whatever. I don't know if that's fair, by the way, because I've never met either guy. But, like, those are 2 guys who are seen in a specific light of too pure to be the leader of a team. I tend to think that stuff is, I've known plenty, like Derek Carr was a very good Christian dude who was a really good football player and could be kind of a son of a gun when you needed him to. But I do think Fernando Mendoza, there is such thing as too dopey and too just detached from what the world really is. That's not necessarily a religious thing. It's more of a nerd thing, but they just couldn't find a better, like, I'm trying to think of like what's the better matchup of like the vices and everything. The only other thing I can think of is like Fernando Mendoza in Miami, where it's like, it was like, oh, it's snowing. That's not snow, Fernando.
Not even close.
but some people do refer to it as that.
Go Stan.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. To the supreme leader of North Korea. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. For those of you who missed a second of today's show, watch us back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked, and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel as well. Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire on the 2020s. Anthony Aland. Kind of looks like White Urkel right now. It's the glasses. It's the glasses. What murder?
Have some Senka.
Was that over the line?
No, that was fine.
I thought it was the whole time. I was like, what does he look like?
I thought that was much more tame than your prank you pulled on him.
See, we're progressing.
Good job.
Now, I think Ken's pranking him on trying to set him up with somebody, which would be the only way it could get better from here.
Ken setting him up would be a next level. That would be
but Ken's setting him up by saying I'm going to set you up with somebody, and then not, or it's just somebody that, it's like.
Not a match.
It's like a 50-year-old guy named Steve who just got divorced. It would just be really funny, is all I'm saying.
It would be good.
Jake, appreciate you hanging out today, buddy.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Hope to do it again soon.
You can catch Jake most nights on Overtime with Jake Volnick. He does a very good job. Support our guy. We love you, buddy. You do a great job, bud. Proud of the development. Proud of all the stuff you're doing.
Thank you very much.
You were waiting to see if there was an insult behind it, but it's smart. You always got to wait to see if there's a but there. That being said, I know Land does, but
Now it's off the rails. Now it was extra. It's too much.
We'll see you guys Tuesday at 2. Pew, 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 pew. I would say I apologize to the listeners, but you asked for it.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.